This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Three wildly different tracks have hosted our first few rounds of the season. Arriving at Laguna Seca, the drivers are forced to switch gears once again, with this being a tight, short, and technical circuit. If the field stays as large as the previous races, it'll be some cramped confines for our competitors. Survival could once again be the name of the game as we get ready to watch round 4 of the DGFX series, and you'll see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel and the iRacing Esports Network. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Ryan Jones. Behind the scenes is our director, Sean Crackers Ambrose, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. This is a track that most iRacers should know well, with it being part of the base content. But for our viewers who aren't on the service, let's fly down a little closer to learn some more about this circuit. Welcome to Laguna Seca. Located just east of Monterey, California, it's hard to deny that this is one of the more scenic American road courses. It travels up and down a hillside which not only offers spectacular views, but one of racing's most iconic corners. Clocking in at 2¼ miles in length, 11 turns split up the current configuration. I say current because up until 1988, the track's layout was shockingly simple, with a mere 9 dangerously fast corners. But despite becoming a much more technical track, this difficult nature was retained in its modern form. Turn 6 in particular places an emphasis on precision and daring, with its tricky dip at the apex and narrow racing line. But the most well-known spot on the track is, of course, the corkscrew. Blind and kinked on entry, it then whips the driver through a chicane which drops you nearly 60 feet. It's earned a reputation worldwide for forcing even the most daring competitors to second-guess themselves. But there's honestly a refreshingly wide variety in types of corners, making it a perfect track for driver coaching and training. Elevation changes, differing cambers, and every sort of apex imaginable leaves seasoned veterans and newcomers alike spending hours trying to perfect a lap. With the track becoming popular for hosting IMSA, IndyCar, and MotoGP in its recent history, it also brings out lots of vintage racers due to the Monterey historics each year. Likely to remain a fixture on the American racing scene, this legendary circuit is almost always high on drivers' best of lists. Its history and its uniqueness are sure to delight all for years to come. You see a few of the sights around here as it's a little less sunny in our current conditions. But Ryan, why don't you shed a little bit of light about some of the more intimate details of this place?
Well, Laguna Seca, 6 hours of racing today on what is only a 2.2-mile racetrack. Traffic, and hey, Navigator, that's going to be one of the biggest factors in the racing today. The biggest passing opportunity, going to be down at turn 2. To get by the lap traffic, the end, Johnny hairpin, it's double apex left-hander at the end of a massive braking zone. There's one of the more troublesome corners that we're going to see today. Over at turn 6, it leads onto that uphill stretch of road that leads towards the corkscrew. If you miss your turn-in by just a fraction, you're going to find yourself out of the grass and the dirt on the outside of the corner and in a big spot of bother. Then we can't forget that famous corkscrew corner, can we? Turn 8A, a 59-foot drop. It's 5.5 stories. It's very hard to pick your line through there because you can't see the exit of the corner. It's enough to make the subject turn. Drivers will have to navigate that plenty of time today. Turn 11 is also the key spot on this track. If you don't get a good exit from there, or if you do get a good exit from there, that's going to be the determining factor as to whether you do or don't exchange positions down at turn 2. It's a tight track. There's no asphalt runoff. Mistakes are going to be punished today, Joe.
I have no doubt about that. We're currently watching our GTM class qualifying, but before we get to that action on track, let's take a look at how their points sit in this class. It may be the amateur class, but it's still all important to these drivers and teams, and you can see just how important it is, especially here in round 4 with only 1 point separating the top 2. Real Pixar Motorsports number 312 car chasing hot on the heels of the number 305 machine. And then from there, from 3rd, 4th, and 5th, there's only 5 points rather, separating all 3 of those. Terbium, Usagi, and World of Sim Racing, all really trying to settle out that final podium position. However, things can easily change in this series, and they could yet find themselves catching up and fighting for the overall championship in that amateur class. Right now, out there, we've got Terbium actually up on the provisional pole position. Bryce Watson currently leading the way here, Ryan, and Till Norwig trying his best to see if he can catch up to them, but looks like the gap between them right now is about 1/10 of a second, so not impossible, but he's got a little work to do.
Yeah, he does. It's pretty tight from 2nd on back. There's, wow, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all separated by 4,000ths of a second at the moment in qualifying, which is ridiculously tight. So there's a very close battle going on for 2nd, and Terbium at the moment are doing just enough to keep themselves out in front of that little group. But they are very quickly going to run out of time in a few moments. So watch them down in turn 1. This is that tricky braking zone because you come over a crest and then you've got to get the car to the right-hand side of the track. If you dip your wheels off into the dirt out there, you're going to be in a spot of bother. It's a tricky one because it doesn't seem that like turning too much, but you do have to get that car around a little bit of a bend just as you hop on the brakes, and the natural racing line puts you under a huge amount of pressure from a possible overtake behind. Qualifying's not too important in the 6-hour race, but a track like this, where it can be difficult to overtake, you do want it to be as high as you possibly can.
Yeah, I have to imagine track position is going to play a factor as the race develops. So if you don't qualify well, you're going to have to start using some tricks to get ahead. So we continue to watch Norwig, our 2nd place driver on the grid, come down through the corkscrew and through Rainey. Last lap didn't count for him. In fact, much of the top 4 came across the line without one counting. That can happen either when they have off track or they're on an out lap. Not sure which case it was for them, but this one should hopefully count for the TSB racing car. The 305 comes across the line, and it's a quicker one. It's a 1:19.7. That's good enough for pole. Now it is in Bryce Watson's court, and the 365. He's actually getting close to finishing his lap, so he could maybe respond here. So comes up.
So yeah.
Through the final hairpin. Let's see what he's got on this lap. We're watching Jorge Liera as well come around that final corner. Watson, it looks like, did not have a quick one that time around, so the 365's got to get another try at it. The 351 up and across the line. Looks like it's a non-lap for him, unfortunately, so Jorge must have had an off somewhere.
Yeah, quite easy to have a spin. I've just seen a spin too from the 3rd place car in the session, Frank, the Graphite Racing car, in that turn 6 spot I mentioned earlier too. So drivers are running into issues out there. It's easy to get an off track. You're using up all of the racetrack at every single point of this this track, and it means that get it wrong just a bit, you're going to find yourself getting an off track very easily, and that's what will invalidate your lap times. As we are watching the 5th place car currently, that's Max By, the Sim Racing Academy black car, about to complete his lap. If he finds just over 1/10 of a second to move himself up into 3rd place, so not much to find for him, get the exit out of this final corner, and we will see what sort of lap time is. That final corner too, by the way, if you run wide there, there's an off track, very, very easy. It's a spot that in qualifying today is going to be very crucial, and he hasn't actually registered a lap time there.
I do see one that looks like it unfortunately was a long one, so that must have been an out lap for the 397. Pitkin in the meantime, as he comes around. Where are they currently? It looks like 9th place out there in the 333. He comes through the Andretti hairpin and out into the technical infield section. It's easy to forget, since they've built this back in the 90s, that this is a newer portion of the track through here. These turns a little bit different from all the others on the circuit. You see a lot of banking and camber in the other ones, but those two corners seem to be very flat in comparison, Ryan.
Yeah, they do, and this track is great like that because you've got a lot of undulating corners and cambered corners. You've got quite a number of flat corners as well, and you just saw a Seca racing car there use up too much of the corner through turn 6, using some of that dirt there. I said this lap time for him might be invalidated after that one though.
Yeah, Pitkinen, unfortunately, a little bit wide through the corkscrew as well. And the Usagi Racing machine coming down through Rainey and into turn 10. Keeps it nice and tidy there at least. Let's see what he's got through the final hairpin. 333, still trying to improve on that 9th place. Probably not exactly where they want to be. So coming up to the line, climbing the hill. Pretty steep uphill here. This one was, in fact, invalidated. So that off track certainly hurt them. And they're running out of time now. The qualifying is almost ready to end for these GT AM class cars. We'll give you the 1-minute warning once we get that from the stewards. Norwig, in the meantime, across the line. That one not quicker at a 19.8, just about a 10th shy of his quickest so far.
And Norwig's actually been dropped back in the second. Turbium Racing got back up there ahead, thanks to Bryce Watson. So he made that 2-cent jump to find himself back into the provisional pole spot. 700ths of a second currently separating those top two. So I'd say a close little battle. And if they're separated by that much in the race, that is going to be a race-long battle. It's going to provide plenty of action, I'm sure, as the Graphite Racing car is just beginning a lap now. Frank Ushoy is making his way through Andretti hairpin, and he needs a fair chunk of time does this 392 car, because he's currently a little over 3/10 away from those top two cars.
We're watching Max Bohr come across the line, and looks like that was another non-lap for him. The car behind him also, wow. Jorge Lera, he only needs to improve 1/1000th of a second to get up to 3rd on the grid, but he's only counted 1 lap in his qualifying. That 351 has been a little bit sloppy. He's had 6 attempts so far, and he's on his 7th right now.
Yeah, his only lap was that first lap, so you sometimes get that. You're not pushing as hard in your first lap, so you don't make as many mistakes. You put in that lap time, and then you try and push too hard, and you can't get a clean lap in.
Ooh, we just got the 1-minute warning, and big development here in the battle for pole. Till Norwig in the 305 has come into the pits. He's done with qualifying. He's going to settle for the outside of the front row. That leaves it up to Oosterhuis in 3rd place right now. Lara to try and get themselves a clean lap here at the end. In fact, Frank's coming across the line. It was a clean one, but it wasn't quicker, so he stays in 3rd.
He does. And where's that 4th place car, that 351? George Lehrer, he's making his way through the final stages of the lap as well. And he is out of the race. He's not out of qualifying, sorry, he's in the pits. So, top 3 don't look like they're pretty much.
We saw him unfortunately find his way into the barrier. That's something that we need to talk about as well, Ryan, is that pit entry. I've seen a fair few drivers embarrass themselves coming into there.
I may have done it a few times myself. It's a tricky one because you're coming in there full blast, full noise, and then you've got to get that car stopped. And it's a hairpin to get into the pit lane, basically. If you lock a tyre, you can very easily find yourself going up into that wall on the outside of the pits. And there's dirt on the inside, so you can't shortcut it either.
Last driver to get a lap in, it looks like, is going to be Frank Oosterhuis, the Graphite Racing Team, number 392. Up and around turn 10, and just as he finishes the lap, the sun comes out. Let's see what he's got underneath. It's a 20.1. He's got 3/10 to make up, nearly 4/10 for the pole. That's quite a bit of time on this short lap. He does improve. It's a 20 flat, but he stays in 3rd place. It's just not enough. So that's going to settle out our qualifying for the AM class. That gives us a chance to go through the points for the GT Pro. These are GTE class cars, so they are a little bit quicker naturally than these GT3 cars. And you can see the GT Pros are being led by Team Heusingfeld, the number 248, have won 2 out of the 3 rounds so far. Hell Racers are a little bit far back. Their inconsistency, has hurt them this season. Really, it's a fight between themselves and Graphite number 292 for that second position. Then farther down, you've got about 6 points back from third to Kinetic number 260, and a fairly close fight between fourth and fifth. Fisher Motorsports rounding out our top 5 on the field. I believe we have just gotten the green flag for GT Pro, so they're all now starting their way out of the pit lane. We already talked about the pit entry. How about this pit exit as well, Ryan? This is another one that if you want to make time, you can try and push it, but it'll be easy to lose it just as well.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? It's downhill as well, which means you have to brake a little bit earlier than you perhaps like, because gravity is a thing. Gravity is pulling that car down towards the earth, and you're going downhill. Obviously, it's a lot. We see that, like tracks like Laguna Seca, if you've got an uphill braking zone, you can brake later. Downhill, you've got to brake earlier. Coming out of the pits on cold tyres, brake earlier than you would expect because it's a downhill corner, with no room for mistakes, with dirt on the outside, dirt on the inside. It's surprising how many times we see cars running into issues there.
Absolutely. You talk about that dirt too. In real life and here on the service, this place is kind of notorious for being a little bit dusty and sandy because, well, you can see in the surroundings it's a little bit dry around here most of the year. Now, I have been told by locals that it does get green, and I've seen some shots, and it looks weird, honestly, to me, since this is all I've ever seen in the virtual world. But obviously, the wind isn't too bad today, and actually, now that I think of it, I don't know that iRacing even models the sand blowing from off course. But it can lack a little bit of grip in areas, so drivers will need to watch out for that, especially as they do kick up the sand throughout the race.
Yes, not only the sand, but the marbles as well. It all combines to create one messy piece of racetrack off that racing line. And that's why drivers are going to be so pinpoint, because it's not only staying on the track, it's staying on that racing line that builds up, and keeping an eye out for where that dirt flows onto the track as well, because mistakes can happen very easily when you get onto those. And I talked about earlier, there being no runoff on this track. It's all dirt out there off the racing surface. If you make a mistake, you might find 9 times out of 10 you're going to find the wall and push yourself out of the race.
Certainly will. And when you come back on, you have all kinds of dirt and gunk on your tires as well, so you got to take it easy in those next few corners. Manuel Meyer, coming around, getting ready to complete his first flying lap. He had a stationary, well, not a stationary lap, but an out lap rather, that counted on his first one. So all the times that you're seeing on the screen aren't really representative. As he crosses the line, the number 284 gets a 1:18.3. Naturally, the first competitive time is going to put him on provisional pole, and it quickly goes away with the 266 taking that spot.
The Element Sim Racing Water Car 271 went up into second place behind him. So Manuel Meyer's gone back to third place for now. Only 4 cars have set representative lap times. Stefan Overgaard is the other one for Kinetic Racing Speed. And just saw someone else pop up there too. I don't actually know which car it was, because I saw someone pop up. I didn't catch which one it was.
Yeah, they're coming in thick and fast now as they're all getting their first lap times in. A few missed that second lap. They've got to go back around again. Bradley Mall, one of them. Nathan Manning, Marcus Simonson, Julian Bell. These are all drivers that are still looking to try and get a time down that really shows what they can do. This, though, is different from the GT Am class. You can see we've got multiple makes of cars in this GTE class, this GT Pro class. They've got the Ferrari and the BMW that are out there competing, as well as a Porsche. I see a couple Porsches are competing. They're not as common as the other 2 makes, so different qualities these cars, Ryan, and they can't swap around which car they can drive. So if it's a less competitive make for this track, they just kind of got to deal with it.
Yeah, no, certainly some well, of course, each car had its own strengths and weaknesses, and some of these mates are more prone to being more nimble through the corners, maybe not having quite as good straight line speed. So a track like this is going to suit those particular cars, and the ones that are really fast down a straight line, they're going to love the Le Mans type of circuit. So it's a choice that a lot of decision making goes into it. A lot of thought processes go into deciding which car you run for the entire season, because it can make or break your championship, really.
It shows you why I usually don't win in these sorts of situations, because I just go for the one that I like looks the best. So as we watch on board Meyer once again as he's getting ready to complete. He's been slotted all the way down to 8 since that first lap. He has improved to an 18 flat since his 18.3. He's got some time to try and complete this lap. So let's see what the 284 has underneath that Porsche. He's coming across the line, and it's an 18.4. A little bit slower at that point. In fact, as far as the Porsches go, they're not showing up a lot at the front of the field, except for pole. Jan Santowski currently holds that spot with a 17.6 and the Team Hoisingfeld 248 machine. So showing why they are leading the points right now. Good amount of pace here in that Porsche.
Good amount of pace with that 266 car, Hexa Racing Team Purple. Only 0.04 of a second off, thanks to Corotin Goodhead.
Yeah, that last lap that he set about 2 laps ago, 17.6, very nicely done there. So he is hot on his heels. So we watch Nathan Manning come across the line. And Manning actually gets himself into 4th with that lap at 17.7. There is actually 0.129 separating from 1st to 4th right now. So it is very tight in the first 2 rows of the field. One little bit of speed that can be found in one part of the circuit could make the difference at the front 2 rows of the grid.
Certainly could. Our racers here are in need of a good race today, because they finished 4th twice, but they've also won around, so they've got that pace. But they haven't quite been a top running car the other 2 rounds. Team Eisenfeld, contrary, have won 2 and finished 2nd in the other. That's why they have that 19-point buffer. So it may only be round 3, but you've got to start being consistent. Otherwise, that Team Eisenfeld car, if they continue that pace up, they're going to be almost unbeatable coming into the championship too.
It's a very short championship, we should point out. There's only 6 rounds in a season. After this month, when we head over to our next track, which is actually going to be at Silverstone, that'll be the penultimate round. So chances are flying away easily on trying to catch up. Julian Bell now, who we ride on board with, is all the way down in 11th for this Graphite Racing Ferrari. Is this going to be quicker? It is indeed a 17.9. And that jumps them up to 8th position, solidly into the mid-pack.
Oh, look at that mid-pack, though. 17.9 flat for 5th place. Go back to 9th place, it's a 17.983. So 800, less than a 10th, covering 4 cars. That is incredibly tight. And an 18 flat for 10th as well, and for 11th. So it doesn't get much tighter than that.
And we've got a new pole sitter.
Oh, wow.
Marcus Simon. Yeah, Marcus Simonson took the number 219 up to the top spot, and it looks like more drivers are finding time out there. The absolute unit of energy racing car, Joel Hafner, finds himself on the front row. Just like that, in less than a minute, Santowski responds before I can even get the sentence out. The 248 back up to the top spot. The conditions are improving rapidly on this track, and drivers are finding time left and right.
Yeah, Virtual Motorsport. Dennis Garrison just popped up in the second too with a 5.82, so there is definitely a bit of cloud cover out there right now, and it is aiding lap time dramatically. Just to finish my point on that mid-pack too, it wasn't even a mistake separating those 5 or 6 cars. It's a slight twitch with the rear of the car being like a fraction, a millisecond of a millisecond too early on the throttle is costing drivers there in that mid-pack. So, and even too now for 3rd on back, it's pretty quite tight there too. It's a very tight qualifying, this GT Pro, and this is going to be quite a good race, judging by these the closest here in lap times.
Interestingly, despite it being so tight up at the top before, Santowski's last lap puts him a 10th and a half ahead of Garrison. And, well, make that 7/100ths now because Joel Hafner also once again improves. So just about 3/4 of a tenth between first and second place. I guess we should expect this. We keep talking about how short this track is, so drivers have got to find times in the most marginal of places as we watch Boss Rollwinkle, one of my favorite names on the service, I have to say, in that Samba Racing team. That last lap, unfortunately, not an improvement, less than a tenth off of his quickest time.
Indeed, and looks like he's going to pull off and go back out there and have another crack at it. I think these guys will be running a bit short on time soon as well. We'll get that 1 minute warning in not too distant future, so getting down to crunch time. And Heisenfeld only have a 700th of a second lead now. Absolute unit of energy car. The number 269 of Joel Hafner. They've got some real pace this round, it seems. Haven't seen them in the top 3, I don't believe, in the first couple of rounds. So these guys have put in a lot of practice this on. Looks like it might be paying off them in these very, very, very early stages of the event.
And Hafner was on a flyer but had an off track, so he called it a day on that one, came back into the pits. He is going to try and get back out in time to start a flying lap. I think he might have enough time for that. Garrison, who's behind him in the qualifying, gets to complete his lap in the 278, but it looks like it was an out lap for him. So he starts on his flyer as well. Valentinin, who we're watching on screen, currently sitting in 13th, has only had 3 timed laps, but it's not for lack of trying. He's put 8 of them down here in qualifying. The 261 now on his way on another, heading through turns 3 and now the flyer of 4.
Yeah, in this scenario, you just need to really back off as much as you can and just put a banker lap time down. You never know, it might be quick enough to put yourself up a few spots. There's only a second covering the entire field, so you can't be too conservative. Just on the absolute unit car as well. They haven't actually raced this season, so they've turned up here in round 4 and looking to be a bit of a spoiler to this championship.
The Hoisingfeld car, the number 248, the pole sitter, is coming around to complete another lap to see if he can extend that gap and get himself a little bit more comfortable. Santowski has been doing well about finding pace out there, but this one also an out lap for him. So here he goes once again in that Porsche to try and improve. Right now, though, the BMW is not looking too bad as they hold 2nd and 3rd. You have to go all the way down to 4th before you get our first Ferrari. That's Garrison at the moment.
I thought I thought the Ferrari would be quite good at this track, to be honest. I thought the Ferrari is a bit of a nimble car, the VW of a straight line car, but that could just be why I finished dead last every race I do. Or those other teams are just doing a much better job.
I always blame my lack of talent when it comes to that as we watch Manuel Meyer come through. Still waiting on that 1 minute warning for the qualifying. Another good bit of news, though, is that we do have live stewards in this series if you're not used to watching DGFX, and they watch qualifying as well. They try to make sure that everybody behaves out there and nobody's getting in one another's way, just like you see in Formula One. We've had no protests, no investigations, no nothing so far. So everybody out there, despite it being a small track, has been giving each other room and has been behaving well, according to the stewards.
Yep, qualifying has gone pretty well so far. We'll see a lot of action from the stewards during the race. We so often do. Drivers get a little bit too eager sometimes and run into issues as we watch that 6th place car come across the line and didn't actually set a lap time there, so another out lap for the car. I got the cars mixed up there, Joe, not gonna lie. Got the absolute unit of energy racing car. Oh hey, look at that, pole position, provisional pole, by over a tenth of a second too, just over a tenth. Joel Hafner has put one to the Heisenfeld car.
Yeah, you mentioned this team maybe being a spoiler, and right now they're making life difficult for Team Hoisingfeld as they've got to try and find yet more time out there. The track temperature hasn't changed much since I last looked. It's still about 79 degrees Fahrenheit, and it remains in these relatively cloudy conditions on the track, which will make it get much darker much quicker. With it already being set in December, we're going to be seeing the sunset around 4:30 before even 5 p.m. out here, very late in the year. And Nathan Manning coming across the line in that 7th place car, not able to improve on that 17.7 there. So we go over to Gemmer. Now Ludwig also not able to find a quicker time as the sun starts to shine for a brief moment.
Very brief moment, and that may stop some drivers from pumping in their best lap times of the race so far. Kinetic Racing's speed, a 17.9, couldn't find an improvement there, a tenth of a second slower. The absolute energy unit of energy car, the 269, they're not going to find an improvement either. I think this sun coming out might have just stopped the flurry of lap time improvements in the dying stages, but you never know.
And Garrison gets himself up to 3rd, the Virtual Motorsports team on the 2nd row now. Just managed to get it in before the sun came out. The checkered flag is just waved for this qualifying. So who is finishing a lap? I'm checking the end of the circuit here. Looks like Corentin Guignez and the Hexa Racing Team Purple is getting ready to finish. The 266 comes around the final corner. He's being followed as well by Casper Valentinen. These are two of our mid-pack drivers. Looks like Corentin was able to improve up to 2nd. Whoa! A big jump. Valentin also found time with a 17.6. That puts him in 7th place. Sentowski improves to a 17.1, and that's back up to the pole for him. Hafner is going to be the next one across the line.
Sunny.
Yeah, it's doesn't look like it's hurt people too badly. Maybe they can see better out on track. The absolute unit of energy racing car does not improve. He's got to settle for 2nd. Wow. And just a ton of changes throughout the field. That is the last of our qualifiers there for the GT Pro. That is going to take us to the points now for the first of our prototype classes. This is LMP2 that we're going to be looking at here. Torque Freak Racing is currently at the top of the points with German Sim Racing's 169 car. Not too far behind. Need to start making inroads, though, especially this round. And really, they're probably looking over their shoulder. Both Adequate Racing and Team Hoisingville, as well as World of Sim Racing, are hot on their heels. That 2nd to 5th position, separated by 4 points, could change around at any moment, obviously. And so it's probably not a case of looking forward as much for that German Sim Racing 169 team. They're just starting to come out on their first warm-up lap here as they get the green flag for our LMP2 qualifying. This is going to be a very different style of driving for these cars, Ryan, for our viewers who haven't watched multi-class sports car racing. This is where we start to get into the high downforce machines.
It is. You'll see even just on the broadcast how much quicker these cars are able to take the corners, and then you'll see another step up as well when the LMP1s come out at the end of the session. They have a lot more downforce. They're built purely on downforce, and some sections of the track, well, all sections of the track, they'll be much faster than the GT cars. Turn 6 is probably the corner you'll see the biggest difference. This is where we're watching the camera shot now. Able to carry a lot more speed through that corner. But the issue there is you can't make a mistake at that corner because there's a lot of runoff. But the cars we've seen do not slow down at all in that runoff area, and high downforce does not help you when you get off the racing surface.
This is true. I've often found, too, that I've seen a lot of cars and myself have spun off to the inside, even if you just got that little bit off track there. Yeah, either side seems to be just incredibly dangerous, as now most of them are on their flyers. And we'll see if anybody is able to really push the limit of these downforce machines to try and take that pole away. This is one of the more competitive groups, with this being one make, of course, but this is open setup, so these drivers and teams can tweak the car to their liking, and could be a little bit personal, but setup could also find you speed out there on track. We'll go over that more as the race progresses. So we're watching Elvis burn it up, the number 111, looking to get his first time in. Is the
through the corkscrew here.
WeatherTech Sim Racing car? Go ahead.
Up through the corkscrew, if at some point we get an onboard shot of the cars going through there, you'll just see what I talked about earlier too, with how you cannot see anything going through there. It's completely blind. If you try to make an overtake through there, you are asking for trouble. And on the first lap of the race too, and just over half an hour's time, we're going to see cars trying desperately to single file themselves out. And if they go through there side by side, we're probably going to see a fair amount of drama, as he does complete his first lap, and it only puts him 6, 13, 4, 5, 8, slowest of the cars with a representative lap time so far.
The rest of them already coming across the line here. And we're seeing that tower on your left populate with all of the fast laps. Right now, looks like the CQR Club machine, the number 116, is your provisional pole sitter. That's Daniel Kraft in the car qualifying for them currently. Andy Banfield, who comes across the line. Looks like he stays in 10th position, not the best of qualifying for that V-Apex blue car. Watching Nicholas Helm now as well. He's already got a time in, and he's sitting in second. He's trying to catch Daniel Kraft. That 112 flat does not improve. He seems to have had an off track somewhere along the way.
And Marcel Ty for Team Heusingveld tucked right up behind Nicholas Helm there at the end of that lap, and he found a fair chunk of time and went up to P3 with a 12.156. So a bit cheeky using a bit of the draft. It's perfectly acceptable, but you often find the driver in front, if they're not on a good lap, will pull over and do everything they can to not give you that benefit.
We're talking about the difference in times. We're only in the early stages of the qualifying session here, so they probably haven't found their ultimate time. And the fastest lap in our HPDs and our LMP2s is a 1:11.7. Compare that to our pole sitter and the GT Pro at a 1:17.1. 6 seconds difference between the fastest cars in those classes. They are going to catch each other very quickly, because at just over a minute lap time, I mean, gosh, they're going to start lapping cars.
12 laps.
Yeah, very, very quickly. That's not to say what the LMP2s are going to be doing, or LMP1s rather.
Yeah, I just jumped and just saw. We talked about that pit exit, didn't we, earlier? How tricky it was. The Team Heusingveld car with Marcel Ty just showed me a great example of that. He caught the grass, he caught the dirt on the inside and spun the car around. So I don't know how he's managed that, but goes to show it's very tricky.
Looks like Nicholas Helm was able to improve in that 122. He's got a 112 flat now, but it's 0.4 of a second between himself and Daniel Kraft. That's actually a wide margin at a track this short. There's still a lot of time for him to try and improve on that. But clearly, right out the gate, the CQR Club machine has really got into his stride and has set the marker down a distance away from everybody else, as we now watch Marcel Ty, who's been recently bumped down to 4th by David Del Rio. Let's see if he can get this one to count. His last lap had an off. Ah, I see. Okay.
Just go out of pits and have that spin.
That's right. You were just talking about him. So this one not really counting regardless, as we'll watch Elvis come around and not improve himself. Another outlap as that number 111 gets going. Nicholas Helm coming back on track himself to try and take that pole back. Oh, but he is going to abandon. He's not happy with something. He'll head back to the pits.
Qualifying sessions go in cycles, don't they? Everyone has their own idea of what to do, but they always seem to be the same idea. You go out there, do a lap or two, come back in, do an out lap, and so we get these stages where no one's putting in lap times, and then suddenly the entire field will change. Everyone does a lap time, and then it's quiet again, and then it speeds back up. Qualifying is great like that. You get that flurry of action, and the anticipation and the wait and the build-up, and then it all comes to a head at the end of the session. And we're just in that moment at the moment where everyone's gearing up for another lap times. Daniel Kraft, currently fastest, doesn't need to improve. Just did an outlap there, I believe. So he's starting his next run too.
We'll watch Marcel Ty come to finish this lap. Let's see what it is. It's a 1:12.2, just about a tenth shy of his best time so far in this session. So he stays put in that 4th position. Instead, we looked over at Karsten Thiel. He's currently in the 5th position. And at Real Pixel Motorsports, this lap not going to count, unfortunately. Had an off or it was an outlap, something there for the number 112. Grindle as well crossing the line, and also a non-lap for them. So a lot of drivers in that lull that you mentioned, it seems, as we're seeing a lot of outlaps or just maybe laps where they take a little bit of a cool down. Del Rio, who is in 3rd, also isn't able to get one in. Right now, the last on this field is Robert Rattray, the No Luck EM Sports. Is actually still sitting in his pit stall, so I guess he just wanted to get a banker in to get himself on the grid because they don't seem interested in at another time. Ooh, and Kraft improved yet again. Wow. The 116 down to a 111.5 now. So it's 4.5 tenths back to the Nomad Sim Racing HPD car.
That CQR club car looks incredibly fast, doesn't it?
They've got something special going on there, so everybody's going to be turning their heads and maybe taking a trip over to their pit lane and see if they can figure out what they've got different, as Nicholas Helm is going to complete a lap, try and improve on that half a second that he's got to try and catch his competitor, but he doesn't set another time. Del Rio follows him. The number 151. He comes up, and he's got 5 tenths as well to make up another one that didn't count for him. A lot of mistakes being made as everybody tries to push the limits of this track.
So that CQR car hasn't won a race this season yet. Maybe a lot of practice went into today trying to make that first one happen. He just set another time. Not quicker, but quicker than the rest of the field still. So able to be fast very consistently too. As yet another driver looks to finish their first lap, or finish another lap, will not move up the field.
See Marcel Ty coming across, and Marcel Ty finds more time. A 112.1, but it doesn't improve his position. Marginal gains, unfortunately, keeps him on the outside of row 2. We're getting close to the end of this qualifying soon. Teal just crossed the line recently, but did not find time on that 12.3. Looks like Nicholas Helm's going to be coming across as well in the number 122. Man, just getting a lot of blanks down on the board is Nicholas Helm. Seems to be having trouble keeping that Nomad Sim Racing HPD on the track right now.
Just going through and looking at all the cars, all the teams so far, and just the sea of blank times. And then, Joe, go look at CQR. They've missed 1 lap. That is all they have missed. They are so consistent out there.
That's probably why they are on pole right now. Daniel Kraft is looking like a bit of a master out here in the qualifying. So we watch Grendel now come across the line. And, well, yet another non-lap for him. The 102 stays put in 8th position. Things not as tight as we saw in the GTE class. We've got some big jumps between certain drivers, smaller gaps between others. 2nd and 3rd are pretty tight, along with 3rd and 4th. Very little between them. Looks like Bonello is going to abandon the lap that they are on. Nicholas Helm finally got another one to count, but it was just shy of his quickest. And David Del Rio in the World of Sim Racing team has taken a tow and headed back to the pits. He looks like he's going to try and get back out here. Not sure how much time they have left to try and get that in.
Haven't got the 1 minute signal yet, and he might just have enough time. It's going to be very close though.
Yeah, he's got to hustle, certainly. If he gets the 1 minute warning within the next few seconds, then it is definitely not enough time for him to get a flyer started. Helm's last lap, I did mention, and Helm actually took a tow, and he's coming back out of the pits, so he's getting some fresh tires and refreshing the fuel. He's going to try once more. Marcel Tai, who's been stuck in 4th place for a bit here, is finishing his lap. The 101 is coming up to the line. Let's see what he's got underneath him. Nothing this time.
It has to be an issue. Well, not an issue, but it's a product of these faster cars. It's easier to make mistakes, isn't it? You don't have as much time to react. You're going so fast that when you're at a track like this where there's no room for error, you pick up those off tracks much easier than the GT cars are. And that's why so many cars and teams are drawing blanks right now.
Ooh, German Sim Racing's taking their number 169 car up to the front row. A 1:11.8 for, that was Oliver Kimisat who set that time, and bumps Nicholas Helm onto row 2. And again, Nicholas still on his outlap, so he's not able to respond this time through.
Oh, and they just spun too. So he went faster and then spun. So that just highlights the struggles of high downforce cars. What about Daniel Kraft? Can he find yet another improvement? He can't. That was an outlap. It was a 122. So he's beginning another run. We'll go back to the 5th place car as well. This is looking like it is not going to be an improvement. That was a 4th place car, sorry.
Ty did actually improve, but it was very, very small margins. And
not enough for a position.
Well, I think he did jump up to 4th place, it looks like. He was in 5th, so that demotes Del Rio. And actually, the Hoisingfeld 101 is 1/100th behind Nicholas Helm now. But he just took it into the pits, and they just got the 1-minute warning. So that means he's not able to do better than that 4th place, and Nicholas Helm is at least safe from falling victim to the Hoisingfeld 101 car. Watch Jimbo Pfeiffer cross the line there, but my eyes are on Helm, who is coming around the final corner. He will get to start one more flyer as he crosses. So let's see if this one's quicker. Will he need it? Yes, he will need it. That one didn't count. Pressure is on for the Nomad team to get back onto the front row.
This is the money lap here for Nicholas Helm. There's not too much sunlight on the track either, so that's in his favour too. Daniel Kraft is what I'm going to put as much of a buffer as he possibly can. He was 7,000 slower than his previous best lap time that time by. So he might have found his maximum.
Riding on board with Helm as I'm watching to see who is crossing the line. It looks like the checkered flag is out right now. Marcel Tai is going to be the next one to cross. Let's stay with Helm just to see if he has any mistakes, if he can keep this one clean. Tai comes in and abandons his lap, so he's going to stick with 4th place. David Del Rio is going to be the next one. He sits in 5th position. He's got 6 100s to try and make up to get better than 5th place on the grid. So far, so good, though, for Nicholas Helm. He's going to stay out and try and complete this lap. Del Rio crosses the line. It's a 1:11.8 for Del Rio. That's good enough for 2nd place for that team. Helm crosses. It's a 1:11.9, and that is not going to be faster than Del Rio. In fact, that stays in 4th place for the Nomad team. Who else do we have trying to finish up behind them? Is Josh Wolf able to finish this lap? Looks like he will be, as he's going to try and stay out. A little bit of a sloppy entry into the final hairpin. The number 181 try and improve on a 1:12.3. He's in 7th position. He doesn't go quicker. He stays where he is. I think that is everybody. So that sets our grid for the LMP2 class. That also brings us to the points for the fastest class, the LMP1s. These are the big boys. The PCDC Motorsports team has won all 3 rounds, and as such, they are leading the points. Now, what's interesting is that the Hell Racers team has been keeping them honest. They've been consistent, and so it's only 12 points between them. It's not as wide as you would expect. It really is the biggest jump down to 3rd, and then from there on, they're much farther back and certainly need to start getting wins on the Leo Racing team and the PCDC 54 team as well, the sister team for the number 8 team. It's a very close fight between 4th and 5th. GT Temple Racing number 9, just a few positions better, could jump them into the 4th place on these points. So keep a watch out for those two here in this round and how they finish. Already they've gotten the green flag, so these LMP1s have come out. Now, we talked about the downforce, how these are even quicker, Ryan, but it's not just the downforce that helps them. We're going to be talking about this a lot, as our viewers who have watched sports car racing know. These are complex cars, too. The hybrid systems on these things really make this a lot to manage during a race.
Yeah, too many buttons for me. I haven't even bothered trying to drive these cars because there's so many buttons on these damn things. There's so many different settings you can map. If you go look at the cockpit, the steering wheel is just full. It's like an F1 car basically, the amount of buttons they've got on that damn thing. And up on the roof above them, and the dashboard to the right or the left, depending on which car they're in. It's crazy technical, these things, and you've got to be completely ready and tuned in mentally for a race in these cars.
Right now they're tuning in with these out laps, probably recharging those hybrid systems, trying to get the batteries nice and full so that they can go out and get a flyer. If you thought those HPDs were quick with the 111 lap times up at the top of the field, wait till you see these LMP1s, because we're expecting somewhere around 105, 106 for them to try and set times. Just incredibly quick. It's got to be scary trying to drive these things at the limit around this track, as we watch Maximilian Fritz currently come around, heading up through that fearsome turn 6 we were talking about. Just look at that. Almost beautiful to behold.
And then this corkscrew section, 100 kilometers an hour, doing a 5-story drop. It's like a roller coaster, but the most extreme roller coaster you could find.
Fritz in that number 78, with the sun coming out, comes up to the final turn. Out and through there. Let's see what his first flying lap is going to be. I think he's going to be the first one to set a competitive time. A 107.2 down on the board. That's the marker that everybody else has got to meet. Still nobody else coming across. Adrian Refnes must have had an off somewhere around there. Seen a few drivers now just getting out of the pits. Samuel Roth up to provisional pole in that number 3. That's in the SKS Tribute machine. Quickest time now at a 106.7.
Satellite Racing machine, set lap time 2 to go 3rd. And Hell Racer's Gluttony has actually gone to provisional pole of 6.269, so almost half a second over the car behind. Hampers Bar's doing a great job on that car for his first lap.
Now we'll watch Fritz work his way back to the start-finish line out of the penultimate corner. A lot of banking through there. And then through the final hairpin, past the pit entry. That 107.2 was good enough for 3rd the first time around. What's he got this time? Looks like that one didn't count, so he had an off track. Again, though, they do have to manage the hybrid systems. The batteries might need to recharge, so that might be a case of them doing a quick lap, slowing it down on the second one, and then coming back for another flyer.
Yeah, indeed. You got to manage the tyres. It depends how much fuel they put in the car too, how many laps they want to do, and of course that energy recovery system as well. Hampers Bars, he's currently fastest, 106.269. He's 2 seconds slower on his next lap, so I think that does answer that question. They are doing a slower lap, recharging those batteries immediately after the fast one.
The Hell Racers Gluttony on the top with a 106.2 for the moment. We're still waiting on a few drivers to get good times in. Refnes, who keep glancing at here and there, is still looking for a decent one. So is Eggers in German Sim Racing, number 7. Fabian Newbluth as well in the GT Temple on P1, trying to get a time down. Riding on board with Fritz, and that last lap put him into 5th place with a 107.251, but he was only 2/100ths quicker.
There's PCDC Motorsports. The car that has swept the first 3 rounds. Currently 4/10ths clear out front. 3/10ths clear as Odd Dog team props up in the second.
Ooh, and Shiavon and the Old Dogs team has learned a new trick. They're up to the front row The number 47 is about 3/10 behind Refnes. Adrian, oh, excuse me, you covered that already. Yeah, going up to the pole. So Refnes still well clear of those behind him. Hampus Baz now up into second place in the number 19. The Hell Racers Gluttony trying to respond, but has to take a tow. Decides to get fresh tires on it and give it another go.
One car still hasn't set a lap time, or a competitive lap time. That's the GT Tempor Racing LMP1 machine of Fabian Jungluth. Sorry if I butchered that one. He's a 151 is his current fastest, so there we go, a 108.2. So finally gets a competitive lap on the board, but will stay 10th of the 10 LMP1 cars got out on track today.
And I've watched Jungluth racing prototypes for quite a while now, and even though he might not have the quickest one-lap pace, I can tell you that he knows how to stay consistent, and that could come into play at today's race if he can keep out of trouble. Looks like Matthias Hoffman just took a quicker lap, and that gets him into 4th place for the Element Sim Racing Fire machine, number 71. Christian Nosing, who we watch right now, down through the hairpin, and now Siobhan looking to see if he can go better than this 3rd place. He does not. That was an out lap for him.
I'm just thinking about the race here, Joe. The LMP1s are going to catch those GTM cars ridiculously quickly, under 10 laps. Probably about maybe 7 or 8 laps in. They're going to be running into lap traffic, and at that stage of the race, the LMP1s are still pretty bunched up too. So it could be a bit of a messy opening stint of the race for these drivers, because they're going to have to deal with lap traffic that are all still bunched up together.
I think everybody's going to have their head on a swivel out here as we were watching Roth set a 178. That's not his quickest, in fact, by a pretty wide margin. So he's got to come around and give it another go. We've only got 6/100ths of a second between 2nd and 3rd right now. Very close to try and get onto the front row of the field. And that's the Old Dogs team currently chasing down Hell Racers Gluttony. I think Siobhan getting ready to finish a lap. We watched Fritz cross the line, trying to improve on that 6, which he does not. Siobhan also not able to find anything quicker. Oh, and Refnes with another fastest lap of the qualifying, a 1:05.7 now.
A cool 14 seconds quicker than our pole GTM car. So that's the difference from our slowest car to our quickest cars in this race. Hampus Baz, can he find the improvement he needs? No, he can't. It's a 1:07.3, 1.3 seconds slower than his current best lap time.
I believe Sam Roth, did he just, it looks like he just took 4th place away from Hoffman in his Element Sim Racing Fire. In fact, those two are awful tight. 3/100ths between 4th and 5th place right now. So all to fight for down there in the mid-pack for this field. You know, we talk about the trouble with lapping and just keeping the car whole, keeping the car safe. We've seen this a lot of times this season, Ryan, that these LMP1 cars can be a little bit fragile too, especially with the hybrid systems. They get any sort of damage, it seems to really hamper their pace. So I wonder if they're going to have to really tiptoe around some of these slower classes just to make sure they don't make any contact.
Well, yeah, definitely. And we've seen a lot of tracks so far where there's a bit of runoff, and obviously not Belle Isle, there was no runoff there, but this is almost like Belle Isle, and the fact that these LMP1 cars do not want to go off track at all, because it's quite bumpy out there on the dirt, and those bumps can damage the undersides of the cars just as much as a wall could damage the outside of the car as well. So even in that regard, you've got to be so careful.
We're watching Hoffman there, who stays in 4th place. Nosing now currently back in 8th position. That last lap looked like it was an out lap for him. 54 getting ready to try and set a quicker time now, as we are down to 5 minutes left in qualifying. So it is quickly ticking away. The opportunities are starting to slip through their fingers, and Adrian Refnes, who has schooled the field here in LMP1 qualifying, has got 3.5 over Hampus Baz.
He's looking comfortable so far, isn't he? But you can never say never. Right until that checkered flag flies, you never know who might prop up right at the end what about the car we are currently watching making its way on to the main straight? He's on the main straight, and it is very fast.
That was Lemire, and that keeps him. That puts him up to 7th place. Hampus Baz just crossed the line, and he also does not improve. He does get a 107.6, but that is about, actually, you know what? That was a 1.5 seconds, so not his best lap. That must have been him just charging up the battery there. Siobhan, in the meantime, who sits in 3rd, also on an out lap, so now he starts on a quick one. This must be that lull that we were talking about earlier. Everybody just kind of setting up for that last run to the line. We're going to get a couple more tries at it, as we do have about 4 minutes left on the clock. Right now, the separation of the 10 cars is about 2.5 seconds, but we should point out that down to 8th place, from 1st to 8th, it's about 1.2. So really the big gaps don't happen until you get down to the tail end of this LMP1 field.
What a jump.
Whoa.
0.4 of a second he just found to prop himself up into 2nd place for the SKS Tribute car. Great lap from him.
And even in spite of that, that's still 3:10 shy of the PCDC 18 car. So even when drivers are finding time, it is not quite enough to try and get there. In fact, where is Refness right now? There we see him on screen. He's finishing the lap. Number 18 going to try and extend the marker, but he doesn't this lap. Siobhan, who was in 2nd place and was disposed by Roth, has got to make up 4 1,000ths of a second to try and get back onto that front row. So it's doable, but it's going to take a quick one for him to get back in the mix here. Roth is going to abandon his lap as he comes into the pits.
Just watching the big congestion of cars. Around turn 5, Hampus Baz, Adrian Refsness, and Marcel Egbaz are all in the same piece of real estate, and in fact, so too is Lemire. There's 4 cars. I think Lemire might be on a fast lap, and he's coming up on a lot of lap traffic. It's a lot of cars vying for position back here to put themselves in the best spot possible, and playing a lot of games too back there. It's a little bit messy.
Watching Ricardo, who comes across the line. And it is a 1:09.1 this time. That was a slow lap for him. Before that, he did improve on the previous one at a 1:05.9. That's what got him within those 4 1,000ths of a second. Still got about 1 minute, 40 seconds left on the clock as we watch Refness come to the line himself. That was a slow lap for him. Still charging up those batteries at a 1:24.4. Looks like, oh, and Samuel Roth has taken into the pits, so Roth is happy with that 2nd place, and he is done with his qualifying at this point. He's got to come out right now, and I do not see him even coming down the pit lane to get out and get going. So I think that is the day for their qualifying.
Indeed, it seems so. I don't think anyone's got anything on this PCDC machine at the moment. They just seem to have that edge that no one else is able to find at the moment. As a Lingworth, there's a 7.84, finds some time, stays 10th. He's at 3/10 behind the German Racing LMP1 car there in 9th.
Less than 1 minute left to go now, and Refness is getting ready to finish another lap. So we watch Egbers cross. Let's see what Adrian, our pole sitter, has got underneath them. Can he extend that 2.5 of a second? He can. It is a 1:05.4, half a second quicker than anybody else in the field. Siobhan is taking it in the pits. He's done for the day. He cannot respond. Hampus Baz has just started another lap. This is going to be his last attempt. So let's see if the 4th place driver can manage to do anything. Looks like
Christian Nossing down some time, but didn't improve the position, unfortunately.
Checkered flag is out now. Who's going to be the first to cross? I believe that's Lemire. The Satellite Racing's number 64. This Audi has got 2 corners to go. at a 106.7. That's got him in 8th position right now. He comes around that final hairpin. Let's see what he can do. Can he find any sort of time? His last lap was his quickest. Might be hard for him to go quicker, and in fact, it is too hard. He does not find time. Campus Spaz, a 105.9. It's his quickest lap, but he doesn't take a position. He stays on the outside of row 2.
Matthias Hoffman improved too, but again, doesn't improve position-wise. Stays 5th.
And that's it. That was the last of our drivers. So that's going to finish out our qualifying, and that brings us to Stefan Schlacker, who is going to be joining us here for our race coverage. Welcome in, Steph. We've got to get through a big grid here, so you can see who is going to be with us. Unfortunately, Ossian has had some issues, so he won't be able to call it with us as our but Steph dutifully coming in to try and help us out here. Let's go through our order for our LMP1 class. It's going to be PCDC Motorsports Argon, who is on the pole with SKS Tribute in 2nd position. Old Dogs got bumped down to 3rd spot. And then the outside of row 2 has Hell Racers Gluttony there in P4. Element Sim Racing Fire is going to be in 5th position. PCDC Motorsports Xenon, the sister team to our pole sitter, starts in 6th. German Sim Racing will be in 7th spot. Satellite Racing in 8th. And the final row, 5th row here in the LMP1s has Team Hoising Velts number 78 in 9th, and GT Temple Racing LMP1 in 10th. Steph, what's our LMP2 class look like?
Well, Joe, we have the CQR Club in 1st place. That's, by the way, 11th overall. World of Sim Racing team will be lining up alongside them in 2nd place. German Sim Racing LMP2. 3rd place, Nomad Sim Racing 4th. Hoising Belt, the 101, will be lining up in 5th place alongside Real Pixel Motorsport in 6th. Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew will be lining up in 7th alongside Energy Racing in 8th place. Team Vikings Fenris 9th goes to them. Adequate Racing will be lining out your top 10 in the LMP2 class with a 112.621. The Fach Autotech Sim Racing number 111 will be lining up in 11th, 3rd, and 12th. The Apex Racing Group Blue only a 13th place for them. Last but not least, the No Luck EM Sport in 14th overall with a 14.899.
Pole for the GT Pros was Team Heisingveld 248. Absolute Unit of Energy Racing turned it up today and put it on the outside of the front row. Hexa Racing Team Purple start 3rd in class ahead of Virtual Motorsport, and then Kinetic Racing Velocity and Hell Racers Heresy run out the top 30 overall on the grid. 4th and 5th in class, 5th and 6th in class, sorry. Talk Freak Racing Maggots behind them with Carbon Racing and its Kinetic Racing Speed. And Graphite Racing Pro, Samba Racing Team, and Element Sim Racing Water start 35th, 36th overall. And then right up behind them will be Fisher Motorsport, SpeedTech Sim Sport, and Fisher Motorsport rounding out there the 39th car and final car to start the GT Pro class.
Terbium Racing put it on pole for the GT AM class with TSB Racing Ripe and Move on 42nd overall, 2nd in their class. Graphite Racing AM will be starting 3rd for them. Then you've got World of Sim Racing Team Junior in P4. Sim Racing Academy Black will start 5th, and Pineapple Racing will be 6th position. Real Pixel Motorsports manages 7th. 8th goes to SpeedTech Sim Sport 339. 9th to Team Vikings Midgard. Usagi Racing, S-Rock Racing, and Energy Racing round out those who qualified. There is the Huge Ass team that don't seem to be here currently, so I do not believe they'll start the race. Same thing with Kinetic Surge there in the GT Pro class. Essentially, it looks to be 51 cars who will be starting and clogging this 2.2-mile track, as they're already working their way around. Each class is going to give each other space so that they don't get into one another at the start, to tell you how far spread apart they are, which is going to decrease the time rather that they lap each other. The pole sitter overall, the PCDC Argon car, is currently going through turn 6, whereas the last car on the field just got out of Andretti hairpin. So that is how many cars are out here right now.
It's a massive field, and I think with that gap too, it's going to be 5 laps into the race that the GTM starts to get lapped, and it's going to be massively congested for all the cars involved. Not only the LMP1's trying to get by, but GTM's trying to get out of the way as well. You've got to be very careful when you're in a slower class, because if you make a wrong move and take out an overall leader, you're going to be in a bit of strife with a fair few people.
Already, we're getting ready to take the green flag. We're watching those HPDs come down through the corkscrew, but right now Refnes is leading the field through the final hairpin because the Porsche pace car is in, as he leads them very, very slowly, waiting patiently, keeping them stacked up. Green flag is out. Refnes is off like a shot. He gets a decent start. Oh, but a fantastic start for Christian Nosing. Immediately moves into 3rd place, but then he's a little bit slow coming up to the first corner. Schiavon tries to take that 3rd place back. A few cars side by side through the first hairpin, but otherwise it's clean. Let's go back to Steph for the LMP2 start.
Daniel Croft with a tremendous start for him. Everyone else really a bit sleepy there on that start, and Oliver Kemestad able to jump on that. He goes up to 2nd place. David Del Rio loses 1 position. Niklas Helm stays in 4th place. Behind him, it's Marcel Tai and Carsten Thiel.
Good start for Jensen Kowski back here in GT Pros. Greenez moves up into 2nd place ahead of the Absolute Energy and Unit of Energy racing car, who goes back to 3rd. Pretty clean start for most of the field. And in GT Pro, it's all nice and smooth, no huge changes of position. And GTM looks just head the same way, doesn't it?
It does indeed. It was all clean through the hairpin, so everybody knows a 6-hour race means you really don't need to push it right now. But we do have some challenge for the lead in our prototypes, our LMP1s. Refnes has Roth all over the rear wing of that car, and in fact, he might even challenge down into turn 1. Does Roth give it a go? He's got a defensive line from Refnes, so he's not willing to give it up here in the early stages. He wants to retain that track advantage we were talking about, Steph, how important it is to have that track position.
Especially coming up to the GTM class, that will happen in just a few moments, because the GTM, the last car, is now going through the corkscrew while these guys are already through turn 5. That's just how fast these LMP1s are closing.
We watch them work their way towards the corkscrew now. Backs off a little bit, so Roth maybe stronger in certain portions of the track as he gains a little through the corkscrew. So yeah, those twisty bits are looking good for the number 3 machine as we continue to follow this battle for the lead here in the very early days. He gets a great run out of the penultimate turn, doesn't take a dive down there. As we jump back to the GT cars, this is in the GTM. Looking at the battle for 3rd.
Norweg for TSP Racing. He just lost that 3rd spot to the Sim Racing Academy black car Max Beer, who got up the inside at the Andretti hairpin. Norweg ran wide off the exit of turn 2 and almost lost the spot to Rabbit Jean de Jong of Pineapple Racing, who is currently 5th in GTM. Couldn't get that move done though, and they look to have sorted themselves out now. But that was the first real change of position we've seen in GTM so far in this race.
Meanwhile, 8th position in the LMP1s has a nice little 3-way battle. It's Egbers, Fritz, and Jungbluth all sorting out the tail end of that LMP1 field. We ride on board with Egbers climbing up the steep hill to the back half of the course. You can see just how cloudy it is from on board. Very little sunshine here at this end of season race. Go ahead.
Sorry, Joe. I just want to point out that the GTM traffic has arrived for our leaders. Refnes running already into the first few cars of traffic.
Watch them try and deal with this. They're coming thick and fast right now. This could offer opportunities, especially when they're battling up in front of them, because that's Kellyan side by side with Haynes down there and the Speed Tech Sim Sport car. This is certainly blocking up the track for our leaders. Eventually, they're able to get by.
It's so messy, isn't it? Because a lot of these GTM cars have suddenly jerked their cars out of the way rather than expecting to be lapped on lap 4 maybe. of this race. It's incredibly quickly, and there's two LMP1 cars are battling to the lead of the overall race, and even on all this traffic, it's so tight on the track, any track, but on a track that's already so tight and dusty and scary, man, it's very tight. There was almost contact there for second place car.
Yeah, that was Roth trying to sneak inside of De Jong there in the Pineapple Racing machine. I don't think they made contact, but it's a big question mark of how risky do you make these moves here this early in the race? Do you try to stay up with the leader, especially since cautions are still a thing, so you could yet find yourself bunched up and catch back up. Wow, it is just wild through the pack. He's staying with him, is Roth, who we ride on board with right now, still glued to the rear of our leader, Refness, in the PCDC Argon machine. He's not letting him get away, but he has certainly been taking some gambles here in the opening laps.
And there's, on top of that, virtually no difference between a GTM and GT Pro class. So once they have cleared the GTM traffic, they're right into the GT Pro traffic. Luckily for them, the back half of the field is a little bit more spread out than the GTM class is. So these guys have at least a tiny little bit of breathing room in the ain't that much.
And it's not just worrying about the moves that they're making, but I saw Ludwig Gemmer in the GT Pro class go a little bit off through turn 6, and Hoffman managed to sneak through there. I think we have an accident going on, though. Looks like Jimbo Pfeiffer, this is the dirt machine, the 13th position HPD. This wasn't with traffic. He had some help from Raceway. The No Luck EM Sport had a little bit of that bad luck rub off, unfortunately, on the dirt machine. See Pfeiffer able to get it going once again. Raceway did give that position back, I should point out.
Yeah, great sportsmanship by them, but yeah, that's just missing your braking point by a few meters, and that's the outcome right there. As once again, the two LMP1 leaders have found themselves in the thick of the GT Pro traffic, as they're now going through turn 4 and 5.
Like a slalom out there as they weave left and right through these cars. Gets by Overgaard now. Leaves Roth behind. Roth going to have to make another risky move, getting to the inside down through turn 6, with both of them through cleanly. Starting to lose a little bit of time as Refness getting a little bit more lucky with the traffic here. All of them blowing it up over the crest of the corkscrew. Once again, holding up Roth behind the GT traffic. In fact, this is bringing in Hoffman behind him. Currently holds the 3rd spot. Hoffman also being joined by Hampus Baz. So, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th split by not much out there. Hoffman held up a little bit in that final hairpin. That cost him time. In fact, that's a horrible exit as here comes Boz looking for 3rd place, but he's plugged up behind with no place to go. Down into the first hairpin. The Andretti hairpin around the outside. Hampus still trying to make it work, but the number 19 stays in 4th place.
Yeah, the top 3 GT Pro have all spread themselves out now. These LMP1 cars will be incredibly happy about that, because it makes it a little bit easier for them all to get through. That Team Heisenfeld car looks pretty quick. He's got about a 2.5-second lead over the Hexa Racing Team Purple machine, who is just falling back through the LMP1 traffic now. And Joel Hafner, the Absolute New Energy Racing car, is about a 1.5 seconds behind him as well. So top 3 GT Pro have all spread themselves out now and are looking to settle into the 6-hour race.
So probably Adrian Refness right now the happiest man alive, because he finally cleared all the traffic. Who was that on the right side? Jorge Lero, what happened to him? That's one Audi that doesn't look like a GT3 car anymore.
And he's stationary. He's been stationary for quite a while. I'm not sure if he's waiting for an opening. It was a single car incident, so don't need a replay. He just spun off the track.
You know what? He might be waiting for a caution because he has to tow, because that car is standing now for pretty much a full lap. It was a single car accident. He just hit the gravel on the outside of the curb and spun himself very hard into that inside wall where he is now stationary, probably requesting a tow, which would mean that we will soon get our first yellow.
Meanwhile, we've got a battle for 3rd raging in the LMP2 class. This is David Del Rio leading both Nick Helm and Marcel Tai. Very close behind, as you can see. They're coming over the hill up towards the Andretti hairpin. Nobody really close enough to have a dive. I'm surprised that that stationary... Go ahead.
Sorry, Stefan Overgaard of Kinetic Racing Speed had a pretty big spin out of turn 4, hit the gravel as well, hard into the tower once he did wait for an opening, which he now got, but he lost a lot of positions there.
I'm surprised Lara hasn't been able to drive the car back into the pit lane because he's literally right across from that entry. If he could just limp it across in a gap, he could get it out of there without a caution. Meanwhile, we continue to watch this battle for third as Helm thought about it with Del Rio, but just wasn't able to do anything with the lap traffic of De Jong there in the Pineapple Racing Audi getting in the way.
So, that idea with the gap is a nice one, but yeah.
Yeah. Again, only 2.2 miles around this track, so there's very little room with still pretty much every car out racing currently. You can see how much the traffic is causing havoc for this battle for third, because that gives Del Rio a chance to sneak away. Instead, Helm is looking behind him in the mirrors at Marcel Ty, who takes a little bit of a look to the inside, but decides it's not worth sending it in that deep at this early in the race.
Up ahead, had the pass for second place in the GTM class between Frank Oosterhuis and Bryce Watson through turn 2, initiated by second place LMP2 car of Oliver Kennison, who dove to the inside of both of them, and then Oosterhuis just jumped on that occasion.
Actually, that would be for the lead, I believe. Oosterhuis.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Now ahead of Watson. So great bit of driving for the 392 to put himself on the points. And we do have a driver in the pits. Looks like Pierre Benoit Lemieux has for some reason come in. This should not be scheduled. I do not believe that he is coming in for regular service. There's also an HPD back there I just saw. It's Fenris. We're seeing some damage on Lemieux. Let's see if we can find what happened to him.
Just seeing a bit of contact happening there. Bryce Watson, who is currently second in class of Pro-Am, just got a little bit of a tap from Carsten Thoyle coming through turn number 9, who he got him away, and not much he could do there, to be honest, but Carsten Thoyle is coming under all sorts of pressure from 2 more cars right in behind him, and wanted to get that move done a bit quicker than it was physically possible there. And not a great lap there for Bryce. Watson loses the lead and then cops a little bit of a whack to his right rear, all in the process as 2 different cars.
I looked back on the mirror, and I didn't see any heavy contact, but he might have had a little bit of glancing blow with somebody. Meanwhile, we are getting some reports to the stewards. Looks like the 47 and the 54 were involved in something, and the 258 and the 217. We'll try and get some information on those incidents and let you know what happened. Also, we got a bit of a close battle for P3 down in GTM.
Escape Samuel Roth there with quite the off-track through that turn 6. Oh, there's an LMP2 spinning out there. That's Scott Corbin. He is going to wait a long time down the outside of the corkscrew. He's going to back it around. Not much damage to his car. And now Refsnes gets holed up behind Frank Oosterhuis for that first place of the GTM class, which also brings in Matthias Hoffmann now of Element Sim Racing Fire for that first place fight in the LMP1.
Despite all that's been going on, credit to the SKS team who have been sticking right with the PCDC car. They may have taken all 3 wins so far here, Steph, but man, they're being given a run for their money this time.
Yeah, I would say the first win in Circuit of the Americas was a little bit lucky because we had that 3-car incident right around the halfway point of the race, and they were on an alternate strategy, thus they were not in that fight. As now the Element Sim Racing Fire takes away that second place in, I would say, quite some style from SKS Tribute. But yeah, both Element Sim Racing and SKS Tribute really giving that Argon car a run for their money. And I also just realized that Roth has a little bit of right rear damage on his Audi.
Yeah, I wonder if that's part of what slowed him up and caused that 3 wide. Allowed Hoffman through into second. Traffic, of course, did come into play too. Still, Roth is giving chase and doing what he can to stay with it. The drivers come around to complete yet another lap. We're already, with all this action, 15 minutes into this race, so we're starting to see a little bit of time being added to the board. Everybody starting to settle in, but nobody able to relax with pretty much just a conveyor belt around the circuit. Looking at Sintowski up at the top of GT Pro here, Ryan. One of the few that looks a little bit comfortable. He's got himself a nice gap.
He does. He's been under no pressure whatsoever for basically the first 15 minutes of this race. And GT Pro's very nicely calm. All of the cars in GT Pro are pretty much spread out by a nice comfortable second or so margin. There's not much battle happening in that particular category. Most of the GT action is back in GTM, or when they're being lapped by LMP 1s and 2s, but it's a GTM class that are putting on one hell of a show at the moment. It's a pretty close battle for the lead too between Graphite Racing Am and Bryce Watson for Turbium Racing. They're just being stretched out every now and then as they get lapped by the faster classes though.
Yeah, really, our first close battle that we've got in that GTM is for 4th place. That is Till Norwig, being chased by the Pineapple car. That is Robert Jan de Jong. We've got about half a second between them. And one of those rare moments where they've got clear track around them as well. They're waiting for the prototypes to come cycle back through and cause yet more chaos for them. Right on board with Norwig as he's being chased by that Pineapple machine.
Every time I'm looking at these GTM cars from above and I see the LMP B1s, I have to stop myself going, oh, no, there's an issue. Oh, what a slider that was. Jimbo Pryfer for the dirt car, LMP2, got all sorts of sideways. He actually got a touch, I think, from the GT car behind him on the approach to the Andretti hairpin and almost took out second in GTM class Bryce Watson. That was incredibly close.
We'll see if we can get a replay on that one. It happened in the hairpin with Pfeiffer, the number 161. Good catch on that, because that could have had dramatic implications for this race. Here we go. Yeah, you can see he's getting rid of lap Bayer. He gets to the inside, and I guess just Bayer was not expecting him to take the air off of him like that, because he could not brake in time. Ooh. Pfeiffer with a great job keeping the car going even.
Yeah. Impressive, that stuff.
Meanwhile, that is going on. Matthias Hoffmann just overtook Adrian Resnes for that P1 in LMP1 class. Resnes got held up behind Kasper Valentin, then also got caught out on the wrong side of that GTE car. Thus, Matthias Hoffmann of the Element Sim Racing Fire and now in P1 as we take you to the replay of that pass.
Yeah, this is Refnes that we're looking for in the PCDC number 18. There we see him on screen. Picks the wrong side, like you said. Well, we got to watch out for that, Steph. They got to watch out for that, because I think it's easy to forget when you're in a high downforce car that those GT cars like to track out.
Yeah. It's not a very big track, and then those cars also like to track out, and in a case of a BMW, that car is anyway 3 times as wide as the track, so yeah, go figure where you want to go.
So Hoffmann, your new leader for the first time out here in the LMP1 class, and he's pulled the gap. Oh, we got a big accident behind. Was that? Whoa. That was Samuel Roth. Shoulders is well involved.
This? Yeah, this is a case of just 3 into 1. Don't go. Adrian Resnes makes it 3 wide, takes out a few cones in the meantime. And
you know, this started in front of him, if anything. Hafner, like you said, it was 3 wide. It was shoulders to his outside. That tipped him into Samuel Roth. Roth then went off track.
I would say that Shoulders is there an innocent bystander, just gets collected, and then Roth gets collected as another innocent bystander. Lots of damage to that LMP1. I can't imagine that they're gonna go with that damage for another lap.
I think Joel Hafner just got scared by the LMP1 to the inside there and moved over. There's no room for him to do so, unfortunately, though.
Yeah, it is just a case of so much happening. Eventually, you run out of focus. And poor Samuel was at the wrong place at the wrong time as we head back to Norway. We were mentioning before, with a nice fight with that Pineapple team for third place.
There was a car, a GTM car spun once again in the Mario Andretti hairpin, causing a little bit of a backup between 4, 5, 6 cars in there. Nothing happened, luckily for everyone involved, but it brought together... Oh no, wait, that's lap car satellite racing, never mind.
So this battle for 4th place here in GTM, Robert Jean de Jong, Pineapple Racing is all over the back of the TSB racing machine in front of him.
Ryan, Hannes Pitkanen of Usagi Racing is upside down just before turn 6. That is Usagi Racing. What number is that? The 40. Sorry, the 333. He's laying there for about a lap already.
Oh,
to him.
There we see on screen.
How's he got there?
There had to have been some traffic. It's a long time ago. I'm looking to see if we could find this replay. And I'm not even finding it on my screen. He just suddenly appears upside down. So I am not sure what happened here.
Yeah, it does seem like that the 333 was blinking and thus got collected by some faster traffic, I would imagine, flipping them upside down. I'm not sure if there's going to be a focus yellow for that or not. Right now it doesn't seem like so.
So far we've only had 3 cars with protests, and none of them have had anything happen. Let's get back to that GTM battle, though, that we were watching before, Ryan. We keep trying to cover it, and you keep having other stuff happen.
Indeed, it's starting to close up, this GTM battle. The top 3 are covered by about 2 seconds. Frank Usheritz of Graphite Racing M is slowly being caught by Bryce Watson of Terbium Racing, who was your pole sitter for the GTM class, don't forget. And then Max Bayer, Sim Racing Academy Black, is stuck to his rear bumper too. That TSB Racing and Pineapple Racing battle is still going on, and in fact they're almost side by side, and they're bumper to bumper heading down turn 1 and into turn 2. They'll go defensive line from the TSB Racing machine. Robert Jean de Jong made to go the long way around. They almost make contact, but great clean racing. No paint exchange, still side by side. Now he's got the inside for turn 3, and through goes Robert Jean de Jong on Till Norway. Fantastic exchange there, and up into 4th place for the Pineapple Racing car.
Young had been working on that for a while. That's got to be a relief, especially before they start getting caught by this traffic that is coming up right now. That certainly hurts Norwig. That was Daniel Kraft in the LMP2 class. It's actually our leader in the LMP2 class right now, the CQR Club car going through, and that actually put Robert Yan Diong off track there through turn 6, just the place where he did not want it. He manages to hold on to that 4th position, but only just. Cannot relax at any point out here, no matter which class you are in. You can see how much that allowed Norway to close right back up. More traffic coming up behind them. This is Alex Sturm. He's going to abandon that, though. He's going to come into pit lane. Does not want to get involved in that fight. Marcel Egbers, though, in that LMP1 car, the number 7, is able to streak by cleanly on the front stretch.
Indeed, and Max Bayer has got by Bryce Watson there into turn 2, the change of position for 2nd place in GTM. Terbium back to 3rd, and Sim Racing Academy Black now into 2nd with a lead the charge to try and catch the Graphite Racing AM car that leads this GTM category.
So we're seeing a couple drivers now come in for stops. This is still a little bit early, but about a half an hour isn't too outside of a normal window. So right on board with 3rd place Watson. Doesn't seem to be doing so hot ever since the start of the race. I wonder if he's got any sort of damage that's slowing him up. That Terbium machine shouldn't be falling backwards like we're seeing, unless they're playing some sort of fuel strategy here.
Now, one thing I want to point out is how competitive this DGFX field is. If we take a look at the number 285, that's Fisher Motorsport Mark W. McCormack right now behind the wheel of that. He is in 12th place in class. That's one of the last cars to still run in that class. And he's fighting with 13th and 14th just behind him for that 4th place as our LMP1 leaders come through, splitting that battle up now as we talk about it. But yeah, it's just incredibly competitive throughout the whole field. You will find battles.
So I'm seeing we've got a protest or an investigation here on Joel Hafner. Remember, he was involved in that big wreck we saw down into the Andretti hairpin that involved Refness. And checking to see, yeah, it's between themselves and the 18. Apparently they were not happy with that move from Refness, but unfortunately looks like nothing will come of the protest. A lot of these drivers, unfortunately, seeming to file them outside the window of what they are allowed to, which is why we're not getting any sort of action quite yet. I'll be honest, though, I haven't seen anything that looked a little, looked too untowards out on the track. It's just been the nature of multi-class racing from what I've been seeing.
Yeah, it's all been pretty clean so far, and when it is only just over a minute lap times for the fastest cars in this race at the moment, you do get that incredible chaos and frenetic racing, big bursts at times throughout this race, and inevitably that will lead to little mistakes from people that lead to crashes, and sometimes they're just, a lot of the time, they're just racing incidents. Lapses of concentration lead to those minor mistakes that often do have dire consequences, though.
I'm a little bit surprised, though. We had a car on its lid, and we didn't get a caution earlier. I'm trying to figure out what actually, it looks like the Usagi Racing team has called it a day, because I do not see them in the session right now. So that is our first DNF officially. We do have at least one other car taking repairs. That's Jorge Lara, who we saw earlier in the GT AMs have that big wreck down out of the penultimate turn. They've been 16 minutes stationary in their pit stall taking repairs, so they're going to try and get back out later, it seems.
So P2 and GTM continues to move along at a steady rate. After getting by, Matt Spire there has not pulled away from Bryce Watson at all in that battle, and they stay locked in combat there, while the Graphite Racing AM car, Frank Bushahus, seems to have sorted out a bit more pace for himself and just pulled out that gap a bit. Whether that comes back down because the lap traffic starts to make its way past him is yet to be seen, but might be saved by some of the LMP cars starting to come into the pit lane before the GT cars do.
You know, I kind of wonder as well, not just that battle for second, but what about the battle for third, which isn't really much of a battle right now, I should say, but we've been watching De Jong make steady progress and have good pace, and Watson the reverse. So I kind of wonder if the Terbium Racing might be eventually caught by Pineapple. There is about 4 seconds between them. If traffic falls the way of De Jong, we could yet see him looking at a potential podium as we now watch Egbers take what looks like a scheduled stop there in the number 7 LMP1. Audi getting his service. Fritz also joining him.
Yeah, it seems like that they are performing a little bit of an undercut on the rest of the field, as Fritz now is going, as well as not the German Sim Racing car. That is interesting.
Egbers must have some sort of damage, because this is a pretty long stop. Fritz was in and out in 35 seconds. With 78...
Oh, I just saw it, sorry. It's out of turn 6, they get collected by BMW on the outside. They got too much gravel on turn 5. Heavy side impact to their LMP1, which is most definitely the cause of this lengthy stop.
Yeah, that was about 2.5 minutes ago, so not sure that we'll be able to get a replay. We go back to Rote here in the number 3 in 5th position. And he was the one that certainly was the worst victim out of that incident that we saw down into this very corner. He's able to get by the lap traffic of Torres. And actually that was 4th position with Nosing, who's battling behind him. Very close fight here for the 5th spot.
And I can quickly report that Marcel Egbers has once again taken on the race for German Sim Racing LMP1.
And Nosing's through. There you see on screen I wonder if Rote also suffering from damage, waiting to try and go a little bit long to get some repairs apparently. But it's certainly not helping them because that SKS Tribute car has gone from the front row of the grid now down to 6th in a 10-car field. So this is, I feel like they're staying out too long, if I'm honest, Steph.
Yeah, it does seem so. They have a lot of damage to the right side, which, if I remember correctly, is the side where the battery is located. So, yeah, I'm not sure if they're doing themselves right now favor. Yes, they are still roughly on pace. Let's actually see. That was a 12.4 versus 11.6 for Christian Nussing in the PCDC Motorsports Xenon. So, they're losing nearly a full second per lap, which I'm not sure if it really is that much of a good idea to stay out and lose that much time.
A little bit of an off track there coming through 3. Meanwhile, watching the battle on screen here for the GT Pros. This is for 7th position. That's Graphite Racing Pros Julian Bell being chased by Casper Valentin, the Torque Freak Racing Maggots car.
This battle's been going on for a couple of laps now too. And it's really the only battle happening in GT Pro, which is why we haven't highlighted this category quite so much yet. As we watch this battle, just give you a quick update on the first few standings of GT Pro. It's Team Heissenwell that still lead. Hexa Racing, Team Purple, and Absolute Unit of Energy Racing. The top 5 is rounded out by Virtual Motorsport and Kinetic Racing Velocity. Hell Races Hearsey is the car in between top 5, and this battle here between Graphite Racing Pro and that Torque Freak Racing Maggots machine. So, the GT Pro drivers just seem to be in the mindset of get to the end of the race and then worry about your racing, and then they're not really racing anybody out on track. And even this battle has still got about 7 or so car lengths between them as they make their way through turn 11 now. And I think he's still going to be too far back to have a look at turn 2 and Andretti hairpin. So this is what's happening with GT Pro. It's all very calm in this category at the moment.
Oh, and a quick correction on earlier. Those protests that were leveled earlier are within the submission window. It's been updated on our race control screen. So they will be investigated, it seems. We'll try and give you an update. None of them have a decision yet, it seems. Continue to watch this fight for P7. Bell holding back Valentin, at least at arm's length, not giving him a chance to try and go on the attack. They are being caught by our leader in the LMP2, so that could change things up quickly. There we see Kraft on screen. He has been unfazed. You were reporting earlier behind the scenes, Steph, that he's just left everybody else in the dust.
Yeah, he really has. He's now 11.3 seconds ahead of the German Sim Racing LMP2 car, which is in 2nd place. They themselves have already gapped the World of Sim Racing team, which is in 3rd place right now, with David Del Rio behind the wheel of that car. 5 seconds for them. So yeah, the LMP2s, they for some reason are not as faced by all the traffic than the other classes, and they are really able to gap themselves quite some nice gaps to the cars behind and be open for those strategicals.
And you watch him weave his way through this fight. It's taking him a little bit. Oh, and this is a late move there on Bell. That slows up Julian a great amount. And Daniel Kraft clearly in a hurry to continue to extend that gap, much to the ire of the number 292. Valentin catches right up to the rear bumper. Is this going to be his best opportunity? He stays with him through turn 5, climbing the hill up towards 6. And through this corner, it's got to be clean through here. Got to push the limit. Bell a little bit better through that swift left-hander and pulls the gap once again.
Daniel Kraft making quick notice of all of his passes right now. And it really does do him a favor, but how long that's going to go well, nobody really knows. There's also a battle right now going up for 12th place in the LMP2 class. That's between the 133 and the 161. That's the Apex Racing Group Blue versus
Andretti hairpin. Scott Corbin, the LMP2 machine, running in 20th overall, had a slight issue there with Stefan Overgaard of Kinetic Racing Speed, the GT Pro. We've got a replay coming up on screen, And they were 2x2 heading into the Johnny Hairpin, and Overguard just lost it by himself. And unfortunately for the LMP2, there was nowhere to go. Hopefully not too much damage to that machine, but an inconvenience that neither of those drivers would have wanted.
Yeah, see it from above here, and yeah, we saw
almost
this
took out
before.
GTM Pro leader too. Ooh, GTM, wow. Yeah, GTM leader. Wow, almost.
We've seen that multiple times already today, that it isn't necessarily keeping clean. Sometimes you're just at the wrong place at the wrong time, as Corbin was, and our leaders in the GTM were nearly as well. Most of the field is starting to spread apart at this point. I'm not seeing too many battles within classes. Really, the battle for 7th in the GT Pro is one of our closest we were watching before, between Bell and Valentine. They're continuing to have to deal now with other GT traffic. That's Till Norwig and the GTMs. That's a lot tougher for them to try and get by, and is being an absolute headache for Valentine right now, who nearly makes contact with the HPD going by. That was Kemisat.
That was, I think he almost made contact with Norwig, and then as a result, ducking to the left, almost made contact with another car too. And very tight margins this in multi-class racing. You cannot afford, especially the LMP cars, cannot afford to have any sort of damage because it affects them so massively aerodynamically. Luckily, the GT cars are a little bit more robust, but you don't want to be affected the aero on those cars, because 2/10 a lap even at the end of 6 hours, that's a lot of laps, and that's a lot of time lost.
Valentine really lost out big time. 1.3 seconds now up to Julian Bell. And Till Norwig, again, he's fighting for a lot. He's in 5th place in that GTM class, so he has reason to not want to try and give up too much time. It's just unfortunate that it was costly for those around him.
Well, there's right now this battle. There's also the battle for P3 in the GT Pro class. That's between Terrell Hafner of Absolute Unit of Energy Racing and Dennis Garrison of Virtual Motorsport. Now, the Ferrari of Garrison, he is sometimes losing, sometimes gaining a little bit due to traffic, but in total, Garrison is definitely gaining on the BMW of Absolute Unit. So maybe we'll soon see a pretty big fight here for that 3rd place in the GT Pro class.
Yeah, they're coming up on AM traffic. That's Max Bayer just ahead of the Absolute Unit BMW. He's going to be able to sneak through turn 5. Ooh, but a bad exit, unfortunately, for Garrison, as he's also compromised by Max Bayer. Manages to eventually get through as they come through turn 6, but here comes all 4 classes all at once, because we've got an LMP2 in Banfield, followed by Hampus Baz in that LMP1. And they're all going to woe up through the corkscrew. Eventually, everybody should be able to sort themselves out, but at a frantic moments as Baz is having trouble trying to find his way through. Eventually, he sneaks by at least Banfield. Now he slips to the inside of Garrison, and he's finally through this field.
Have we covered that PCDC Motorsports Argon has pitted? I'm not sure if we have. Either way, they have pitted from the lead 5 laps ago already, so they're now in 6th place in the last car on the lead lap, surprisingly.
And they've changed drivers. It is now Jean-Luca Matteo who is in that number 18, taking over for Refnes. They do have rules on the time limits for drivers on how much they can drive, so they've decided now is a good time as any to get Jean-Luca in there. Meanwhile, looking down at LMP2s.
I just realized Robert Jan de Jong had some problems. He's missing a hood, and he got collected by LMP2 traffic. That was not too long ago, maybe a few... Yeah, it's already 2 minutes ago, so it might be too long. But he got hit by an LMP2 car into the 2nd last turn, and he got smashed right into the tire barriers, not able to get out of it anymore.
Well, after the pace that he was showing, that is a great disappointment for the number 360, as he's been sitting stationary in his pit stall now for nearly a minute. That is going to be a horrible day for them now. We had a bit of a scary moment just now.
Last corner! couple of cars have crashed. There's an LMP2, David Del Rio's gone around, and the GT car that was involved was second place in GTM. Max Bias, Sim Racing Academy Black. And we had about half the field in the last portion of the track, and in the end, it resulted in a crash, and the LMP2 car just too fast through the corner, slight misjudgment, got into the back of Max Bayer's machine, and around they went, and luckily no one else really involved, but you can see there the ridiculous amount of cars all congested into this corner, and nowhere for the LMP2 machine to go after making that contact.
Quite honestly, I have no idea what Del Rio thought there. He is coming from so far back. He is braking about 50, maybe even 100 meters later than he should. And yeah, quite honestly, I have no idea what Del Rio was thinking about there. Clearly not his braking point.
That LMP1 Audi that you saw sneaking to the inside, that was Samuel Roth in the SKS car. So he's got to be thanking his lucky stars that he didn't get involved in a second incident that wasn't of his doing. He's still running in 5th, so still losing time, unfortunately. He gained a spot from the PCDC 18 pitting, but they're catching them at a quick rate of knots, and eventually SKS will have to pit themselves. So we're expecting them in relatively soon. Only had 2 of the LMP1s, 3 of the LMP1s, it looks like, having a scheduled stop. That'll be PCDC's number 18, Satellite Racing's number 64, and the GT Temple Racing's number 9. I do see that Maximilian Fritz has been in the number 9 as well. They've been in twice, it looks like, so they've had to get some damage repaired, if I recall.
The have had a race control decision too. For car number 7 has been given a 20-second stop-go for the incident earlier in the race. They crashed into the back of car 78, but I don't think they're going to be 7 that, because it does look like they are 12 laps down and have been sat in pit lane for quite some time.
I suspect that once they get back out on track, if they get back out on track, they'll be asked to serve that. Old Dogs has come in for their scheduled service. That's Shiavon. Let's see if they get a driver change. We've had a couple already. A bit surprising that we're seeing teams switch this early. Looks like no driver change. Shiavon stays in the car. 47 takes his regular service. Right now our leader in this class is still Hoffman. And we've got a battle happening in LMP2. This is between Del Rio and Helm. Del Rio on the chase in 5th position. Nicholas Helm, who's had some excitement throughout this race so far, is currently holding down 4th position. He gets by Dennis Garrison. And Stefan Overgaard in front of them in the GT Pro class, both of them being split by some of these GT cars. They're going to wait patiently down through turn 6. Helm gets the run, up the hill, slots through the inside, but now that he gets by, that means that Del Rio has to try and overtake Overgaard to stick with him. It's a game of chess through these lapped vehicles. Hafner, the next one in front, he keeps to the racing line as Helm is able to sneak through. Great work with that traffic. Wow. Just in that one lap, Nicholas Helm pulling a big gap back to Del Rio. And the 151, what was a couple tenths, has now gone up to 2 seconds.
Guess what? The battle for P6 in the GT Pro class is still red hot. Between those 2 drivers of Julian Bell and Caspar Valentin, so they have closed back up the gap on Top Racing Maggots, that is, for that 7th place, in the GT Pro class.
Might be a change here for position. There will be the LMP1 cars a difference, and Valentin will go through on the inside of Julian Bell relatively easy in the end, as Bell had to sidestep that LMP1 machine of, who was it? It was Matthias Hoffman going by through turn 4. And so Sixth place now belongs to Talk Freak Racing Maggot's car.
Oh, Pinello's had a big problem.
Oh,
He's in the tires. This is in turn 5. Looks like, did he just outbrake himself here? He was 3 wide for a moment, but he didn't touch anybody. LMP2 car, excuse me, that's off track here.
yeah, he did drive that one about 150 meters deep. He did brake at about 50 meters deep. That's not gonna slow you down for that.
I think he might be stuck because he's still stationary in there. We still haven't got a caution yet. And this is kind of in the firing zone. They do treat this as, even though this is virtual, that cautions come out if stewards would have to come out on track. And because of this, we're seeing leaders start to come in, maybe try to cover themselves off. The LMP1 class, Baz is in. Nussing is taking stops. Samuel Rotes also finally getting the repairs that is much needed for that SKS car.
Remember that incident we saw earlier, the 3-car crash with the LMP1 cutting across the kink, and then I think it was Joel Hafner having to take evasive action and causing the collision in the end. The 18 has been penalised and given a stop-go penalty as a result. That's PCD Motorsports' iGolden car, so they've got a 20-second hold in their next pit stop. So that's another penalty that's been handed out by Race Control.
And Hoffman, I was worried that our leader in the LMP1s was not able to get in time before we get a caution. It looks like he is going to be able to take his service because they do close the pits when they throw that yellow flag. Still, Elvis Bonello is stationary. And that car, if I'm not mistaken, is starting to smoke a bit. Unless he's... Actually, you know what? I think he's trying to pull the car out. I think he's got it in reverse and is desperately trying to dig a hole to get him out of that tire barrier. Julian Lowe has hopped into the number 3 SKS. So there's a driver change for that machine. And that is everybody in our LMP1 class that is now at least pitted once.
I just jumped on board with that car that's in the tyre bundle, and there's no engine sound at all, so the engine's gone. I don't know what the plan is, but surely that brings out a caution, right? I mean, you'd have to think so.
I would expect so. Like I said, I'm a little surprised. Usually a car on its lid also gives us a caution, but we didn't get one for that. Wait and see what the stewards do. Bonello's certainly been there for a long time and is now multiple laps down from the leader in his class. And eventually now he's finally taken a tow. All right, so no caution apparently, as we've been green since the green flag fell for the first time here. So about 50 minutes that we've been racing there. You can see the damage on the front of the 111 that happened because of that incident.
Doesn't look great, does it?
It does not. Certainly starting to see some of these drivers suffer the effects of this endurance race, as was mentioned with the penalties happening. We're watching Del Rio now with a fight. Is this Middleton? Yes, it is. Neil Middleton catching him as that's traffic. Unfortunately, slowing both of them up. Middleton waits patiently around the outside of turn 10. John Haynes, though. Well, Haynes won.
Corkscrew! There's a car turn in the corkscrew. It's a blind corner. They're all having to go off the track to avoid him.
That's number
Dennis
133.
Garrison, the virtual motorsport car, and Andy Bannerfield of the Apex Racing Group Blue, the 2 cars that got caught there. And I do not know how that was only a 2-car incident. That was incredibly lucky. Such a dangerous spot to be. And you can see the virtual motorsport car arrives on the scene. Great job not to really hit him at high speed, and great job from everyone else to see it and avoid it.
That started with Banfield getting tipped by John Haynes. And then there you can see him coming up to Banfield, Garrison, and running into him. Banfield actually tried to get the car going and spun it around a second time. He was off track initially. Everybody taking avoiding maneuvers to try and not get collected in that wildness. But eventually everybody gets going once again. But boy, that was costly for a couple drivers, and Banfield eventually took himself down to pit lane because of it.
Yes, indeed. I heard someone's engine blow in pit lane as Banfield pulled in. It wasn't Banfield's car. I'm just trying to find out who it was. But I don't like my chances. But someone's just blown an engine. I can tell you that, Joe.
That is definitely not good news as we continue to watch the battle between Del Rio and Middleton. This is for 5th position in the LMP2s. Once again, Middleton trying to make good with traffic as he goes by our leader in the GT Pro, Santowski, giving way. Santowski not under threat right now, 11 seconds back in that GT Pro class. So he really has the ability to give them a little bit of room. Meanwhile, our GT Am leader is in the pits.
He is in the pits, and his engine's fine because he's out of the pits now. And he gets that service done. This should relinquish the lead back to Graphite Racing Am. And in fact, Graphite Racing Am is just coming out of pit lane now, so...
It's
how...
Shoulders, yeah, S-Rock takes the lead. Looks like in the 310.
Because Graphite Racing Am have had a very comfortable lead in GTM for a while now. And I'm just trying to work out how they've fallen back to 3rd in class at the moment. Because Real Pits Motorsport made a pit.
Well, Vide, you know what? I think it was tires. It looks like Jean-Philippe Vide, the 312, had a much shorter stop. Bell was in there for a full minute.
Well, the S-Rock Racing cars in between them as well. They haven't pitted though. So S-Rock Racing are the odd ones out here. They haven't made a pit stop yet.
That makes a little bit more sense now. So they should be coming in relatively soon. You can go a little farther than an hour on these GT3 cars. And see just how much traffic is still out there. And this is going to get a little bit complicated as they go 3 wide. Brave stuff. That was Matthias Hoffman. Actually, that was a 2nd place in the LMP1s who made that move.
Indeed. There's just still working this one out. So I think now this is relinquished the GTM lead away to Real Pixel Motorsports. And some more pit stops happening too as a LMP2 machine dives down in pit lane as well.
It's one of our front runners. That's the 169 German sim racing car of Oliver Kimisat. Let's see if he steps out or if he stays in. Not seeing him leave the car, so it looks like there will be no driver change. Del Rio, who was in that fight we were watching before, is also going to take service. He comes down pit lane. You see him heading towards his stall. Very few of our LMP2s have pitted yet. Just these 2 that we're seeing. Everybody else still out running. That class is just being stomped on right now by Daniel Kraft in the CQR Club machine. 22 seconds between 1st and 2nd place in that class.
Oh. That's a big gap in not even an hour's racing. It's everyone else in the class is going to be desperately hoping for a caution. I can tell you that right now.
I was just thinking the same thing. Marcel Tai is really wanting the stewards to throw that caution that we haven't gotten yet, incredibly. And looks like we got another protest. This is between the 301 and the 261. That would be, I wonder if that was the incident in the final hairpin that we saw.
Yeah, I think potentially will be.
261. No, that would be between Pro-Am and or not Pro-Am, GT Pro and GT Am. That happened between. We'll get information on that a little bit later. Josh Wolf from the LMP2s in the meantime also is in. Nicholas Helm for the Nomad team taking his service. Once we get a few more of these prototypes with their pit stops done, we'll take a quick break here. Clearly, this is shuffling up the order here in our 2nd fastest class. Looking to see if anybody taking any different strategies in that LMP2 class. And so far, everybody looks to be just doing the same in those prototypes. About 30 to 35 second pit stops. Really, the only one that was different was David Del Rio. And I do believe that was for some repairs because it was a minute and a half that the 151 was stationary. That to me indicates that he had some extra work that needed to be done on that machine.
And with these endurance races too, there is a lot of strategies that you can take to get to that final checkered flag. So sometimes you see the field mix up a bit in these early stages, and you're trying to work out what strategy they're taking. When we get down to the end, the final stages of the race in about 5 hours time, then we'll know how the field really stands in strategy. But until then, it can be a bit of a guessing game sometimes.
Starting to get some of our GT Pro drivers in. Bradley Mall. Oh, yeah. Tim Hoisingveld in. So Zentowski coming in from the lead.
God, it's a long wait, isn't it?
That'll relinquish it to Joel Hafner, of all people. And that's because Mark Torres pits. So Hafner, despite being involved in that wild accident down into the Andretti hairpin, is not showing too bad for that 269 team.
No, it's not. He got away with it pretty well. There wasn't too much damage to that car. And when a caution comes out, he should be back on level playing field with the leaders. When I say when a caution comes out, surely it's a case of when, not if. You very rarely get a 6-hour race that doesn't have a caution come out at some point or other.
Now this is interesting. Oh, here we go. So Gianluca Matteo was black flagged for a pit lane infraction. They took service with a penalty that they were serving. So that is, let's see, which car is that? That's car number 18, the PCDC Argon car. That is bad news. Actually, that was one of our former leaders there. So this is setting them back even further. They're going to have to, let's see, what's their penalty for this? It looks like they're getting a warning, so it won't set them back any further. But they are now on thin ice with the stewards.
Indeed they are, and you've got to be really careful about that too, because no more leniency for them. You make one more mistake, more mistake.
Leader for LMP2 is pitted. CQR taking their stop. Marcel Tai going to take it as well. That's the last of our LMP2s, because it looks like Real Pixel Motorsports, Energy Racing, all joining them. This will help us shuffle it out to get a better idea exactly where everybody sits. I mean, we obviously know where the CQR Club car is probably going to be, because they just finished their service. Normal stop, 32 seconds. The 116 going to return in the lead. What about Marcel Tai and Oliver Chemisat, though? Tai is just finishing up service. He's second right now in the number 101, while Chemisat is coming around the final corner. Tai is moving. He's got a ways to go, though, to get up to the exit cones, and I think Chemisat is going to take second place away. Yes, indeed, he is. Tai returns in third from that, and it might be a close battle between himself and Nick Helm, who's just getting up to the Andretti hairpin. Tai is safe, as Helm is about 5 to 6 seconds back. With that, and with us just about hitting the 1 hour mark in this race, that's going to take us to a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back with lots more racing here at Laguna Seca. It's round 4 for the DGFX series. Stick around. welcome back to Laguna Seca. We are watching round 4 in the DGFX series. Right now, your leaders after first set of pit stops have finished. There's Hampus Baz and the number 19 for LMP1s. Daniel Kraft leads your LMP2s for the CQR Club. And then Jan Santowski is the leader in GT Pro for the number 248 Team Hoisingfeld machine. Down in the GT-AM, it is Jean-Philippe Vide for the Real Pixel Motorsports 3 machine. We have had no cautions thus far, but that is not for the lack of incidents. We've had at least one car on its lid and a few pileups out there, but the stewards have figured that they are able to keep going without dramas. Thus far, we've only got 5 cars left on the lead lap overall, up with the prototypes. The SKS Tribute machine with Julien Ribelot is currently the last one on the lead lap and trying to actually stay on the lead lap, as it's not been the best of days for them.
Hasn't been. There's a pretty good battle though back here for what is second place in GT-AM. Graphite Racing AM. Richard Bell is right there in front of Max Bayer, Sim Racing Academy Black, and it seems that these two, or they were in battle about a few laps before the pit stop phase came out. Max Bayer spent most of the first stint trying to chase down that Graphite Racing car, took the pit stop, didn't jump out of the Graphite, or didn't jump out of the Sim Racing car. Contrary, Graphite Racing M did change drivers. Now, as a result, Max Bayer has been able to catch them. Unfortunately, they've both been jumped by Real Pixel Motorsport 3, who we believe didn't take tyres, I believe, Joe.
It seems to be the case for them. It is possible to do around here. And it's a cool track, so that seems like a bit of a clever move to me. If the wear isn't there, if you haven't been slipping and sliding around much, might as well take the gamble, see if it can get you track position if we ever do get a caution. But right now, the concern is for Bayer working on Richard Bell to try and take that second place away, what could potentially be first if something happens with that Real Pixel number 312. They've got a car behind, that's Joel Hafner in the GT Pro, so he should be able to get through. Certainly going to hold him up here as he gets to the inside through the Andretti hairpin. Bayer has to give way, and Hafner continues on his way.
And Hafner is being chased by Mark Torres, of Kinetic Racing Velocity too, so that's a battle for third in GT Pro class. That Kinetic Racing car you can see is now behind Max Bayer too, so a little battle forming there between those two cars as well. Now they're going to get caught 3 wide as the LMP2 splits the middle.
He's able to get through with no dramas. But yeah, it makes sense why we saw Hafner try and make that move down to the inside. He really wants to get away. And we've got yet another LMP1, another prototype coming through on the back of Josh Wolf. So it's getting a little bit complicated with this group as they all go through Bell. Torres now has to work his way by that 392 and deal with the traffic as Hafner continues to try and streak away. He, however, gets held up by the LMP1s up in front of him. Nosing able to get through in that LMP1. And here is our 4th place driver in the LMP1s. That's Ricardo Schiavon. You can see the speed difference on the front stretch between himself and this and the just the GT Pro of Joel Hafner. Oh, and we got a spin. No. That was Mark Torres nearly getting into Bell. I think they actually made contact, but Bell was able to avoid spinning the car himself. Let's get a replay on this. Torres was eager to make time, and in his eagerness, unfortunately, lost the rear end. That could have been so much worse.
And his rear end just tagged the front left of the Graphite Racing M machine. Shouldn't be any damage really to those cars, but a bit of a scare for Richard Bell and an unfortunate spin for the Kinetic Racing Velocity machine.
I mean, what do you do in that situation, Ryan, when you have something that scary happens? I mean, to calm yourself down though after that sort of incident, because Bell had to have been a little bit rattled by that. What do you do to try and get yourself back focused on what's in front of you?
For me, when I'm racing, and for like 31st, it's basically just try to reset, because it's multi-class racing this. You're gonna have stuff like that happen. And it's probably not the first or last time today that Richard Bell is going to be somewhere near a driver that spins or has an off track or makes a mistake near him. So it's something you're going to be prepared for, and just have your wits about you. He almost got turned again in Richard Bell. He shot the door firmly in the face of Dennis Garrison of Virtual Motorsport through the second part of the Andretti hairpin, and almost had a GT Pro in his left rear. And I think Richard Bell is a bit flustered at the moment from that incident.
Yeah, as that was happening, we're watching the battle between Simonson and Torres, which is actually still going on right now, right next to Bell. And Torres is able to get through. That's Beyer, who's fighting with Bell, by the way. So these are both battles for position on track. Simonson just compromised down through turn 6, but everybody is through, along with Andy Banfield and Martin Tilegard now joining the fray.
So Beyer's got by Bell now as a result of all that, but Bell's coming back at him through the corkscrew and wasn't able to find the move there. So Bell now moves his, moves his Sim Racing Academy Black machine up into second in class behind that Real Picture Motorsport 3 car, and is a ways out in front of these guys.
Bell gets overtaken by our leader in the LMP2s. That separates himself and Beyer. Frantic stuff here for what is second position right now in our GT-AM class. They get overtaken by Pierre-Benoit Lemieux. Satellite racing car leaves them be. For those wondering why we don't have Stefan anymore, he had to take off to go help with the Camel GT series. Stick around if you're enjoying this, but if you do want to go check out that Camel race, it is live right now. So we've got vintage cars over racing at Le Mans. Meanwhile, as we continue to watch this fight, we've got, do we have someone pitting? Is Alex Sturm? That was the GT Temple Racing, and Alex, who took over the car from Fabian Jungbluth after the first pit stop, returns in 9th position.
Interesting time to pit there. Not really in the pit cycle, is it? But maybe just running himself off cycle and put himself in a good spot if a caution comes out. There's a couple of big cluster points around this track. This is one of them. Up here at the corkscrew right now, a big wad of cars all bunched together.
And it involves a race for position. German Sim Racing is holding second place in LMP2, but they're being chased by Hoisingveld's 101 machine with Marcel Ty in there and Nick Helm for the Nomad team. As they all come together, and that's who is that turning one of our LMP2s? That was Chemiset, who loses second place, and I believe that was Meyer who got into him in the Porsche. It was 3 wide. And Marcel Ty was on the outside and managing to avoid it. You're going to see him in the gray LMP2, just sneaking through the green and white Porsche of Meyer, unfortunately turning Ty. Excuse me, not Ty, but Chemiset. Watch it one more time from on board. My father always used to say, I'd rather be lucky than good. And I think that was the case for Ty right there.
There's a cool little battle going on for 5th in GT Pro. This is who is it? Who is it? It's Kinetic Racing Velocity. Mark Torres, sorry, and being chased by Marcus Simonson of Hell Racers here. See, they've just about got themselves out of the huge pack of lapped cars, or cars that were lapping them. Sorry, LMP2s, LMP1s, and now they're gonna have a straight fight, but it looks like Torres is struggling just a little bit in comparison to Simonson. He's slowly been catching them over the last few laps. Just having a look at their lap times. 120.5 last time for Simonson, and 120.4 for Torres. And of course, you can't look too much on the lap times, can you, in multi-class racing? Because almost every lap, there's some form of lap traffic getting in the way, and you don't catch it at the same place as other cars, and it makes it really hard to compare, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with, I mean, we've only lost, I think, 1 car still. Might have been up to 2 at this point. We do have a couple that are in pit lane. As we've been watching this with our GT Pro class, I've been keeping half an eye on Helm and Ty because they've stayed close to each other ever since Chemiset had that spin. And Nicholas Helm actually had a couple goes at him in the traffic, but Marcel was able to hold him off. They're coming up to more right now, and this could affect things. In fact, he's really having to bob and weave, as you can see them climbing the hill, the Rahal straight up towards the corkscrew. Unfortunately for Helm, he gets held up down through the corkscrew as he has to overtake Valentin in that GT Pro, and that costs him a fair bit of time up to Marcel.
Certainly did, and it seems like the field's congregating in one big background, because I've just spent the last 2 minutes looking down at all the GT Pro cars, going down the list, finding out who's battling who, and I swear every one of them is involved in a giant pack of cars. It's frantic stuff out there. It's tough, this, because at the end of 6 hours, these drivers have been either, you know, racing or spotting for their teammates, being involved in some way for 6 hours. It's very tough on you mentally, isn't it? Because come the end, you just don't have that same focus you do at the start of the race. It makes that racing on such a tight track very difficult.
Absolutely. We're riding on board right now with Simonson. And I'm glad that you bring that up, because I don't know about you, but I feel physically exhausted after the endurance races just because of the focus required. Your brain just, it makes your body feel worn out. It's working so hard. By the way,
yeah, it's tough.
No prizes for guessing who's getting investigated now. The 169 of Chemiset has filed a protest on the 284, and they are being looked at by the stewards. The 169, of course, the one we saw spin and lose second place in the LMP2 class, and the 284 being Meyer, who we mentioned earlier in the GT Pro.
71 has protested the 18 as well for an earlier incident too, so a couple of incidents being involved stewards at the moment.
Yeah, that was Gianluca Matteo. Remember, they had already gotten a warning as well as a penalty before. The 18 is really having to make a lot of visits up to the steward's room, unfortunately, today. But we'll see what comes of that, though, with the number 71. 71 is Hoffman. And the Element Sim Racing Fire Machine. Meanwhile, we've got one of our drivers pitting. This is actually the Argonne team. So thankfully they don't have a penalty to deal with this time. Looks like he's also joined by Fritz. This seems a little bit more what's expected for the pit schedule, unlike the GT Temple team with Sturm coming in just a few laps ago, about 5 laps ago it looks like. You can expect about 30 laps on a stint, 30 or so laps for these LMP1 cars before they need to come in for tires and fuel. Mateo returns to the track in 6th position, still a lap down. I love this onboard. This gives us a great idea of just how narrow it is coming on that pit exit. So he returns to the track. The glorious open track in front of him for a brief moment before he'll start to hit traffic yet again.
You could see as well from the onboard, when he got out to racing service, you can see from this shot actually, in fact, the racing line. The big dark patch in the road that you can see is the racing line. That's where all the drivers, or most of the drivers, are spending the majority of the time through the corners. And if you venture outside of that line, certainly later on in the race, what you'll find is there's no grip outside of that, because that's where all the marbles, which is basically the rubber being peeled or sliced off the tyres, where that ends up on the racetrack, and that stuff ain't grippy.
I'm starting to see a lot of dust kicked up as well. You can really see it. It almost looks foggy in some cases out on track. As we take a look at Hampus Bas, our leader currently out in the LMP1s. See if he comes in this lap. He's on 28 laps for this stint. And nope, he's going to continue on for another lap as he goes by Stefan Overgaard. He is being chased by Hoffman, though. 1 second between first and second place. After an hour and 20 minutes of racing with no cautions, this bodes well, certainly, for our field, that both the Hell Racers and the Element Racing team are quite evenly matched.
Indeed. We keep mentioning there's not been a caution, there's not been a caution. Surely at some point the commentator's curse kicks in, right?
Yeah. We have actually checked with the stewards to get some information on the incidents that we've seen, and it says that because they've been in authorized zones where they feel the virtual marshals could pull them away and they're not in the firing line. That's why we haven't had a caution quite yet. So we'll need to be a little bit farther away from the, or closer to the danger zone, I guess you could say, before we'll get a yellow flag.
As basically, you know, Formula 1 has their virtual safety car periods for incidents that don't require that full safety car. It's like that, except there's no virtual safety car in iRacing. So we just keep it green, let them go at it, have fun.
Absolutely. Well, that gives us more action, you know? It's glad to see the drivers able to keep going at full tilts as we ride on board now with Nosing, trying to chase down third place Shiavon. There's less than a second splitting these two. And in fact, are they being joined by another friend? Or no, that's Josh Wolf in front of them, excuse me. That's LMP2 class. It's hard to tell from far away. Our perspective, they have to be kind of eye in the sky commentating this, and sometimes it's hard to tell some of the classes apart here. Meanwhile, looks like, speaking of the classes, we got some action down in GTM. We've got relatively close. Yeah, Max Beyer, has he been catching up to Veed?
Oh, indeed, I hadn't seen that. You're right, indeed. That's a big game. And, Beyer will have to be very careful there, turning into the corkscrew with Martin Telgard of Team Vikings trying to get by him. That's an LMP2 machine. The easiest way to tell the difference, by the way, if you don't quite know, the LMP2s don't have a closed canopy or a cockpit. The LMP1s do. That's the easiest way. That's the biggest difference between them. And they also have 2 seats.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you know, I wonder if this is a result of the lack of tires that we think that the Real Pixel car took in that first pit stop. Yeah. I wonder if Beyer, with the fresher tires, is starting to feel a little bit more energized than the number 312, and that's why he's reeled him in down to within half a second. He's staying right with him as they come out of turn 3. Let's see if they've got any traffic coming from behind. They do have one of the GT Pro cars. That's Valentine, who is approaching. Then it's third place, actually, in GTM that is the next one back. That is Richard Bell. He could maybe get into the mix depending on how hard they fight. So we'll keep an eye on this, as Valentine unfortunately going to put Beyer a little bit offline through turn 6.
Just because these are the so-called amateur drivers doesn't mean that the racing here is amateur. These guys are very good. They know what they're doing, and this has actually been some of the better racing and closest racing out of all 4 categories today. It's been fantastic stuff back here in GTM.
Yeah, I mean, the number of cars in this field, 50, there's still ones that don't necessarily make it into the race. So the drivers, the ones that do make it in, it's the cream of the crop essentially here that are racing. And don't worry too much about the blinking that you see. That is just the nature of racing on the internet. Sometimes these sort of things happen. The connection issues sometimes cause that. So don't freak out. This just normal that you see on their screen. That'll work itself out here in a moment. Meanwhile,
he's been turned by a lapped GTM car, and around goes.
It was a 312.
Yep, he was turned around on the entry to turn 3 by Ernie Ludwig. 369 has turned the GTM leader, and we'll get a replay up on the screen here. So the Real Pixel Motorsport 3 car just went by through the Andretti hairpin. As you can see here, he's in the green and black machine. And then Ernie Ludwig is a lap down. This is his own class he's racing with. And unfortunately, he's just misjudged it and got into the left rear of that class leader. And it's a bit clumsy, and I won't be surprised to see a penalty for that, because when you're being lapped by lapped cars, you've really got to be careful. You cannot take out leaders when you're a lapped car.
Veed has got to be fuming inside that Audi right now. Not only did he lose the lead, but Richard Bell took second place away. He's a ways back from the leader. And Bayer, on the opposite end, has got to be grinning ear to ear at his lucky stars. He's back up to the front. He's got about a second gap back to Bell, so he's not totally clear of things, but he's got track position. We're an hour and a half into this race, and he is looking very well right now.
Indeed he is. Just having at the race control to see whether the process has been lodged yet.
I think it'll be a few seconds. That team's probably got to fill out the forms for that one before we'll see that drop up. Make sure
you can bet it won't be long though.
Up at the front, let's take another look at Hampus Baas. He's still yet to take his second stop. He's 34 laps in, going a little bit long here on this one, the number 19. They can do a lot with those hybrid systems to try and extend their fuel stint. With the green flag racing, I suspect a lot of these LMP1s are trying to take this as long as they can. The number 19 has about a 5-second gap back to Hoffman in the Element car, the number 71. So really no pressure from behind. He can maybe ease up on the pace a little bit if he does feel like he wants to save fuel.
Yeah, fuel conservation is very important in these long races. If you can stretch out your fuel stint just a bit, just by a lap or so every stint, you get to the final stop of the race, you can take a bit less fuel and put yourself up quite a long way and undercut a few people.
Right now, quick update on the weather. 77 degrees Fahrenheit. We've gone down a couple of degrees as the sun continues to go down. But the wind has stayed pretty consistent. It's been about 9 miles an hour. It's not a drastic amount of wind, so it shouldn't be affecting these cars too greatly. But really, the temperature is what we want to watch, because that is going to continue to drop as the sun sets. It's about 2:40 in the afternoon virtual standard time right now here in California. A little ways before we do get to sunset, but with it as cloudy as it is, it's going to get dark early. Meanwhile, our leader finally pits. No, Shiavon, excuse me. It's Old Dog's team and the number 47 who pits in the LMP1s. And I think they are switching drivers. Yes, they are. Danilo Piazza now hops into that LMP1 machine.
Just notice the incredible lead that Team Heisingfeld has in GT Pro. Going through the final quarter now, there's Jan Sinkowski. Second place in GT Pro is going through the corkscrew. That's, well, it's close to half a lap.
It is. 25 seconds between them. The 266 has had nothing compared to that 248. It has been really the Porsche's race, as nobody else has been able to chase them down. And really the only Porsche that has seen this sort of success. The next one down is the 284 of Manuel Meyer. He was under investigation, so let me check real quick to see what's gone on with the 284. They've got any sort of assessment. Looks like they were given a warning, so no actual penalty, just given a wag of the finger from the stewards for Manuel Meyer, and they're able to keep going.
So, in terms of the GT Pro class, the rest of it is pretty steady. Absolute Unit of Energy Racing is still holding third, thanks to Joel Hafner, who's double stinting that car as well. Virtual Motorsport sit fourth in class. He's only about a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds away from him. So, and he is lapping quicker last time by 4/10 quicker. Don't think there's any laps traffic involved either. So that could be a battle worth watching in a few laps time as he slowly catches him. And now he's going to get past. You'll see on the left right now. There goes some very fast prototype cars, and he'll have another one come up behind him too into the corkscrew.
Onboard really showed how quickly the LMP1 slices through there. Almost have to anticipate what they're doing. We did get one penalty since we last looked. George Lara in the number 351 was given a stop and go, 20-second stop and go for aggressive driving. That was with the number 261 that he caused an incident. The Casper Valentin, Crook Creek Racing Maggots car, was the one that he had contact with there a number of laps ago. In fact, I'm checking to see if Larrett has served that penalty yet. I don't believe they have. I do believe they will need to soon. Meanwhile, heading up to that LMP2 battle once again, Marcel Ty and Nicholas Helm, we saw them earlier. They haven't spread apart too greatly. Well, let's stick with this, but an update. Our leader in the LMP1s has come into the pit, Hampus Baz, in for a scheduled stop. Oof, look at this traffic, and that is not good for Nick Helm. Boy, he got caught out horribly through there. That was actually the car of Max Beyer, still dealing with Nathan Manning behind him. Looks like Hampus Baz is going to hand this one over. That is going to be Andreas Olsen that now jumps in. Scandinavian driver, going to see what he can do with that Hell Racers machine after an hour and a half from his teammate. See if he can keep up the pace that number 19 was running before with Hampus in the car. Looks like Casper Erald is also going to be hopping in the PCDC Xenon number 54. This has been a good race for that car. They started 6th position. They're right now in 3rd. And I don't believe, they're not going to be overtaken by Ribolo because he's going to come in. Piazza is going to be able to go by, but that only slots him down to 4th. But opposing fortunes for the PCDC cars. The Xenon car going upwards. The number 18 has been going downwards. Remember, they are the driver, the car that has won every single round so far and started on the pole, and they're currently in 6th. It's going to be very difficult for them to take it 4 for 4 today.
Yeah, and they're a lap down as well, so in a world of trouble is that PCDC machine. And last time I checked, the Royal Pixel Motorsport machine is still running around in 3rd place after that incident with which car was it? With the laps car earlier on, whose name has escaped me. And last time I checked, they hadn't watched a protest on it, which is interesting.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, that was.
There we go. Now he has.
Just as you say so. Your commentator curse extends to the stewards, apparently.
Extends to all walks of life, Joe.
Meanwhile, Samuel Rote has been in for a very long stop. The SKS tribute car, over a minute now. So this is curious. Number 3 taking another long stop. If I recall, they had a long stop earlier before they handed over to Ribolo. So we'll do some investigation to see if they're getting damaged, repaired. Let me check to see if they've hit anything, actually. I was wondering if they had an incident that we missed. Looks like they're finally on their way and going now. Checking the replay, and I'm not seeing any sort of contact from them. So wonder if that's left over from the previous incident that they had very early in the race and are just trying to get more work done and get the car a little bit quicker. So we take a look at Max Beyer now. Still holding on to the lead with Bell a scant 6/10 behind him.
Richard Bell was quite a ways behind him last time I checked. I was just going to say that not much was happening to GTM after their frenetic start to the race, but now Richard Bell, that Graphite Racing and car, is starting to come back at Max Beyer 397 Sim Racing Academy Black machine. This is for the lead in GTM. They're 37th and 38th overall, which means out draft there's 36 cars lapping faster than them because they're in faster machinery. Means that at some point they're going to have 36 cars come up behind them and interfere with this battle. And when you put it that way, it seems like an absolute pain, doesn't it, racing in a lower class? But I think you'll find a lot of these drivers prefer racing these particular GT3 cars.
I never really thought of it that way, and that does make it seem a lot more impressive what they deal with as we continue to try and chase down our GTM leader, Max Beyer, coming through turn 4. Max has been running since the drop of the green here. Bell has taken over for Oosterhuis, though, early on in this race. So he's a little bit fresher currently than our leader in this class as they get overtaken by both of the prototype classes. That is Olsen going through, and as well, I believe that's the LMP2 of Jacob Lehman just in front of them. Getting more and more little peaks of sun recently. And you can see not all of the track, though, is getting it. It's currently just covering about the latter half of it up at the top of the hill. Looks like Matthias Hoffman taking the car in for a scheduled stop. The number 71 should be handing the lead back over. Actually, Olsen continues on, so Olsen will take the lead. Errol for PCDC Xenon out there might actually be able to get by him. Nope, looks like Hoffman is back out. Element Sim car is going to be returning in third position. Still at about 5 cars on the lead lap. Good news is for PCDC Argon is they didn't lose the lap with that long stop. Actually, no, they didn't have a long stop. It was SKS I was thinking of, excuse me. The number 18 still trying their best to catch up. Their sister team is the next one ahead, so if they do catch them, can't imagine that they would fight them too hard for that 4th place.
In theory, yes. But we've seen in the real world and in sim racing that sometimes teammates race each other harder than anything else. It depends on the structure of their team, doesn't it? Whether they allow their drivers to race, or whether they're a team that relies on team orders. Ferrari. Yeah.
You know, the other thing, too, is that the Argon team, the number 18, is leading the points by a decent margin, but it's not, they're not uncatchable at this point. So you have to think that Errol's, they would like to fight them because they've got the gap, but again, like you said, it depends on how much the team is willing to try and put things in favor of the number 18 just to give them a little bit better of a chance at taking the championship. We'll find out soon enough if they do run down that number 54.
Yeah, so you only get 20 points for a win, and so the difference in points in 4th and 5th is minuscule. It's a couple of points. It doesn't seem like much, but when you put it in the perspective of a championship where 20 points is the payout, you're going to have small championship battles. The small margins like that are going to matter, so it does really depend. I think around 3 of this season, you probably wouldn't see it. If it was, say, the last couple of rounds, you'd definitely see the Xenon machine get out of the way for the Argon car. But I'll watch that one later and see how they... keep an eye on it and see how they handle it. They're about 20 seconds away at the moment.
Was that Beyer pitting that we just saw on screen? So it looks like they've swapped around. We'll try and check to see who hopped into that car.
Sven Lippy's jumped into the machine and's rejoined on track behind P3 and LMP1 Matthias Hoffman. Graphite Racing AM, for reference, is a lap ahead of him. Almost exactly a lap ahead of him.
Yep, indeed. It was it was a long stop. It looks like the Sim Racing Academy Black team decided to go for tires this time. They're sticking with that strategy. We're just waiting for Bell, Veed, and Bartle to pit before we see whether or not they cycle back into the lead. Bell inherits it, of course. Graphite Racing team up on the latter half of the course. See if he comes in this time as he plunges down the corkscrew pit entry just a couple corners away. pit entry we mentioned requires a little bit of practice to try and get it right. And Bell is coming in. All right, this is going to be critical here that they get a good stop. Do they go for tires? Do they maybe risk it? Try the strategy that Veed tried. Bell has an early stall as he finds it. No dramas there.
Well, if you think about that strategy, you got to think about where the Real Pixel Motorsport 3 machine was running before he got spun by Ernie Ludwig, who just got black flagged actually. It's 20 seconds. A stop go for aggressive driving with that incident. And he was being caught by the Sim Racing Company black car. Max Spy was all over him, so it looked like the strategy wasn't going to pay out. But before the pit stop, Real Pixel Motorsport were nowhere to be seen. They're a long way down the order. So I think it would be better to not take tyres. But if the guys you're racing do, it is a tough one. It really comes down to how nice you are to your tyres. And I don't think Graphite did take them there. They look quite short.
Yeah, Graphite was out 30 seconds. It looks like no tires for them. They return to the track. That's going to be well ahead of Sven Lipp.
Yeah.
The 397 is only just coming around as Veed is taking tires, which we would expect after he didn't take them in the first time. So that should actually, is that going to put him out the same place as Lipp? Yes, it should. Lipp is just coming up the front stretch. Veed still not going. Lipp is easily going to get by Jean-Philippe Veed. It should return in third position where they were before.
Yes, so Sven Lipp will go ahead of the Real Pixel Motorsport machine there quite easily. And now the sizable lead is with Richard Bell, Graphite Racing, and he has remained in the car too, by the way. And he is around the corkscrew as he's right behind a GT Pro car, actually.
30 seconds difference, though. I guess, I mean, if you can manage the tires well enough, even if you're going, let's see, how many laps are they doing on these stints? Looking at, what, about 30 laps? Even if you're a second slower, you'll just about be caught and it'll come out even. So this could be a good strategy. It'll all depend on what traffic is like for them and how well the car behaves on old tires. Temperature continues to drop bit by bit, so that no tire strategy could continue to work better and better as the race progresses.
Yeah, we'll see for sure that Graphite Racing car come back to the Real Pixel and Sim Racing Academy cars in the next stint of the race when they do take tyres, because you can't double stint or triple stint even. Sorry, on one set of tyres. So they'll definitely have to take one at their next pit stop.
Taking a glance over at our LMP2 leaders as Daniel Kraft still has about a roughly 25-second lead. He hasn't extended that, interestingly, over Marcel Tai. You can see he's in a lot of traffic right now and actually just made contact just as we go to him. That was Jan Sintowski. That was our leader in GT Pro that he brushed up against down through the corkscrew. Two leaders coming together. Thankfully, no other drama came out of it, but tense moments there for both of them.
That was a very awkward moment there, and not the first time we've seen a class leader being involved in some hair-raising action today.
So around the Andretti hairpin, Kraft off he goes. He's on 38 laps for this stint, so he can go a little bit longer here. These LMP2s have a little bit better fuel mileage than what we've got from LMP1s. So don't expect them in for a little bit longer. Looking down through the field, I wonder if we could check in on Overgaard for a second. He's currently in 14th, it seems. Remember, he had early issues in this race and is trying to come back forward. He's well down the order. In fact, there's only one other car behind him in that GT Pro class. Up ahead. Whoa. And that's that was the car that was directly ahead of him on track, but that was a prototype. So even though that was for position, what happened to Roberto Pancaldi for the Falk Autotech 111? He took over. Oh, you know what? Wasn't that Elvis's car? So that was probably not a car in good shape, hence why he spun off track. Didn't hit anybody, just basically lost control at the bottom of Rady Curve.
He had the slightest twitch coming through the corner, and that's what unsettled the car and he lost it. We talk about the corkscrew having a 5.5 story drop. From turn 8, just the start of the corkscrew, to turn 9 there where he lost control, it's a 10-story drop. So the track continues to fall away dramatically, and it makes it quite tricky to go through there because there's a lot of camber and elevation change through that corner as well.
Of course, America's not the only one that has the Eagle as part of its scheme. The German Sim Racing car with that bright green Eagle is back out. The number 169 takes their scheduled stop and returns in 7th place. In fact, I see one of our LMP1s also pitting. Satellite Racing now takes Pierre-Benoit Lemiere out of the car and puts Patrick Pelchat in there. Canadian driver getting strapped in. And out they go. So Pelchat returns in P7 for his class. This is perhaps the most, I don't want to say consistent, but like the least attrition-filled race we've seen all season long. We've lost Jimbo Pfeiffer for the Dirt team. We've lost Hans Pitkinen for Usagi Racing. We still haven't seen Marcel Egber's return for German Sim Racing. And Pineapple...
Oh, there's a crash with the corkscrew. Or a spin, sorry. PCD Motorsports Argon, the number 18.
Oh, no.
Gianluca Matteo, he was turned around by another car. We've got a replay up on screen. He was turned by the Energy Racing Audi, who that is not the first time that car has turned around a faster machine in today's race. Dustin Berenson this time, and just an awkward coming together on the approach, drifted into the back of the 18 machine, and around went Matteo. Luckily didn't hit anything in terms of a tyre barrier. He's lost about 5 or 10 seconds there. May have a slight amount of damage to the rear end, but should be fine.
What's wild is they didn't lose a position out of that. And in fact, there's still a full lap up on Samuel Roth, who's behind him. That's how bad of a day the SKS team has been having with all their lengthy pit stops. Meanwhile, for LMP2, Josh Wolf takes it down pit lane. He has been out since the start of the race. So let's see if they replace him at this point, since we're now just about 2 hours in. Yep, indeed, they're sending Ryan Walker into the car. So Walker, who we usually see over in a sort of prototype, if you will, the Weekend Warriors, the Spec Racer Ford, a much slower car than this one. But Ryan is usually very, very fast. So let's see what he can do with that 181 and get them a little bit farther up the order. It's been, thankfully, from what we've seen, a little bit quieter race for Josh Wolf, who, unfortunately, every time we seem to see him on GSRC, always has himself find trouble. Not always his fault, mind you.
Yeah, it's you said earlier about saying you'd prefer to be lucky than good, or something along those lines. And sometimes you just go through that patch of really bad luck, and nothing goes your way. Hopefully for him today, he turned that around as oh, that was awkward. Samuel Roth just gave Sven Lipp a bit of a hip check going through turn 5. He's made his way past.
Yeah, looks like Roth is able to continue. It was honestly very close with what was formerly our leader. What if we... Well, it looks like we've lost picture here, so apologies for that. I was going to ask for a replay, but that won't be coming here. As it's a little dicey in moments out there, but most drivers look like they've kind of settled into a bit of a rhythm now. They figured out how everybody else is driving the cars. See, we got got a few more protests. One had no further action. That was between the 392 and 351. And then also the 18. This must be the incident we saw in the corkscrew, the 18 and the 369, which I believe was the energy car. Yes, it is. So they've already gone to the stewards and asked for them to take a look at it. We'll see if something comes of it. And if the 369 gets another penalty, they've already had one stop and go for 20 seconds for the contact they had with the class leader. There you see them on screen, Berenston currently riding in that Audi.
A couple of cars out there who are having a round to forget. The 18 is one of them. The 3-time defending race winner of this series. But with 4 hours still to go, still every chance that they could win this race. It's still on the lead lap. But if her caution comes out, they will bunch right back up to their class leader. And then, as always seems to be the case, all hell will probably break loose after that.
Absolutely. Well, the good news, though, is that at a half an hour left to go, they have no cautions. So we, once they get to 30 minutes left, there will be no yellows thrown by the stewards, just so that it doesn't cause any sort of weird situations with the pit stops. Middleton in the LMP2s is coming in from 4th position. We believe he should be swapping drivers out because he's been running ever since they started. There you go. He's going to hop out, and it's going to be Jonathan Lord of the Dance hopping in for that Adequate Racing 193. See if they can get out ahead of Ocean. I don't think they will. Looks like they'll fall down to 5th with this stop. Santowski elects to stay out himself. It's our leader. Excuse me, Santowski hops out of the car, rather. The 248 is going to be changing for the first time in this race. Santowski. That is going to be hard to match there, Ryan. The pace that he ran. It is Christian Frank who is currently getting in there.
Yeah, he's got he's got big shoes to fill there. But luckily Santowski has built up that massive lead for him there that he can utilize, and doesn't have to push the car too hard at all. He can just maintain that gap and keep that car in a strong position. As let's go back to GTM. The battle for last in GTM, Element Sim Racing Water and SpeedTech Sim Sport have gone side by side for about 3 or 4 corners, and only just sorted themselves out. They're coming through turn 10 now, actually, and they did everything except make contact into the corkscrew, and somehow they've got away with it. SpeedTech Sim Sport just come out of the pit lane. This is the result. This is the reason for that battle. Element Sim Racing Water were already on track trying to get by them. They look to have just about sorted themselves out now.
We might see Florian Hain get caught by Bryce Watson once again, because he certainly got caught out in turn 6 by all the traffic, and you can see that Watson is right up underneath him, challenging for that 4th place. We now ride on board with Florian and the TSB number 305 down through the penultimate turn. If he can get a good launch out of the final corner, I think Bryce might have a chance here.
He might, but I think it's going to be very close. It depends how brave he wants to be on the brakes. He might be just a couple of car lengths too far back. But indeed, he will be, as TSB takes about a quarter of a car shallow line into the corner just to deter Watson from making that lunge. But Watson's flashing the lights at him too. He's eager to get by.
We've gotten more drivers pitting in GT Pro. Joel Hafner has come in and out. Looks like Kempfer taking over for Corentin Guignez in the Hexa Racing Team purple car is just getting past the cones now. Where Dearden also taking over for Garrison down on the 278 number 278 Virtual Motorsports machine.
No, big crash, turn 6.
Whoa!
2 cars went around. Stephen Overgaard caused that, and yet, as a result of that, Bryce Watson got involved with that one, as did Julian Bell, the Graphite Racing Pro driver who's leading GT Pro. Don't believe he's lost the lead as a result of that. Here's the replay of it. There was about 5 cars trying to fit into one gap into that corner, and as a result, a few of them were all collected in this. As we just picked it up a little bit late there, Overgaard lost it in the middle of the corner, collected one of the other cars, and tight track, not much space for all of them to go. Bryce Watson, you can see here too, just got caught up in some airtime too for the spinning purple machine there, and a little bit chaotic through turn 6. I said that'd be a trouble spot today.
You were absolutely right. Bell has since come into pit lane. And as Bill Zahn likes to say, it was an octopus putting on socks. Just a mess up there. We've got another black flag, it looks like. Bernie Ludwig was black flagged. So aggressive driving. That was... that's a 60-second stop and go. That's for the 369 car, actually, that we were talking about earlier. They're getting another penalty. Dustin Berenson in the car right now and is going to have to bear the brunt of that.
Yep, from bad to worse for that machine today. Hopefully the last of their penalties for today as well. As we continue to watch him make us face the corkscrew. Luckily, no cars around him. Oh, there's one. For him to contend with at the moment. And should better get himself back into rhythm now. Come down and serve that penalty as well.
I wonder if we could go to 6 in the LMP2s. Ryan Walker has got some action forming behind him. About 0.6 of a second back to Paul Van Loan, excuse me. And the number 113. That's the No Luck EM Sport car. It's chasing him down. Walker holding him back at least at arm's length, but now they're coming up to Julian Bell, who we saw a little bit earlier with some issues. How damaged is that car? How slow is that car? And does Walker need to be aware of any problems? He approaches the Ferrari, and he's got to try and pick a way through. Unfortunately, gets held up, almost gets into the back of him. A bad day almost got worse for Julian Bell there. Now they got more cars coming in. This is some of our LMP1s approaching, trying to sneak their way through.
Almost contact at the back of that pack as well. It's very close quarters racing out there at the moment.
That was the number 18, the PCDC Argon car that managed to find their way by as Rote was trying to get his lap back, so that's not a battle for position between them. Certainly didn't help Van Loan, who falls back now to 1.5 seconds behind Walker, with all those cars trying to interrupt their battle. Most of our LMP2s have pitted. Most of our GT Pro have pitted. We're getting close. Actually, no, we're about halfway through on the LMP1 stint, so we've got a ways on them. And we're also halfway through the stint of the GT3. So as we approach the 2-hour mark now in this 6-hour race at Laguna Seca, it's about time for us to take another short little break. We'll come back with the last 2/3 here of round 4 in the DGFX series. Stick around, there's lots more to come. Welcome back to Laguna Seca. We are watching round 4 here in the DGFX series. And you saw during the break on screen, we had a battle for the lead between David Baker and Marcel Ty. Baker took over the CQR Club car for Daniel Kraft, but they had a long stop compared to the Hoisingfeld 101 that's chasing them, hence why they managed to catch up. Though we do wonder if Baker maybe is a little bit less quick than we saw for Daniel Kraft, and maybe that helped facilitate things. You could see what was a 24-second lead is now down to half a second as they work their way through the lap traffic. We'll get to a replay in a little bit that we had that also we showed on screen that affected the battle for second in the LMP1s. That was between Hoffman and Piazza. Unfortunately, they came together. But looks like Baker may have found himself a little bit of a gap here, so he's responded and he's pulled himself away. I think we've got a break in the action here so that we can take a look at that LMP1 incident. This happened down into the Andretti hairpin as we pull up the replay. Hoffman was behind, Piazza was ahead. There was a pass attempt. Oh, actually, he did get by, it looks like. Piazza managed to overtake him. I'm going to watch it from above one more time here. Just clipped the right rear. That sent him around. Piazza lost a lot of time. He actually, you might notice he is in fourth. That is because he came in pit, and Hoffman has not. Hoffman's still in second place and yet to take his scheduled stop. In fact, looks like Hoffman is going to continue around one more time as we also watch Piazza and the Old Dogs team car work his way through a lot of traffic.
In the GT classes, there's not too much happening. They've all spread themselves out, and they've just seen number 339 SpeedTech SimSports come down into pit lane to take his pit stop. That's John Haynes. So a few pit stops starting to come soon for GTM. It's Graphite Racing that currently in that class. GT Pro is led by Team Hoisingfeld. Absolute Unit of Energy Racing are there in second, and then Connect Racing Velocity are up in third.
So looks like we have a bit of a hint on what's going on with the closing of the gap. Difference on tire strategy. So Marcel's team, the Hoisingfeld team, must not have taken tires on those stops while Baker did. Let's see if that continues to help him as the race goes on. Right now watching some of our GT cars get lapped by our LMP2 drivers. I believe that is Christian Frank, I believe we're looking at. Yes, and the number 248 took over for Jan Santowski. Frank still holding at about 7 seconds over Hafner. Also seems to be a difference in tire strategy there as well between first and second in the GT Pros. I see a full minute stop for Hoisingfeld 248, which closed the gap down to the Absolute Unit of Energy team with Joel Hafner in the car. 30-second stop for them.
Hafner's had an eventful day, hasn't he? He's been involved in all sorts at every point in this race, and still running second, so he's had a pretty impressive run despite all that, and come later in the race, he may well be in contention for the lead. Don't quite know how it's all going to work out with in terms of strategy, though.
Meanwhile, the GTM lead is being held by Richard Bell by about 11 seconds. Jean-Philippe Vide has been trying to chase him down, and Sven Lipp currently rounds out the podium there. The main difference between those three is that Bell did not take tires on the last stop. It was about 30 seconds, so it does seem that even though you don't take tires and you gain some track position that way, Ryan, it does seem like the drivers behind do start to eat it up eventually.
Yeah, initially it may not be quite as bad, but as the tires, where they reach a point where they really start to deteriorate, and that's where the cars behind are really going to catch up to you, and their fresher tires are going to benefit.
And it looks like we've been joined once again by Stefan Schlacker, who's managed to take the Concorde from France over here to Laguna Seca. Welcome back, Steph. Shockingly, you haven't missed a single caution so far this race. But there's certainly been some lead changes out here as we watch Richard Bell, our leader in the GTM, get overtaken by Paul Van Loon.
Well, most definitely interesting, and I haven't missed a single caution yet. It really speaks for the driving standard that the DGFX series has accomplished over the last few years of racing. One thing I see though is that the SKS Tribute car that once was in second place now is in sixth place, and Element Sim Racing Fire is in second place, with PCDC Motorsports Argon in fifth place in the LMP1. So yeah, quite some changes, at least in that field.
Yeah, what you missed there is that Argon has had some long stops in their case. So is SKS Tribute, and Argon continues to fall down the order. We're not sure that they're going to be able to make it a four-peat today for another win. And they're the last, well, they were the last car on the lead lap in that group. Looks like we got a pit stop, though. Looks like the Hell Racers Gluttony car has been brought in by Olsen. Don't see a driver change. So he's back out and moving. He's going to return in third position just as Piazza is going to be coming up behind him. Should be a little bit of a gap, though. Piazza returns about a few seconds behind. Hoffman inherits the lead from that pit stop from the number 19. Curious to see where he will come out in relation to Piazza, though. With the contact that those two made, I'm sure that the Old Dogs team is not too happy with Hoffman. In fact, that, let's see if there is, oh, and I think we might be getting a penalty, though, for the number 71 team, who's currently leading the race. They did file a protest, did the Old Dogs team, and the decision is that it was an unjustifiable risk, but they haven't entered the penalty in yet. I'll try and feed that to you once we are given that information.
It's a close battle here for fourth place in GT Pro. Hexa Racing Team Purple just out in front of Virtual Motorsport. That's Kempfer for Hexa Racing Team, and yeah, Dearden for Virtual Motorsport. These two have black caps come down quite a bit the last couple of laps, actually. So it looks like Roy Dearden's got quite a bit more pace here than that Hexa Racing Team car. See if we get the move done in a few moments' time.
Scott Corbin splits them just temporarily. That's Bryce Watson ahead of them. That is in the GTM class, so that's not within the same class. They're going to want to get by him soon. So it's a little bit harder, though, to get by another GT car, especially how close. Whoa, and Corbin slows up. Kempfer almost gets into him, just manages to take avoidance maneuvers. Dearden is not able to take advantage of that. He doesn't make an attempt to pass. Just behind them, don't forget, that's Jonathan Dance, who is waiting patiently to try and get by. Eventually, it all sorts itself out as we take a look at the replay. It was just before this, coming out of Rainy Curve, this all happened. There you can see the train of cars, and it was just basically a chain reaction. As soon as Corbin had to check up, oh, wow. Everybody else really had to wake up. Oh, we need to go to Dearden live now, though. Done. He's gone around, and he's in the middle of the track. Didn't hit anything. He's going to try and find himself an opening. There he goes. Nicely done. Did he have help on that, though?
He did not.
He did not have any issues with anyone else, but Bryce Watson now on the outside of turn 6. Very slow, just stopped there and then, so it seems like he's gonna take a tow at an exit point. So yeah, I don't know what happened there. Might be related to what we saw from Dearden. Either way, he is stopped and looking to take a tow.
That could have had big effects, that spin that we had with Dearden, because Olsen had to go completely off track. Remember, he was our leader before he stopped. and narrowly avoided getting involved in that. Errol has since pitted, so Olsen takes third place back from that PCDC Xenon team that you see there on screen. And it looks like Hoffman also pitting now.
We also have a battle for P5 in the... P6 in the LMP2 class. That's between Ryan G. Walker of the number 181 against Paul Van Loon of the 113. That's No Luck M Sport there against Talkfreak Racing Corkscrew. And yeah, they are have been separated a little bit by traffic, but I'm sure that Paul Van Loon will be looking quite quickly to get back up to Ryan Walker.
So that's another car that's been stopped on track that hasn't put out a caution. The reason for that one, it was right next to an escape road in the virtual world.
And one of our PCDC cars spun. That's the Xenon team, the Argon team rather. This was, and they found the wall. This happened in turn 10, and they had a little bit of help. They made contact with Deering. That was the SpeedTech SimSport 339 in the GT Am class that they just tipped to the inside. They thought they had a gap down to the inside, and it disappeared. Wow, just sent them like a spear off to the tires. Thankfully, they just barely touched it, though, and were able to keep going.
This makes me wonder, though, if he would have steered to the right there at the end, would he have been able to avoid that wall? Because it is going outwards towards the right. Either way, battle on screen that is between Mark Torres in third place and Joel Hafner in second place. A BMW battle for that second place in the GT Pro Championship.
Yeah, they continue to fall away from the Hoisingfeld Porsche, which has just been absolutely trouncing the field. Oh, we got an accident behind them. That is Tobias Gruber. That's the Element Sim Racing Fire. Third place in the LMP1s. He's just going to take it into pit road from that.
That's very big. That's incredibly big for that LMP1 race right now. And that's just... Oh, that was quite some netcode as well there between himself and the Argon car of PCDC Motorsports.
Yeah,
has to slow down there because of those two LMP2s out of him.
Yeah, Refness just wasn't expecting him to break in a straight line, and that's what caused him to spin the Element car. Decided that now's as good a time as any to come in and either get repairs or take his regular service. Meanwhile, let's go back to GT Pro because things are still close for second place.
Yeah, Mark Torres, that Kinetic Racing Velocity car, is right up behind the absolute unit of energy racing machine of Joel Hafner. Absolute unit of energy. And it definitely seems that way because this is the team that keeps on plugging away despite anything that happens to them. And I'm kind of amazed to see these guys are still in second. But they've had a rough old race, haven't they? But still looking pretty strong, and they've got now two different types of prototypes behind them. Right up behind Mark Torres. Now he's got a prototype in front of him, because those prototypes just blow these GT machines away down the straight line, and luckily they caught them down the straight line here because it makes it very much easier to get by them. But that second machine, the LMP2, Scott Corbin caught them in the middle of the apex of the Johnny hairpin, and that made things a little bit awkward.
Yeah, certainly stole the apex away from him, and now he's going to have to wait behind our second place driver in GT Pro and eventually gets a run through. Just behind them, another LMP1, that's Errol in third, who sneaks by just in time, but certainly causing Joel Hafner to have to think twice about his racing line, and very quickly Mark Torres is right underneath the rear wing of that BMW. Right on board with Torres now, looking up ahead. Through the corkscrew. They're coming up on Edward Deering. That was the driver that had contact a little bit earlier with Refness, excuse me. Got a little dyslexic there for a moment. Down to the inside, both of them easily through. So we've started to get some incident limit breaches, and we haven't talked about this, but even though they don't have a disqualification limit for these cars, Steph, they do have to get a stop-go penalty after a certain point of accruing too many of those incidents.
Yeah, it's basically like you now have in iRacing, where you have those stop-and-go penalties, just without disqualification at the very end. But yeah, you're saying it, people start to have black flags for incident limit breaches. The more often they do that, the more severe the penalties get. I think there's only a stop-and-go penalty for the first breach, and then it gets harder and harsher and harsher and harsher until I think I don't even know if there's a limit to that, of how long you have to stop for a certain incident limit breach.
Yeah, I need to check and see if they do have a point at which they just tell you to park it. I do know it gets up to, I think, 2 minutes worth at some points if you keep accruing them. So drivers do need to pay attention and keep it clean and keep it on track as we watch all of these packed together cars work their way through the final corner. That's Ryan Walker and that Torque Freak number 181. Still riding 6 in the LMP2s. Also Julian Bell down in the GT Pro class, who unfortunately was a little bit higher up before, but that's a lapping car just next to him as they almost make contact coming through turn 3. Joel Hafner, who's second in the GT Pro. Oh, and what happened to Corbin there? Corbin's missing a nose and he's off track. The number 170 LMP2 had hard contact with the wall out of turn 3. Just spins it all on his own. Unfortunately, he did thankfully have a gap that he could get it turned around. We're going to watch it one more time. Maybe a little tires in the dirt to upset it. Didn't look drastic.
Yeah,
but the results were drastic.
That was just the left side tires there on the gravel. It just is what it is, that this track is so punishing right there on the outside of the turn 3. I've seen so many cars do exactly what Corbin did, and now that they have limited or lowered the grip on the off track, this is just a very, very bad race thus far for the Amateur Racing HPD.
Certainly has been drama-filled here today, but maybe not quite as frantic as we're used to seeing in previous rounds. Most everybody has calmed down pretty well here in the middle portion of the race. We're taking a look at Piazza now that, wow, actually now that pit stops have cycled through, despite Piazza getting spun off course by Hoffman, he has taken the lead off of Olsen. We'll have to try and figure out exactly how that happened. The Hellracers Gluttony car now in second place. And what happened to Hoffman as well, I wonder here. Where did they wind up?
Oh, Joel Hafner just took an excursion through the final corner and has let through, not willingly, Mark Torres. The Kinetic Racing Velocity car now will move up into second place as a result. Hafner just ran a bit too wide coming out of the turn 11 corner. And you'll see here on this replay just how little grip there is on the outside of the corner. You can see Hafner there around the outside trying to make it work, runs out of grip, goes over the AstroTurf, then out into the dirt as well. And 3 wide, and the Kinetic Velocity car was able to go through and take P2 away.
Did a little bit of research while you were reporting on that. Hoffman was replaced by Tobias Gruber, and as expected, they did get a penalty. The 71. Actually, no, they didn't. They don't have a penalty for that yet. At least they're not showing it. But they did have a long stop. I'm seeing a minute 21, it seems, that they were stationary. That's why suddenly Hoffman, or the Element Sim Racing car, went from leading down to 7th place now. So the 71 could have been in contention for a win, but that one small mistake has put them under the gun. And still without a caution at almost halfway through this race, it seems unlikely that they're going to be able to get back in it, especially now that they are 2 laps down from the leader. Gone over to the leader in the LMP2 class. Baker has gapped Ty by about 8 seconds, so he's well clear, but he's dealing with a lot of traffic right now. They work their way through turn 6 and up the hill. Like I said, it has certainly seemed to calm down quite a bit. I'm looking through the field, and most of the gaps are spreading apart. As far as drivers, though, that we are expecting to come in and take pit stops, we're still only halfway through most of the stints for the LMP1s, but we've got a wide variety of strategies going on up there. Our leader, 20 laps ago for Danilo Piazza, and then you've got 10 laps ago for Casper Errold, who is in 3rd place. So it's quite a drastic difference there, and that could change things as it gets closer to the finish. And if we get a caution, if anybody finds themselves caught out. Getting a little bit closer, though, on the LMP2s, about 30 laps to 38 laps into the stint for most of those cars down in that class.
Since you said that we don't really have any battles right now and everyone is spreading apart, well, yeah, you're pretty much right. The closest battle we have right now is for 11th place in the GT Pro class. That's 31st overall. That's between Fisher Motorsport and Kinetic Racing Speed. There's about a 1 second gap between those two. The next closest battle that we have is already a battle that's 3.2 seconds apart. That's between Satellite Racing and Element Sim Racing Fire for 6th place in the LMP1 class. And apart from that, every gap is at least 8 seconds big between two cars. So yeah, the closest battle right now is the one between Stefan Overgaard and Aaron DePoy for that 11th place.
We came into this race talking that attrition might be a big factor. Well, really hasn't, to be honest. This is your drivers, or teams rather, that are out so far. Usagi Racing is your first DNF. Pineapple Racing is gone. Dirt has left us. Energy Racing is also out. And then the German Sim Racing number 7 car has been in the pits for over an hour now. So I doubt that we'll see them again. I'll be mightily impressed if they get back out there and running at pace, because I didn't even know that you could get repairs for more than an hour, to be honest.
I'm not even sure if they are still in this session wanting to drive. I don't think that they're still repairing something. However, a very interesting black flag just got handed out to Elvis Banello of the, I think that's Sim Autotech Fuck Racing. And they got handed a black flag for a pit lane infraction, marked down as incident number 22, so we might have to do some research what that could be.
So on screen we watch more of those LMP2s exit the pit lane. They return to the racing. Meanwhile, back to our GT Pro battle. On screen, one of our BMWs, I believe, is this Marcel Ty that we're looking at? Or no, excuse me, Ty is not in that.
Ty is racing for the 101.
Yeah, that's in LMP2s. Excuse me, I was looking at the wrong
We're
portion.
still looking at that P11 battle between Stefan Overgaard of Kinetic Racing Speed, the blue BMW, behind Aaron DePoy for Fisher Motorsport in the green Porsche, and I think Stefan Overgaard will try to overtake Aaron DePoy now for exactly that 11th place. Aaron DePoy closes the door though on the inside, and Stefan Overgaard has to do a switcheroo if he wants to overtake. Not able to happen in that BMW.
Staying right with them as they come through the infield section. This is where we could possibly see the difference between these cars. Some of the more technical portions of this track as DePoy continues to lead Overgaard up and through turn 5. Now heading to some of the faster portions. The scary turn 6, tucking it right down to that apex. A little bit too much curve for Overgaard. The kinetic racing machine falls back slightly up the hill, and DePoy finds himself with a little bit of breathing room.
Satellite Racing, your P6 LMP1 car now going pit lane for their scheduled stop. They're already 1 lap down. Probably will drop the position to Element Sim Racing Fire. Yes, indeed, they have already passed them. So Satellite now in 7th place.
Ooh, and we got one of our LMP1s in the pits. That looks to be Pelchat taking it in. Number 64 with regular service.
I don't want to crush your soul, but that's exactly what I was just reporting as Stefan Overgaard tries to do that overtake on Aaron DePoy. He loses his brakes though, nearly closes the door, a little bit too late on Aaron DePoy. But Stefan Overgaard finally getting past that Porsche of Aaron DePoy.
Took him a while, but he managed to get it done. We were watching the pit stop there of the LMP1 in the meantime. Let's take a look at the replay so we can glance at the action. Looks like we might not be able to find that one, unfortunately. He's already passed here, what it looks like. We'll take a look at that one later. In the meantime, oh, here we go. Now we've found it. Poor director has been going a long time this morning, which is just about afternoon for some of us. Nice move down to the inside. Keeps him from pulling the crossover back through. And there you go, Stefan Overgaard, a driver we've watched for pretty much since the very start of GSRC.
And
still racing out here.
Sorry, Joe. Meanwhile, that replay was going on. He just got past Julian Bell as well. So in 2 laps, he made 2 overtakes into that Andretti hairpin. So he's now in 30th place overall, which is now 10th place in the GT Pro class.
Looks like we had an issue with Fabian Jungluth, the number 9, who's in 9th place appropriately, down in the LMP1s. Off track out of turn 1. Let's see if we got the replay. I'm not totally sure what happened here, because he wasn't touched by anybody.
I'm sorry, but how is Jungblue doing that? I was commentating here, jumped over to Camel GT, which was in France, where he was racing in the GTPs. I jumped back here and he's racing here again. How does he do that? How does he jump between? How does he jump between such wildly different prototypes and yet be competitive in both classes, as there's a big wreck between him now and Julian Bell. No, Julian Bell blew an engine!
Oh no! One of the drivers that was formerly up towards the front there, he has now worked his way into pit lane. GT Pro has lost another car.
I have never seen something like that in a GTE ever, with such little damage to the car, if there even is damage.
It was odd. I just listened to the onboard there, and he wasn't in high rev or anything. He changed up to 3rd gear from a quite low range as if you were fuel saving, and the engine just popped. Very strange. Maybe a bit of very light front end damage to that car that he's been carrying since the start of the race may have blocked a portion of the radiator, and essentially that engine's been slowly overheating and cooking for about close to 3 hours now, and finally has gotten too hot and let go.
That is an absolute shame for that Ferrari. It's going to be a long wait if they do get back out. They can replace the whole engine here in iRacing, and the car can continue, but they're going to be many laps down from that point on.
It's about 35 minutes, isn't it?
Something like that, yeah.
Yep.
It's it'll, especially with how few cars have dropped out or even had sort of issues like this. They're not likely to catch too many drivers at the end. Meanwhile, more action here in GT Pro. Boy, looking to the inside. Stefan Overgaard down into the hairpin, and he's got the inside line. Stefan's not going to fend him off. Isn't able to get the launch off the corner. In fact, he got a lot of wheel spin there. The 260 falls way behind than just that one corner.
Yes, so Aaron Depoy once again passed Stefan Overgaard after being overtaken by him. So that's a very interesting development in all of this. The second Fisher Motorsports car is just ahead of these guys, so yeah, they're also closing in on that, as there's a little bit of a kerfuffle ahead of them up towards the corkscrew, as we are in pit lane with the Nomad Sim Racing HPD, who just switched drivers from Nicholas Helm to Jason Dilworth.
How about the Iron Driver Award for Nicholas Helm? 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing out there, and he was still in third place after all that. Mighty pace there from the number 122. Let's see if Dilworth can match that, though, now that he's a fresh car with fresh tires. You can see him going up on the jacks. In fact, they're still in third place even after pitting here. Dilworth was a whole lap ahead of fourth place. That is Julian Ogier. That is a monster gap that they had managed to pull.
Julian Ogier of the German Sim Racing LMP2 DGFX team. So yeah, that quite is quite the monster gap, as you said, as still Aaron Depoy of Fisher Motorsport and Stefan Overgaard are going at it for that 11th place overall.
Meanwhile, we've got a bit of a battle here with Boss Rollwinkle. This is Ryan Reeves. They're fighting for 6th position. And actually, well, I see Walker, but where is... Oh no, we're looking at the GT Pro actually here. Switching over now to Lehman and Quintana now in the LMP2s like we were talking about before, but this is down for 8th position, about half a second separating them. Lehman riding in 8th and 9th going to Quintana as they come down through the corkscrew. A little bit of lap traffic there, and Lehman has to take quite a bit of avoidance, almost getting into the back of Leslie there. Leslie is a lap down, so that's not for position.
And Bryce Watson has just been turned around through turn 4 for Terbium Racing, and he was hit in the rear by another car on the entrance, and he's in a very awkward spot there because he's got to get that car turned around without reversing onto the racing line. We're going to replay up on screen as we go back and have a look into turn 4 here. He's just been hit by their Hexa Racing Team Purple Machine on entry. It was a light touch, and sorry, it wasn't a Hexa Racing Team car, it was actually John D. Miller, and it was the slightest touch, but enough to unsaddle that machine, and he lost the rear, and around he went, and it's cost him a lot of time as well.
There we see Watson going completely around as we come back live now. As that happened, Jonathan Dance also pitting. That's in the LMP2 class for Adequate Racing. Looks like he's going to stay in the car. Watch Watson continue on. Getting very close to the halfway mark now in the race. And incredibly, we still have something around 46 drivers still going, 45 drivers still out there racing on this 2.2 mile track, but they've navigated the traffic pretty well. There have been some dramas, there have been some penalties, but for the most part, many of the drivers and teams are still going. 6 up in LMP1 is about to swap positions. Jorn Van Went in a battle with Patrick Pelchat. Pelchat's not going to be able to get by, though. So 6th position goes to the team hoisting felt number 78. Could he have another go? Just a little bit of the gravel to the outside, and Pelchat loses ground.
And they are now passing the battle for 6th place in the GT Pro Championship race as Ryan Rees leads that one of Carbon Racing. Both cars now pass them as... Oh!
And DePoy got into a wreck here. This was with Matthias Baumler in the corkscrew. DePoy, who was fighting for 2nd place in GT Pro, now finds himself well set back with this contact. It was a light touch and a spin, but both of them losing tons of time here trying to get it turned back around.
Yeah, I don't like to put the blame on one driver, but that right there, that's on Aaron DePoy, closing the door a little bit too much there on Matthias Baumler of...
Sorry, we've got to go back to Jorn Van Went and the LMP1's big contact with Pelchat. Both of them found themselves in the wall. And this was, it started out with a repeat of the previous lap, side by side into Andretti. And then it didn't come out as safe as last time, unfortunately, as we watch the replay. See them coming down the front stretch. There was a good run there from Pelchat.
This is going to get interesting how it looks on the broadcast, because for me there's a good half a meter between those two cars when they made contact. So going to be interesting to see what the broadcast says here. Yeah, sure enough, looks like quite some netcode there on that incident.
That was a hefty hit for both drivers, though, so I have to imagine that they're both going to have to take their machine in for some repairs. In fact, Pelchat is missing a nose. That definitely confirmed it. Great catch there, Steph, on the netcode. I didn't quite see that from my angle. And limping Van Went, he has got a ways to go, unfortunately.
Now, we haven't talked too long ago about the WeatherTech Sim Racing number 111. Well, we have again to talk about that because they got black flag for 60 seconds because of an incident limit breach, 2nd level. So these guys are racking up quite a lot of off tracks in quite a short amount of time.
Looks like Van Loon's going to pit for the LMP2s. 113 finding his stall. Those around him also getting some work done. Boss Rowinkle having pit from the GT Pro. Satellite finally reaches their pits, sans nose. Just about 12 minutes left before we hit the halfway mark. We're already past 4 p.m. virtual standard time. You can see it is getting quite a bit darker, and we're getting some of the lights turning on the cars. And
so I just wanted to queue up the battle for P3 in LMP01 between SKS Tribute and PCDC Motorsports Xenon until I realized that they're actually one lap apart.
Yeah, really the lack of cautions has caused many of our battles to grow by a big margin out here. And that's what's left us with. Go ahead.
Sorry. A battle, though, that is for real is the battle for 5th place in the LMP2s. That's between a 112 and a 151 of Real Pixel Motorsport and World of Sim Racing team. They're just a few car lengths away from each other. And Andres Quintana of the World of Sim Racing team was definitely looking to overtake Jakob Lehmann for that 5th place.
We were watching these two a little bit ago. And now we've been able to find a little bit of calm to come back and watch this fight to sort out the top 5, which doesn't become a fight anymore because Quintana's going to decide to come in. In fact, a lot of LMP2s I see are coming in. I know that's an LMP1. That's Fabian Jungbluth I see. And then Adrian Refnes, also from LMP1 in the PCDC Argon car, is in pit lane. we have a problem with the number 280. Matthias Magnussen. This looks like turn 6. Single car incident, but Ryan, you were talking about this earlier, about the lack of runoff outside of turn 6. Here as Magnussen starts to approach it. Looks like he just caught a wheel in the dirt on the outside here.
Yeah, it's a very tricky corner in itself, and then when you get to the, like this late in the race, and you get all those marbles offline too, if you do miss your turn in by that smallest amount, you're gonna find yourself almost at a point where it's impossible to stop the car going off track. And then once you're out there, just pray to the gods that you don't hit the wall. And you it's often better to spin when you get out into the dirt, because you don't hit the wall quite as often. And if you skate off there and the car just goes forward, you're in a lot of trouble.
Now, one thing I want to mention there is that I don't think the runoff would have been too little for that incident. It's just that Matthias Magnussen, once he went off track on the right side, he was about in the air for about, if I got my feet right, 15 or 20 feet in the air there until I landed again and was able to slow down on the gravel. So yeah, the very banked corner of turn 6 did quite a lot of damage there to Matthias Magnussen's chance of slowing down in time.
For those who are just joining us, a quick update because we haven't gone over it in quite a while. Our leader in the LMP1s is Danilo Piazza, but that might change because he's actually just pitted right now. And so Olsen might, yes, Olsen will take over the lead there for that fastest class. Marcel Ty just overtook the lead in LMP2 as David Baker also pitting from the lead in that class. Then in the GT Pros, it is Joel Hafner, of all people, for Absolute Unit of Energy Racing, the 269 leading GT Pro. Frank Oysterhouse in the lead for the 392 and the GTM class. Those are your 4 leaders in the 4 classes after nearly 4 hours of racing, 3 hours of racing rather.
4 hours of broadcast, 3 hours of racing. And Joel Hafner, I'm pretty sure that he is getting very close to the maximum drive limit. So he has to be careful not to run over that, or that team will get disqualified. I think it is 3 hours 20 that they're allowed to race at maximum in a 6-hour race. I could be wrong though. So yeah, most definitely have to look that up.
We'll have to flip through the rule book. So there's a lot that they have in this series to try and go through, but we'll try and clarify. Meanwhile, as we watch the BMW work its way down Rainy Curve, looks like we've got Magnussen pitting. This is in the GT Pros, the number 280 who we saw with that big accident. I expect, yeah, he was in there for quite a while getting some repairs. A minute 13 for him. But he is coming back out, I'm seeing. Looks like Marcel Ty has finished his pit stop. And that's going to... Oh, actually, this is going to be a battle for the lead in the LMP2s. And we need to get over to Marcel Ty right now because David Baker is just behind him. And Baker maybe try and do something down into turn 3. He's going to look for it, and it's not quite there. But this battle is not over yet.
Yeah, if he wants to get past, this is the chance to do it because Marcel Ty is still on cold tires on his LMP2. Look at how much David is gaining here. Now also quite a lot of traffic in the GTE column. Marcel Ty can't get past. This might give a run to David Baker out of turn 6. Not really, as Marcel Ty gets the better run out of turn 6. Both get past at least that first BMW of Bas Roswinkel, who is also fighting, I think, in a battle of himself. Either way, David Baker and Marcel Ty now going past the Kinetic Racing Cup.
This is going to take some incredible defending from Marcel Ty. From what we've seen earlier in the race, Marcel has not had the same pace that Baker has. In fact, Baker put a gap of nearly half a minute on the rest of the field. As they come out of the final corner, he hasn't got the opportunity quite yet. So Marcel is holding him at bay, but how long can he do that? past the lap traffic of Ryan Reeves, the Carbon Racing car, staying out of the way. 116 of Baker just riding in the tire tracks for now. Down through turn 5. Ooh, a little bit wide there from Marcel Ty. Some ground being gained by David Baker. We have something maybe up into the corkscrew. They're going to catch Sven Lipp in the Sim Racing Academy Black Machine pretty quickly here as they both break for the chicane. This slows up Ty slightly. And finally slipping through. Marcel Ty still not overtaken by the very quick Baker. Oh, wheels off in the dirt. That Team Hoisingville car is being taken to the limit.
Marcel Ty still leading this first place battle in your LMP2 class. Just ahead of David Baker there now, by the way, in 8th place, 8th and 9th place overall, respectively. So quite a few LMP1s ahead of them have already dropped out, or at least dropped behind them because of issues of their own as they now go past and Deering to SpeedTech SimSport number 339 Audi. Next up, that is Ronald Gross in the 18th place overall Realpix Motorsport LMP2 car, but I think he will first get past Marco Mogren of the Absolute Unit of Energy Racing. So that means Marco Mogren now has finally relieved Joel Hafner after nearly 3 hours worth of racing.
Number 271 car got a incident limit breach, and they're actually coming in right now to serve that, so they've decided might as well get it done immediately. That's Ludwig Gemmer who pulls the stop and go for that. Three more minutes left to go before we hit that magical halfway point.
Very aggressive from Marcel Ty there, going to the inside of Marco Mogren. David Baker tried to follow him, but he got slammed the door shot by Marco Mogren, saying you're not also getting past here, as Aaron DePoy now gets a little bit squeezed by Marcel Ty. Sorry, the other way around. Marcel Ty gets a little bit squeezed, which puts him off track out of turn 5. Gives back the gap to David Baker, who is now once again under that rear wing of the Team Hoisingville number 101. And they are really running up now to Ronald Gross of Real Pixel and Motorsport.
Marcel always under threat now because this is a good run from David Baker. He thinks about it in the corkscrew, but decides it's not worth that risk quite now. Looks for the over-under, but there is a car in his way. Marcel Ty still able to fend him off. Looks like Baker backs off a little bit, gives himself some breathing room, but what could have been an opportunity just wasn't there for the liking of the CQR Club driver.
Over-under gets such a different meaning if you're driving through the corkscrew. Either way, this battle for first place in the LMP2 is still red hot, as now Adrian Drefsnes of the PCDC Motorsports Argon car goes past those two. David Baker thinks about it to the inside. He's a little bit side by side with Marcel Ty. Does he also get traction? He doesn't really get it, as Marcel Ty is still able to defend out of turn 3. He comes once again ahead of David Baker, but he is still on the outside of the Team Hoisingville number 101, and this might be a done deal now for David Baker. Gets the better run on the outside of turn 4, and yes, sure enough, David Baker now your new leader of the LMP2 class.
From the hard way around, David Baker was not going to be denied. It took a while for him to get back into the lead, but he managed it. Ty, will we see him jump off into the distance at this point? As I mentioned earlier, Marcel didn't seem quite as quick as Baker in the early stages of this race, but again, the conditions continue to change. It's much cooler now, so maybe their car performs a little bit better here halfway through. Certainly we had a battle as well, and GT Pro getting awful close for second place up there.
Yeah, this is Kempfer for Hexa Racing Team Purple, coming under big pressure now from Hello Racers Hersey, and down to the inside goes Jonas Bowden, and an easy move in the end But look out behind them too, because the virtual motorsport car of Roy Dearden is right there as well. So 3-car battle for second in class. Quite some way behind Team Hoisting Bell 248 that leads this one though. That car is checked out.
Absolutely. Quite a few here together in this group, so this could cause things to get a little bit crazy because here comes some of the prototypes. Ronald Gross in there, as well as our battle for the lead that we were watching just before in the LMP2s. Baker and Ty both being held up significantly here, but Ty decides not to go on the attack from that. Gross is a lap down, so that's not for position with Baker. It looks like they're going to be able to sneak through. Oh, but a little bit of a checkup there.
Oh, David Baker diving into the inside there of Jonas Budan of the Hellraisers Heresy. Once again, a little bit of a dive on the S-Rock car of Ryan James. Really decisive move from David Baker, which meant that he is now a few car lengths ahead of Marcel Ty. Now goes a little bit 3 wide there for Marcel Ty into turn 2. Does that go well for him? Yes, it does. Sticks to the inside, so he's now passed now just 2 more cars in between. That's Serbian Racing and VTech Simsport 239 between the 2 LMP2s. But that means that David Baker most definitely has himself created quite a gap.
So with that, we have now passed 3 hours into this race. I'm going to step away for a moment, hand the lead over here to Stefan Schlacker. He'll be joined by Christian Challoner. Stefan, have fun. We'll hopefully be able to return in a little bit. Looks like you've got a lot of battles on our hands here.
Yeah, most definitely. It is going to be a fun event, especially because we're going to go into the dark in just a few moments time, pretty much just 1 more hour, and then we have the sunset here in a beautiful Laguna Seca. But before we're gonna see all of that action unfold under the headlights of all of these classes, we're quickly gonna step aside for a moment to get everyone on air and ready to tell you the stories of the last 3 hours of the DGFX round 4 here from Laguna Seca. We welcome you back to the DGFX Sportscar Series racing in Monterrey around the incredible WeatherTech Sportscar Laguna Seca Raceway here. And yeah, we are coming back to quite a heated battle yet again. This one is for the GT Pro position 3rd place between Guillaume Kempfer and Roy Dieteren.
Yeah, looks like a pretty close fight between these guys. So BMW is not quite able to pull away from the Ferrari at the moment.
As I mentioned before the break, I'm not talking alone. Me, Stefan Schlacher. I will also be joined by Christian Schaliner alongside in the booth. And we'll have a pit reporter here today for that second half of this race in the forms of Rem Brusio. So most definitely we'll be throwing a little bit to our running Aussie in the pit lane. Roy Dieteren now side by side with Kempfer for that 3rd place. That one goes to Kempfer, I think, over the line. So if that would have been the last lap, Kempfer would have had it in that BMW. But Roy Dieteren once again able to take him out in that turn 2 hairpin.
Yeah, I think that was realistically only a matter of time there. He'd ran him down from quite a way back, and especially in a race this long, with so long left as well, you just kind of have to look at stuff like that and be like, well, you're realistically not going to hold him off for an entire 3 hours, and especially with how quickly he'd been caught as well.
Last lap, 2/10 difference in favor of Roy Dieteren, and that even though he was a little bit held up by Kempfer at that last lap. So yeah, now Roy Dieteren free to drive again. He is, let's see, 3.5 seconds only behind 2nd place. That is Hellraiser's Heresy. Behind the wheel there is Jonas Baudin, as he now gets overtaken by a Hellraiser's car. That's the Hellraiser's Gluttony of Andreas Olsen, 3rd place in the LMP1 class.
Yeah, and a pretty similar difference in pace as well. It's not going to be too many laps until that's a fight for 2nd in that class.
Yeah, you're saying it. I don't think it will actually take all that long until he has closed up that gap to that 2nd place. So most definitely something we will have to look out for. Last lap, by the way, that was actually a 2/10 difference in favor of Jonas Baudin. So Heresy might be able to stick a little bit longer ahead of Roy Dieteren than Guillaume Kempfer in the Hexa Racing team.
Yeah, and even if there is a change for position in 2nd place, it's going to be a long time before we see any kind of fight for the lead. There's a significant gap of 33 seconds between 1st and 2nd in that class at the moment.
Well, quite honestly, I would be surprised if anyone is able to catch that. Heusenwald number 248. Christian Frank now behind the wheel of that Porsche after a long time driving for Jan Sendkowski. Until actually they have split pretty much this race thus far, half and half. Frank has taken over on lap 83, which is now nearly 60 laps ago.
Yeah, it's obviously a significant gap, but as we said during the break, there's not been a full course yellow yet. There's definitely been a couple of moments where we thought one might come out, so with them still being on the same lap, if there was a full course yellow, pretty much the entire class would really be back in the fight.
P10 in the LMP2 class is a fight, though, that is between Jeff Yeager and Will Leslie. The number 133 and number 170. Right behind the Wall of Sim Racing Team Junior. After they have been for a very long time in pit lane, they have started to drive out again, but they are in total 51 laps down on your LMP1 leader. Battle now past him, so they are free to go. The car ahead of them, that's Adrian Resnes of the PCDC Motorsports Argon LMP1 team. So obviously they're not going to run down that LMP1 anytime soon.
Yeah, these guys are actually pretty close to last lap, just a 10th between them, but it seems like Will Leslie's just a little bit better at getting through traffic, because the lap before that he actually closed in about 8 tenths.
Lap times in the LMP2 class is about 1 minute and 16. So yeah, very fast these laps are gonna drive by for them. They're about 10 seconds slower than your LMP1s and about 5 to 6 seconds faster than GTEs.
Yeah, there is really a significant speed differential, and we've got a lot of cars on track here, and traffic is really the big story of this race. And we saw a little bit with David Baker and how aggressive he was at moving through the traffic, and I think that's really the factor in how he is the leader of this class right now. He's just looked so much more ruthless at cutting through, and with how many cars that you have to pass pretty much every single lap, it's a big deal, and it's a huge part of endurance racing is how you deal with the traffic.
Jeff Yeager really getting closed down by Will Leslie now. So the traffic really not helping Jeff Yeager, not really also very decisive for him, as once again they're running up to kinetic racing velocity, which really doesn't help Jeff Yeager. Maybe this is the chance for Will Leslie to really close in that gap as he makes a little bit of a mistake through turn 6, which means Jeff Yeager will be maybe putting that GTE between them. No, Magnussen also lets Will Leslie pass, so that means this battle for 10th place is still a wrap up.
Yeah, and that is pretty much the worst place that Jeff could have caught that car right there. It's a corner where there's a big difference in speed between the P2 car and the GTE car, and right as he kind of got to the apex of the corner, he ran up on the back of the GTE, and we saw Will was able to close in quite a lot there, but not able to make a pass or anything. But it was just really an example of how Jeff's kind of struggling to extend that gap with the traffic.
Still nose to tail between those two, but really Will Leslie not getting much closer through the infield section here at Laguna Seca. So his strength most definitely coming up now. Turn 5 and upwards up to the corkscrew, and then once again down all the way to the last corner. That's really his strong suit. The infield, the slow turns seem to have not really been beneficial thus far for that LMP2, as he makes a little bit of an accidental dive there on Fabian Jungbluth of the GT Temple Racing LMP1 car. But that also means that he's getting slowed down quite a lot there compared to Jeff Yeager.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if that was a smart decision there to try and fight the LMP1 car, but it definitely lost him a lot of time, and we see that gap's really extended itself out now. Just taking a look at the race control sheet, we can see that there's a lot of cars now that we've got about just past halfway that are starting to pick up that incident penalty.
Sorry, Team Vikings Midgard, number 301. I just spotted that Ole Christian Unneberg, he just spun himself out of turn 6, hit the sausage curb on the inside, and thus spins his car out, showing exactly on our replay how not to take that 6th turn in and out.
Yeah, we see him just running up to the turn now and can't quite get a great shot on it there, but as we see him, just looks like he just got on the inside curb and it unsettled him all the way through to exit. Perhaps caught the inside wall just a little bit there. Yeah, we see he turns in and just gets really heavily onto that red curb on the inside and loops the car around, and kind of a gentle impact into the tires there. I don't think he'll have too much damage.
And now we have just got a very big implication in this LMP2 field, namely the Team Moisenwald number 101 of Marcel Tai got a black flag penalty for exceeding the incident limit. They were second place, now already dropped down to fourth place because of that mishap of the number 101. Obviously, as we've already mentioned, very easy to pick up those the incident points, that 1x's off tracks everywhere here on Laguna Seca.
Yeah, and we saw that Marcel Tai was not really able to match the pace of David Baker, and now things have really just gotten worse for him, having to take that penalty. It's going to drop him really far back and really hand a really significant lead to David Baker now.
Another battle on screen that's kind of like still going on is that P4 battle in the GT Pro class. It's now Hexa Racing Team Purple versus Marco Mogren. So Kempfer most definitely going a little bit the wrong direction. I wonder if they have not taken tires on that last pit stop, whereas everyone else around them did. And I would explain why he's losing so much to everyone around him.
Yeah, we saw him lose that third place recently, and now we see Marco Mogren's closing him down. That absolute unit car's been extremely quick though, so it's not a huge surprise to see this, but at the same time, obviously not the direction that the Hexa Racing car wants to be going.
Already we have queued up the battle for second place in the GT Pros a little bit ago. Just wanted to give you an update about that. Roy Dieter now has closed the gap to 1.7 seconds and counting. Still though, this battle for fourth place, and now the closer one between Marco Mogren and Joao Kempfer. And yeah, I would be surprised if Mogren takes a long time to make that pass happen.
Yeah, we see a P1 just filtering its way through there, and Mogren looked like he dropped back just a little bit there in the last section of that lap. But yeah, again, I think this is probably one of those passes that is somewhat inevitable.
Going through turn 3 now, Marco Mogren gets a little bit helped up by Andreas Olsen of the Hellraisers Gluttony car. That's your second place LMP1 now. As now Paul Van Loon goes past in No Luck AM Sport. Jonathan Vance tries to do the same. Lots of cars passing, a little bit of a hotspot once again. This battle is not really being able to close in on each other because of all the traffic they are getting right now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of traffic being a problem into turn 6, and it just seems to be a natural kind of crossover point with the speed difference in the cars. That's always a trouble spot. But Marco Mogren is really closed in now through the corkscrew, and see another P2 car is going to make its way through and kind of force him to drop back. But we see Mogren's been really aggressive with the cars lapping him, and lost a little bit of time there, but really not keen on letting anybody past if he doesn't have to.
And Ram, our beautiful pit lane reporter, has spotted that the Graphite Racing AM team, your first place in the GTM car, has been in the pit stall and they're already driving away. Seems like Ram is having some issues there on his pit lane equipment. Probably has to change out his transmitter. Either way, Frank Osterhuis now has taken over that car from... No, actually he's staying in the car, sorry. Still in first place. He is now about 43 seconds ahead of second place. So unless something happens to that Graphite Racing AM team, they're in no danger whatsoever of losing that first place to the Real Pixel Motorsports number 3 car.
Yeah, 31-second pit stop as well, so really just running on schedule for that car, and as you say, they're not really under any threat, and it's all going quite smoothly for them right now.
This is, by the way, also one of the biggest gaps we see right now in all of the classes. Actually, the CQR Club lead in LMP2 is bigger, with standing right now at 54.7 seconds ahead of Nomad Sim Racing HPD. But to go back to the battle for fourth place in the GT Pro class. Marco Mogren still trying to chase down Guillaume Kempfer of Hexa Racing Team Purple. Not really succeeding because the traffic keeps on coming.
Yeah, we've seen that Mogren's just struggled to...
Oh, Dieteren! Dieteren to the outside, what happened to him? In the gravel there, Roy Dieteren losing third and fourth place because of an incident with an LMP2 car. That was with the Energy Racing HPD of Will Leslie, and a very ambitious dive by Leslie, but that's also quite a lot of netcode between those two.
Yeah, it was pretty late move, but at the same time it is a passing spot and definitely some netcode there. We see the front right corner of the Ferrari jump way into the air, and that's that definitely looked an exaggeration for any contact that might have happened.
But now, finally, the battle for fourth place in GT Pro is off, which is now a battle for third place in the GT Pro between Guillaume Kempfer and Marco Mogren. They had a little bit of a moment without traffic, and immediately Marco Mogren was able to close in on Kempfer. Now going into turn 2, Marco Mogren obviously not trying to do anything in there because it was a little bit too far back. But those two BMWs now fighting for third place in the GT Pro Championship race.
And a really unfortunate incident there for Roy Dieter, and we saw him be... he was extremely fast and he was closing down that position for second, and now he's got it all to do again, and no doubt some damage on his car as well.
Adrian Drefsnes into the wall, he goes there out of turn 5. What happened to him? That's the number 18 LMP1 team of PCDC Motorsports Argon. Everything is kicking off now all of a sudden, and actually that looks like a very weird accident. Not even sure if he did break anything there.
Yeah, very interesting moment. It almost looked like he got caught out by the 911 there, and really major implications there for the championship leader in the P1 class.
I quite honestly do not hear him brake until he's well into the gravel there. So very interesting incident there for Refsens. Maybe had a little bit of a hardware failure or something like that. Either way, he is now once again driving as we're back to Guillaume Kempfer, who has now lost the position to Marco Mogren of Absolute Unit of Energy Racing.
Yeah, and he's lost that position as well to Roy Dieteren on his recovery here too, so something must have happened to Kempfer.
Yeah, out of the corkscrew, I don't know if we can get to that, but that's actually a very weird incident there. Guillaume Kempfer just loses the rear behind a slow GT3 car and thus loses 2 positions. But yeah, with all of that, Kempfer now in 5th place, Virtual Motorsports, Roy Dieteren in 4th place, 3rd place now to Marco Mogren, who will most definitely look to race down Jonas Bodin of the Hell Racers Heresy car.
And whilst this is all going on, the Team Hersingveld car is extending its lead out even further at this point, now out to 30 seconds over 2nd place in that class.
Looking a little bit through the field right now to see if there's anything remotely as close battle-wise as the battle we're looking at right now, and the answer quite simply is not really, other than this battle right here for 3rd place. The next closest battle is a battle that is 8 seconds apart. No, 2 seconds apart between Kinetic Racing Speed and the Speedtech SimSport 239. That's for 8th place in the GT Pro class. But yeah, as I said, that's 2.5 seconds apart.
Yeah, and really we see that there's a lot of cases actually where the class leader has pretty much unanimously 30 seconds in nearly all classes here. And it's quite interesting to see, but as we saw with the P2 battle, it went from an outright fight for the lead and the closest fight for the lead that we had on track to suddenly actually the biggest gap between the class leaders that we've got right now, with about 50 seconds between those two. So it can turn around quite quickly.
Well, let's give you a little bit of a top 3 rundown as we officially now go into dawn with 16:41 local time here in Laguna Seca Virtual Standard Time. That obviously is Old Dogs team still leading your LMP1 class. Behind that wheel right now, it's Ricardo Schiavon for the Old Dogs team. They're about 29 seconds ahead of Hellraiser's Glugeny in second place. Behind that wheel right now, it's Andreas Olsen. They started in 4th place, gained themselves 2 places to that second place, such as Old Dogs team. Right behind them though, it's Speed Cities Motorsports Xenon. They gained themselves 3 spots to get up to that 3rd place, 40.7 seconds at the line in total behind Old Dogs team. Behind the wheel for the Xenon team, that's Christian Nössing. A very quiet race for him, no doubt, but a very, very successful race thus far. Now, Christian, how are we looking in the LMP2s for the top 3?
Well, we saw a pass for the lead not so long ago in that class by David Baker, driving for the CQR Club car, and he's really been the class of the field all day in that class, so not really too surprising there at the moment. He's got 58.5 seconds over Jason Dilworth in the Nomad Sim Racing HPD car. And then just a little bit further back, we have the German Sim Racing car driven by Julian Ogen.
In first place for the GT Pro class, we have Team Heuseveld number 248, leading since the start of this race. The start of the race was taken by Jan Senkowski, and since lap 83, we have reported that a little bit earlier, but it's Christian Frank behind the wheel of that Porsche. They are now nearly a full lap ahead, I think, of the second place car of Hellraiser's Heresy, who also have gotten themselves quite a jump up thus far in this race. They have gained 9 places overall to get up to this second place. Jonas Baudin in behind the wheel of that Hellraiser's Heresy Ferrari. Also a very quiet race, by the way, for them. In third place of the GT Pro class, we have Marco Mogren. That's Absolute Unit of Energy Racing. After a very interesting first laps for these guys, they have settled down and have started to battle their way up through the top 5 to finally get to a 3rd place, right around 2.5 hours out from the checkered flag.
Then finally moving over to our GT-AM category, we've got Frank Oosterhuis in the Graphite Racing car. And we see he's got a really big lead right now. He's got 53 seconds back to the Real Pixel Motorsport car, who is being currently piloted by Matthias Baumler. And then just a bit further back in the 305, we have the TSB Racing car driven by Till Norwig.
These are your top 3 of every class that is racing in this field here to the LMP1, LMP2, GT Pro, which are your GTE cars, and the GTM class, which is the Audi R8 LMS car. Very interesting car combination if you think about it, but thus far in, let's say, 3.5 races in this season, it has worked out pretty well. A lot of excitement in all classes and also throughout the race, so yeah, can't really complain about the car choices the DGFX series managers have made over the off-season.
Yeah, I definitely think this was a good decision here, and the way the classes are split is definitely giving us different perspectives, both in terms of the speed and the strategy required for each class, because each class really is just a little bit different from the other. Okay, so we have 2 prototype classes and 2 GT classes, but there's different considerations for all of them, really, both in terms of fuel and tires. And obviously we see, for example, with the P1 cars, they have the hybrid system and they have a much easier time getting through traffic compared to the P2 cars.
was the 47. Who was that? That's old dog team there, Riccardo Schiavone. They had a little bit of a bone, you could say, for themselves. A cone they had stuck under their nose, which can impede your top speed by quite a bit on these LMP1 cars. So they're lucky that that slipped out of their underbelly once again.
Yeah, extremely lucky to lose that cone. It can really hurt you in terms of lap times if it gets stuck under the car.
Gabriel Rees, that's 8th place in your GT Pro class. That's Kinetic Racing Speed versus John D. Miller Speed Tech SimSport 239. I have queued up this battle a while ago, and it seems like Gabriel Rees has finally got past the Speed Tech 239.
Yeah, this is the recovering car after that earlier incident that we caught on the broadcast where it had that moment in turn 6. John Miller just not quite able to either pull a move or Gabriel Rees to actually escape this right now. And looks like this is going to run on for quite some time until either traffic splits them apart or there's a pit stop.
Fourth place in the LMP2 class is starting to heat up once again. Julian Oyen of the German Sim Racing LMP2 car versus Jonathan Dance of Adequate Racing, number 1923, fighting there for that fourth place. And it seems like Oyen not really up to pace of Jonathan Dance. As Jonathan Dance goes to the inside for that fourth place and makes quick notice of that pass. But Oyen with the better drive out of the last turn. Let's see if he can redeem that fourth place once again for German Sim Racing. But seems like on the outside of the Mario Andretti hairpin, not really a chance. And so it is with Jonathan Dance now taking over that fourth place.
Yeah, and it seems like just a moment ago I was talking about the German Sim Racing car actually being in third place in that class. And the Team Hersingveld car has retaken that position with Marcel Time.
Rem with quite a spot. Rem, are you there? You have quite some important news for our GT Pro leader.
Yes, he's just come in. Tyre change and some fuel, and he's coming back out, I think. Sorry, guys.
And also on top of that, Ram, it just came in from a race control. They also got black flagged for aggressive driving. So I'm not sure if they have served that penalty already before their pit stop, but that is quite some big news because they had a 30-second gap to second place, and that might all be gone with that 20-second penalty for aggressive driving.
Yeah, certainly. As we're getting into the second half of this race, we're starting to see more drivers picking up these aggressive driving penalties, as well as the incident limit breaches. We've seen quite a few have to come through and serve those penalties in the last hour or so.
There we have him on screen, Christian Frank in that car right now. We sort of caught our director here a little bit off guard with that announcement. But yeah, Team Heusmeld number 248, they have at least put up a pit stop. We have to see if they have put up that penalty already or not. And yes, it seems like yes, they have already served. No, they have not served it yet, so they have to come in pretty much any second. Let's see. Oh, who is that on the outside? That's the Astro car of Niels L. Schütters. As Christian Frank once again stays out of the pit lane, so pretty much one more. Yeah, one more lap, and they have to drive in. As let's have a look at what happened to the Astro Racing. That's the 310 of Niels Schütters. That's the penultimate corner, just spins it out right ahead of Samuel Roth, and whoa, that's quite some avoidance there by Roth and a few other cars going past.
Yeah, and he was stuck on the outside for quite some time there and just overlapping the track as well. So a really bad place to have that moment. Luckily, he was able to back it up and get it back going out on the gravel and not be collected by any of the cars. Extremely lucky when he initially went around there, though.
That was also the white car of WeatherTech Sim Race in the 111 that was able to avoid the S-Rock car as well. Now, Team Heusenwald, number 248, they're once again in the corkscrew. Let's see if they drive into pit lane this time around. Christian Frank obviously still behind the wheel of that car. Penultimate corner. Does he stay to the left side? No, he stays out one more lap. Very interesting.
I actually believe that car might have already served its penalty. I'm just taking a look at the timing screen right now, and it suggests that it was in the pits 3 laps ago. And
well, yes, they were 3 laps ago in pit lane because they did take a pit stop, if I saw that correctly, because I did spot them going up on the checks. Either way, either they have or have not, doesn't really impede much of the racing right now. We have to keep an eye on that though, for sure, as we're looking at that Hell Races Heresy. No, sorry, that's Gluten in 2nd place in the LMP1 class, as they're getting chased down by Christian Nössing, the PCDC Motorsports Xenon car, 3rd place in your overall standings.
yeah, that gap there for the 2nd spot is really tightened up, and you see the Old Dogs car went from having a lead of about 18 seconds out to having about 38 seconds now. So looks like the Old Dogs car has moved forwards, and the Hell Races car is now under a bit of threat from the PCDC Motorsports one.
I'm still not 100% convinced that Christian Frank has taken already that pit stop, but it was a 20.7 second pit stop that he was stationary for, so maybe Christian Frank has already taken that stop and go penalty, but the control sheet hasn't been updated yet. Either way, we still have that battle going for 2nd place in the LMP1 class.
Yeah, I think we'll have to come back to that situation for the 248 car. As you say, the race control sheet's not currently showing it as having served that penalty, so we're really unsure until we see anything on that score.
Andreas Olsen a little bit sideways there through turn 5, as now Nössing goes sideways through turn 6, as someone has putting quite the line there through the gravel on the outside. And yeah, at this point I'm quite sure that the 248 would be already DQ'd for not serving any penalties, as Olsen a little bit under threat once again from Nössing taking over that 2nd place. By the way, it's getting towards 5 p.m. local virtual standard time, as Nössing comes with quite some overboost speed there, but once again just not able to overtake Andreas Olsen in that Porsche 991. Sorry, 919.
And whilst this battle's been going on, the Old Dogs car has actually come into the pit lane, so this has now become a somewhat temporary fight for the lead in this class.
Races Glutiny not getting held up there by the Kinetic Racing Velocity BMW. Nössing though a little bit compromised on his entry in turn 6, and Olsen right away streaking once again away in his Porsche 919. Obviously 2 very different philosophies in those cars. A Porsche 919 with having energy recovery not only in the brakes but also on the turbo, while the Audi R18 in behind only recovers his energy from braking. Oh, that's a good run though now for Nössing. There he goes side by side, pulls away with the boost setting, and Olsen now has to concede that 1st place in the lead.
I was actually just about to mention that it looked like he'd perhaps been saving a little bit of boost there, and as we saw coming out of the final corner, the Audi just completely streaked away there and takes over the lead for the moment. But I believe these guys will both be pitting in soon. The Hell Races car is currently on a stint of 33 laps, so it's nearing the end of its time on the track right now.
Andreas Olsen coming right back with some boost on Nursing, but not enough to get up behind him. Look at that boost though now, so most definitely two very different boost philosophies for these guys. As Nursing a lot on the first straight, where Olsen kind of divides his boost up over the few straights that we have here at Laguna Seca.
And interesting how different the philosophies between these two cars are, yet how close they are after nearly 4 hours of racing now. So the current balance of performance appears to actually be quite good in that class.
The GTP Pro lead, GT Pro lead is starting to go off. That is between Jonas Butter and Marco Mogren, which means that the team Heusenwald 248 is still behind them because of that penalty serving. But actually, they're not too far behind, as Christian Frank is already running up to Roy Diederen behind those two, which means he's now only about 4 seconds away from Absolute Unit of Energy Racing.
Yeah, and that whole class is actually pretty tight, all the way down to 5th place, with the Hexa Racing BMW not that far back. And obviously that penalty for the 248 Heusenwald cars really brought that class back together, and we saw Roy Diederen had that moment with the HBD and has been recovering quite well and is only 3 seconds behind this fight for the lead.
The 4th place LMP1 SKS Tribute, the number 3 car, just received a black flag for incident limit breach, their first incident limit breach, which means that's just a stop and go penalty for them.
That car currently 40 seconds off the lead as well.
Yeah, Samuel Roth behind that wheel right now, as Motorsports Roy Diederen still driving in 3rd place, and Damien DeVoe of Hexa Racing Team Purple took over that BMW for the upcoming night stop. As a lot of cars now coming into pit lane, that's Sean Baudin of Hell Races Heresy and the SKS Tribute car into pit lane. Jonas Baudin pitting from the lead, and obviously the SKS Tribute car pitting for their penalty.
We've got a lot of action in the pits, and it seems like this part of the race has been a little bit of a crossover between all the classes, with pretty much every car, well, every class is requiring a pit stop just around about now. All cars nearing the end of their stint, so pit lane's pretty busy right now.
And this might actually be good news right now for Marco Mo, being held up by that Hell Races Heresy car. So maybe he can jump Heresy during this pit cycle and get ahead of them.
Yeah, I think that'll definitely be what he was looking for. He was right there hanging around in 2nd place, but it didn't look like he was able to actually pull the move. So this pit cycle gives him a little bit of an opportunity to get the lead in a bit of a different way. So I'm sure he'll be trying to maximize his laps right now.
The fastest driver in this GT Pro field is back behind the wheel of the 248. We saw it there as they have performed their pit stop. Jan Sankowski now has taken over the wheel once again of that Porsche, away from Christian Frank, who did a phenomenal job to get to stay ahead of the rest of the GT Pro field. Now it's on Jan Sankowski to get back into the lead of this race to make it. I think that would be 4 in 4 for them.
Yeah, I definitely would expect him to probably take this car to the end from here, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. And he's got a little bit of work to do. Obviously, that penalty's dropped them back, but that car has been extremely fast, so I do expect it to see it back up in the fight for the lead soon.
Yeah, right now they're a little bit in a fight for the lead because they have to unlap themselves again from Marco Mogren, who was able to lap them. That's just how long these pit stops take compared to how short these laps are here at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, almost a minute stationary in the pits, so quite a long stop, as you say, especially relative to the lap times. We're only seeing about at most 1 minute 20s for that class around here.
Less than 2 hours and 50 minutes to go as Jan Sankowski goes a little bit off track there in the penultimate corner of lap 167 for him. The number 248 leading a very long time, pretty much from the start of this race all the way to just a few laps ago when they had to serve a penalty for breaching the incident limit for the very first time. That was a stop and go penalty for them. Which means that they have cycled back in pretty much fourth in class, trying to fight back now as Christian Frank did give that car back to Jan Sankowski, trying to get back into the lead of this GT Pro field.
As we see him trying to unlap himself here, and the BMW is pretty fast down the straights, but the Porsche has got the new tyres and he's taking a look here. Not quite able to pull off a move, but it's only a matter of time before we see that BMW head to the pit lane anyway.
Yeah, Jan Sankowski early already a little bit desperate on trying to get by that BMW. By the way, the absolute unit of energy racing already 40 laps on their fuel stint. As we are now looking at, that is P2 in the LMP1 class, and then there is Olsen breaking up that battle right away, getting into pit lane to perform his next stop of the race.
Yeah, with Olsen coming into the pits now, I don't suspect it'll be long before we see the PCDC Motorsports car have to come in as well. Oldo's car will definitely retake the lead here. It's a little bit off strategy compared with the other two, but it was right there with the Hellraiser's car as it came into the pit lane, so there'll be a significant difference between the class leader and the second and third right here.
And this is starting to be a little bit big now for Jan Sankowski, as he is able to overtake Virtual Motorsports. Dennis Garrison now took over that car now in fourth place for Team Heusenfeld in the GT Pro class. So they were fifth place coming out of pit lane. Now they're fourth place. It was a pass initiated by the lapping maneuver of Marco Mogren. A little bit far back there on the replay. It's not going to happen until pretty much half a lap from now. There we go. And now going into turn 4, the orange car ahead, the Ferrari. That is the Virtual Motorsports car. You're gonna see now Marcus Mogren go to the inside of the Virtual Motorsport, and Jan Sankowski just simply following through of the gap created. He had a little bit of a fight there out of turn 5, but nothing he can't handle.
Yeah, it looked like Sankowski spotted an opportunity there to kind of make that pass without really any fight, and by the time the Virtual Motorsport car realized what was happening and tried to fight back, it was just too late and Sankowski was already passed.
Next up on the list, that's Hellraiser's Heresy, Marcus Simonsen, and now behind the wheel of that Ferrari. It's only a few seconds up the road from both Marco Mogren and Jan Sankowski. Jan Sankowski now even flashing the lights at your GT Pro leader. Just shows how unhappy Sankowski is with sitting behind that BMW.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a conflicting kind of philosophy right now between the two of them, because obviously Sankowski needs to clear Mogren pretty quickly because that gap's starting to extend out a little bit to the Hellraiser's car, but at the same time Mogren knows that the longer he can keep Sankowski behind him, the better it is for himself, obviously, to retain that class lead.
Maybe we will see something now into turn 2, just no too far back. The German car is once again comes the flash from Jan Sankowski in the Team Heusenfeld number 248. The German driver very unhappy with this situation right now, sitting behind the Scandinavian driver of Marco Mogren.
It has got to only be a matter of time before we see Mogren head to pit road, though. He's on lap 43 of his stint right now.
Once again, the flash comes from Jan Sankowski. By the way, they're still closing in on Hellraiser's Heresy, so it's not too much of a problem right now. The the pace from Mogren is still quite good. And here comes the dive now to the right side of Marco Mogren. Can he make it stick through the corkscrew to go? And finally Jansen Kowski gets past. He is about a second faster than the Hellraiser's Heresy car, but once again, the comeback from Mogren. This is like they're fighting for first place in the last few laps of this race.
Yeah, it just really does not want to give up this spot to the Porsche, but it's got to be inevitable, surely. As we see, we go 3 wide with the other team. Who's in the car right now, nearly 4 wide.
Oh! Jansen Kowski extremely desperate. Marco Mogren even more desperate at this point, trying to stick that Jansen Kowski behind him into that pipe, as very unhappy, furiously flashing those headlights at Marco Mogren. And you have to wonder, was that not just dirty driving from Mogren, just picking him right behind that Audi, nearly squeezing him into that Audi when there was still place to the left side of it?
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit borderline there. He obviously trapped Senkowski behind the Audi, and the Audi was going so much slower down the straightaway, and we could have had a really big incident there. At the same time, I think Senkowski's getting really frustrated with this, and I kind of don't think he needs to. Mogren's definitely going to be pitting soon, so why fight it? It's an inevitable thing that BMW is going to be gone and out of the way, but he's locking the fronts up a lot in that Porsche, and that really hurts that car when you do that, especially late in the run. So I think he probably needs to just collect himself a little bit, but as he goes right to the inside here in the final corner and finally makes that pass.
But here now comes the momentum for the BMW. Marco Mogren, obviously he knows what is on stake here. The longer he can keep Jansen Kowski behind him, the better it is in the long run for him. But now he sees the signs, lets Jansen Kowski by. That means Jansen Kowski now clear as the day is for him, as it's already 7:08, only 9 minutes away from sunset here in virtual California.
Yeah, it's definitely, the darkness is dropping pretty quickly here. It wasn't too long ago where it was pretty bright sunshine, as we see a P1 just trying to maneuver its way around these pair at the time. But this fight, well, it sounds strange to say it, obviously the fight, because there's a lap between these two, has allowed the virtual motorsport Ferrari to get actually back pretty close to this pair.
Here now comes the GT Temple Racing Alex Sturm. No, he actually decides to still stick behind those two, as Jansen Kowski is starting to open up the gap between himself and Marco Mogren. Alex Sturm still not able to get past. Maybe now, yes, now he goes past your GT Pro leader of Marco Mogren. Mogren still staying out of the pit lane, so clearly still has some fuel left, as now the Hellraiser's Gluttony LMP1 goes past him down the start-finish straight.
Yeah, and I think it's not too surprising to see Senkowski pulling away as quickly as he is. We knew that he'd obviously had a lot more pace.
First lap out in the free. He is about a full second faster than Marco Mogren, about 4/10 faster than Marcus Simonsen of the Hellraiser's Heresy car. So he most definitely is closing that gap quite rapidly to third place driver of Marcus Simonsen. Now, second place, that Samba Racing team, that's Bas Rohwinkel. He is now on the 10th lap of his fuel stop, which is about 2 laps longer than Jansen Kowski. And Bas Rohwinkel is now going into the last turn of this racetrack, whereas the team Heusenfeld number 248 is still now going up to the corkscrew.
Yeah, there's a pretty big gap between second and third in that class at the moment. We'll have to see if that closes up a little bit with any kind of pit stop strategy, but there's definitely a lot of work to do for the Team Heusenfeld car, and obviously, as we saw, it was pretty desperate to get through.
Jansen Kowski now has 2 GT Pro cars to lap. That's Aaron DePoy of Fisher Motorsports. 12th place in the GT Pro class. That's also the last GT Pro to run And then ahead of him, that's Niels Hohenhage of the Element Sim Racing Water, 11th place in class. A few laps ahead, actually, of the Fisher Motorsports car.
And we just seen a bit of an incident, actually. I think Jaeger was actually involved with that on the entry to pit road in the P2 class. There was another P2 involved that looked like he kind of got hooked off the front of Jaeger's car, and I'm not exactly sure what happened, whether both cars were trying to get into the pit lane or what, but one definitely got fired off into the wall on the left.
Yeah, it is on pit lane entry. Jeff Jaeger a little bit slow into pit lane. Thomas Grendel of Team Vikings Fenris comes up behind him, tries to shoot past Jeff Jaeger, and yeah, with some netcode help, that's by the way the 102 LMP2, just shoots off to the left into the tire barrier. Seems like not too much damage done to Thomas Grendel, and he actually did continue to drive on the track.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah, there's obviously significant contact there. I don't know whether there was a little bit of netcode or whether the contact there was pretty inevitable, but it looked like Jaeger didn't want to clear the GT cars because he was obviously entering pit road and was probably a good bit slower through that corner than the 102 was expecting, and obviously there was a coming together, and really unfortunate for the 102.
Christian Nussing versus Hampus Bas. Hampus Bas still not letting go of that PCDC Motorsports Xenon car ahead of him. So that fight for second place in the LMP1s is most definitely far from over. By the way, 1 minute roughly remaining until we hit the 2 hours to go mark, which means 1.5 hours to go for these guys to have a chance at seeing a full course yellow go out here today.
We just take a look at Frank Oosterhuis. He's got about a minute lead right now in the Graphite Racing AM car in the GT3 class.
Frank Oosterhuis with probably one of the most quiet races in this field. Look at how clean that car is for the Graphite Racing team. They are leading by about 54 seconds ahead of second place as Marco Mogren finally in pit lane. That's the absolute unit of Energy Racing BMW. They're now off the pit limit. We're second place. They're still ahead of second place as second place Samba Racing Team now going over the start finish line. So let's see how that difference is once the timing and scoring has updated. Seems like it stands at about 14 seconds between those two. Actually,
yeah.
Sorry, 7 seconds between those two.
Yeah, and I think that really pushes home the point as to why Mogren was so aggressive in his defense against the Heusinkveld car, as that Heusinkveld car I think is around about 26 seconds or perhaps somewhere between 26 and 30 seconds behind the absolute unit of Energy Racing car right now, so a significant gap between the two, but as we've seen, the Heusinkveld car is extremely quick, so with just under 2 hours to go now, it's not inconceivable that it will be right back there in the fight for the lead.
So, Team Heusinkveld number 248 finally close in on the team, the Hell Racers Heresy car. That third place driver of Marcus Simonsen, only 1.5 seconds roughly between those two. But before the action gets a little bit too heated in those last 2 hours worth of racing, we're quickly gonna step aside for a short break here on GSRC during the DGFX 6 hours of Laguna Seca. during this break, Jan Sankowski finally got past Marcus Simonsen for the 3rd place in GT Pro as Simonsen just gets wrecked. Welcome back to the 6 hours of Laguna Seca in the DGFX series. Marcus Simonsen going from a good race to an okay race to a very bad race all of a sudden in just a few moments time. Julian Oyen there with a little bit of a touch to the back of Simonsen. That car quite some damage and he has to drive into pit lane.
Yeah, he got fired off into the wall pretty aggressively there, and it was a bit of a glancing blow, but still, that's definitely not going to help, and that's really upsetting for Simonsen. He'd really done nothing wrong. He was running a pretty strong race right there. Obviously, he just lost that position to the Helsingborg car, but that wasn't really a great surprise. So disappointing to see him pick up damage in that way, and really unfortunate for him.
Still with you for the last 2 hours of this 6-hour race is your voice talking to you right now, Stefan Schlacher, with Christian Chaliner in the co-commentator position alongside the returning Joe Peak and Rem Abruzzi. I still have to learn that last name. In the pit lane, as long with Sean Ambrose in the director's seat for the last 2 hours. A very brave man sitting through all 6 hours of this very exciting race with now 1 GT Pro more in the pit lane.
And one thing that we missed during the break was there was quite a bit of an accident between the Hell Racers Gluttony and the PCDC Xenon car. We were all watching that. And certainly big implications with this being for 2nd place. Here we see it in turn 6 right up here.
Oh, and sorry, Xenon just had another incident out of the last turn. They spun themselves into the inside wall. Quite some damage to that Xenon car. Now they're now crabbing as well. They actually had it coming together. Another coming together, this time with Jan Sankowski of the 248.
Coming back live here to check it out, and it's hard to tell what exactly. This could be a case of just it's dark out, everybody's getting a little bit tired, and they just didn't give each other enough margin. It does look like that maybe the Xenon car didn't track out quite as much as they could have.
Yeah, we have missed it there by about 30 seconds or so. It was out of the last turn between Sankowski and Nussing. There we go, going into the last turn now. You're gonna see, as Joe said, just the Xenon car not really tracking out, only about halfway. Jan Sankowski is allowed to track out, and even that was too much to avoid that Xenon.
Yeah, I think Sankowski was pretty far to the inside there. I don't know what really caused the Xenon car, whether it was out on the curb or not, but I think Joe brings up an interesting point actually, and something that I noticed as it's gone into darkness. We've seen a lot of cars start to have minor offs, so to speak, with especially braking zones. I've seen a couple of guys go off at the corkscrew, and it is the same track, obviously, but there is a lot of a different perspective. Some brake markers do disappear into the night, and I don't think it's too surprising that we see a couple of guys starting to struggle, and maybe the number of incidents start to go up as we head into the night here.
Well, it's now 19 seconds for Jan Sankowski that he has to make up to 2nd place driver Bas Rohwinkel, who is himself 9 seconds and dropping back from 1st place. Absolute unit of energy racing. We're looking now here from the nose of Jan Sankowski's Porsche 248, right behind the rear wing of Jeff Jaegers, the Apex Racing Group Blue LMP2 car.
Sankowski still running extremely quickly though. The other cars ahead of him running in the low 1 minute 20s right now. They might be in a little bit of traffic, but Sankowski running 18.7 for his last lap.
Bas Rohwinkel into the pit lane for Samba Racing Team. They're making another pit stop. That's very early for them. Nacho Yarnos into the wheel, into the car he goes. So now Jan Sankowski into 2nd place of the GT Pro class.
I wonder if they were close on drive time in that car, and that's why they've had to come in this early.
That's what I was just going to suggest. I have a feeling that some of the drivers, or some of the teams rather, starting to kind of realize we're not likely to get a caution here, and what their initial plan may have been is kind of getting thrown out the window, since the race is probably unfolded in a way that most of them are unexpected. And that's where you have to try and take that team strategy and the driver times and try and adapt and do the best you can with it. But it's not always going to be ideal if it didn't work out how you planned. A few drivers apparently saving really great fuel as well. But one of them did a 48-lap stint out there. So starting to see some people maybe think long-term about trying to see if they can stretch things out and do one less stop or a shorter stop for the end.
Especially fuel consideration in these cars, well, the GTEs specifically, the fueling is quite slow, and especially as we head into the night, the load on the tires starts to come down a little bit with the track temperature dropping. So possibly some strategy coming into play as to when the last point in the race you choose to take tires, and then even more so the fuel and how much you can save becomes a consideration for your final stop. And it's been a few times where we've seen, in especially long distance races, where the lead is swapped because of a much shorter fuel stop at the very end of the race for somebody.
We've had a big development here, not only with one of our players in the LMP1s at Xenon team, the PCDC Xenon, were in for repairs for 2.5 minutes, but they've also penalized Jan Sintowski for the contact. So that Hoisingveld 248 is going to have to come back in again for another penalty, and this is going to set them back even farther.
Yeah, this is really putting that car in the situation where it needs now a full course yellow to be in this fight, because if I'm reading this correctly, they're going to have a 60-second stop and go, and I think it's a little bit difficult from the perspective that we had on that incident to call as to who exactly was at fault for it, but that's obviously going to take that car out of the lead fight, and that's really a shame, because I think it was going to be really interesting to see if they were actually going to get to the lead. As we've mentioned a few times, that car's been extremely quick, and it's penalties that have set it back.
Well, I really do not understand that penalty for Jan Sintowski. He clearly wasn't given enough room by the LMP1 car on the outside, yet Sintowski gets penalized for getting run out of room there on the exit of that turn 10. Either way, it is what it is. That, by the way, that protest was even submitted by Race Control themselves. So, yeah, Race Control having a very strong opinion about that incident between the 248 and the 54 of PCDC Motorsports Xenon, and they think that Jan Sintowski is at fault there.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a controversial move there, especially if it was submitted by Race Control, but obviously they saw something that we didn't, so I'll leave that up to them.
Yeah, they've got a little bit more information than us. It's always easy to forget that they've had time to really take a much closer look on things. So there's might be something that they saw that we didn't. Regardless, it's starting to get a little bit hairy out there in the dark. We were talking about that things change when the track just gradually changes. And the other thing that we can't forget about, Christian, is there might be drivers that are hopping in for the first time that haven't raced since it was light out. So they haven't really had time to adjust. They're getting out there and just have to be on it from the get-go.
Yeah, exactly. And that's actually something that I was mentioning a little bit earlier in terms of how your brake markers and things can disappear. And obviously this track's got a number of, number boards around the track for you to kind of mark her off. But as we've seen a couple of times in other races, those boards can get dislodged. And especially if, like you say, you're out there and you're trying to get up to speed really quickly, and even more so perhaps if you're in either one of the slowest or one of the fastest classes, which I know sounds like it's encompassing the entire field, but you've got double considerations in terms of either being lapped or lapping, and all while trying to get up to speed. And I think the darkness definitely does contribute to the number of incidents that we're starting to see.
And let's not forget, this isn't like the old Le Mans rules where they had the yellow headlights on the GT cars. So every single car that's coming up to you has those white headlights. It's not always easy to immediately tell which class is coming up unless you've got half an eye on your F3 box and are really being able to keep track of that. So stuff happens very quick on this track, and I can't blame drivers too much if they just kind of lose track of what's going on.
Yeah.
Yes, and Tarkowski now finally into pit lane to serve that very controversial penalty for them. Now they have to fight even harder to get, I think, even back into the top 5 of the GT Pro class. Yeah, as you said, guys, I want to link in there a little bit. In Le Mans, you had those yellow headlights, which you also don't have anymore. So, yeah, nowadays you just have to go by how much blinding that car behind you is in your rear window.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that when you get into the night, the two things that become your best friend are both the F3 box and anybody that you can convince to sit the rest of the race with you. Because having somebody who can call out when you've got a faster car approaching is a huge positive, because you can kind of set your lines and you can sort of make space for them, and you can really sort of control the passing.
We got a car stopped at the side of the road. This is the 6th place GT Am car. This is Team Viking's mid-guard. And I think they're having trouble getting it turned back around here. They didn't hit anything, but they spun in front of, I believe it was Matthias Baumler. I think I saw it was. I'm trying to remember who exactly it was, but they were right in front of another car. You can see they've got it going once again.
Oh, we've just had a huge incident for the Absolute Unit of Energy racing car. It's just been driven into the wall.
And that is your leader of the GT Pro class. That is big news, and that was actually a 3-wide situation gone wrong out of turn 4, and that's one of the heaviest incidents I have seen here at Laguna Seca.
That must be a caution. He's stuck in the middle of the racetrack, and he's clearly got no motor. He can't move.
He did take a tow. They might call that a caution then, even though he has already taken a tow. But yeah, that was a huge hit. The 269, and he's actually honestly lucky they didn't cause another incident being stuck there in the middle of the track. I'm gonna watch it from on board here. This is just it looks like a 3-wide situation gone wrong.
A lot of cars can be very lucky that both the HPG nor the GTEs have yet our new damage model on iRacing, because that would have been a lot of carbon now all over the track.
Yeah, he definitely lost his engine. That was a good call. Regardless, he had to take a tow, or else he could have caused a lot more problems. Even though they usually have rules in here about getting permission for taking a tow, I feel like that was a good call. That saved other people heartache.
Yeah, I mean, he was 90 degrees sideways on the track with no front end and no visibility of the car until basically you saw the door number light up when you came around. It really was a smart decision on his part not to wait and just tow the car. And we've seen in this series they like you to wait, but really I think he helped the scenario by just taking the tow immediately.
If I got the rules correctly, yeah, I just want to say, if I got the rules correctly, that means though that is going to be a full course yellow, and sure enough, full course yellow, number 1 out of the race here, which means the field is getting frozen with about 1 hour and 40 minutes remaining in this race.
So this changes a lot of things. This is the first one we've had all race long, so everybody's got to readjust. There's going to be a number of drivers who either caught a lap down or might be a little bit off strategy. And there's also going to be a few that are really hoping for this, that were close to being a lap down. They now get back in the game. And also don't forget that on the restart, everybody's going to be clumped back together once again, and it's going to be dark out. So that first few laps, it's going to be a little scary.
Yeah, and you know who this really helps? The 248.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That is going to be a big advantage for the 248, as you said there, Christian. But before all hell breaks loose in the pit stops, we're going to quickly step aside as the pace car gets all those cars gathered behind it. And yeah, we're going to be right back once the pit lane opens for the first round of full course yellow pit stops here on GSRC. Welcome back to the first full course yellow of the 6 hours at Laguna Seca here in the DGFX series. Pits are finally open. Ricardo Schiavon, your LMP1 leader, decides it is his time to shine for the pit crew. Hampus Bass in the Hell Races, as Gluttony car joins him, as well as Jeff Yeager in the V Apex Group Blue. So guys, a lot of people deciding it's their time for their pit stops.
Yeah, no surprise here. Go ahead.
I was going to say, somewhat of a split decision though, because I think I saw the CQR club, the P2 leader, actually decided to stay out, which is a little bit surprising to me.
Well, it was 12 laps ago, so it was relatively recent. I'm not sure if they were worried that maybe those behind them who were similarly... Yeah, look, I think... Well, I was going to say Jason Dilworth behind them hadn't pitted yet, but looked like they just came in this time.
Oh.
But maybe it's a case of just being worried that those behind you are just going to do the opposite of what you do.
Jan Sendkowski decided to go into pit lane after serving the penalty, getting a lap back because of the full course yellow. He decided it's also a good idea for him to pit. Obviously, that's pretty much a free pit stop, as he is also taking tires and full fuel.
And I think that's going to be exciting to see the 248 now back on the lead lap and back in the fight.
It certainly changes the complexion of that battle for the win. Don't forget, though, they did have to hold them at the end of the pit lane. It looks like they did open it up, so it wasn't too long of a wait. Always got to watch out for that, especially if we get another caution like this, is they will penalize drivers if they exit a closed pit lane.
Very long stop for Jan Sendkowski, as he is still in pit lane. So it seems like he's also preparing some damage right now, as the pace car is coming a little bit close now to the penultimate corner of this lap. Sendkowski is still stationary in his pit stop.
If they don't have a spotter like Christian was talking about, they might not be aware of where that pace car is. They need to take off like right now.
And they
it's
have
too late.
not taken off.
I'm very baffled by that. That team's been so good. I would have thought that they'd been on the ball. There's got to be something seriously wrong with the car for them to be in for this long. It's now a 2-minute stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is somewhat confusing until we know more. And I don't know if maybe we missed something with that car. It doesn't look like it's got any heavy damage to it. We've seen it involved in a number of incidents, but I can't really see a reason why it wasn't slow on pace before that yellow came out. In fact, it was still the fastest GT Pro car. So to voluntarily drop a lap at this stage of the race, wow, I'm not really sure the logic behind that.
Well, here's what's interesting is we just got a message in the iRacing chat saying that they had a black flag cleared. I wonder if that had anything to do with it. If there was something where they were serving a pit stop, but then got a black flag accidentally for who knows what. But maybe that's why they were held in for longer.
Yeah,
They're
possibly.
back out now.
I'm wondering if that car is going to get waved around again, if that was an errant black flag.
It could be. So I'm trying to kind of get a grasp on exactly how this changes a lot of the battles out here, because unfortunately, with this being the only caution we've had, it also kind of means that the field is still going to be very, very mixed up out there amongst the classes. So even though you might be one position behind the car, you might have the car ahead of you. You might still have like a dozen other class cars in between you and them, which is going to make life a little bit difficult.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's a lot of considerations to be made, and that's obviously where some strategy as to whether you pit it under this yellow comes into place, because obviously the higher up you start in the line, the less, well, the less excitement you have to deal with, should I say. And if you're further back, especially if you're a prototype car and you're having to cut through this field, this is our first full course yellow, but as we have a tendency to see in other racing, that generally one brings about another. So the entire field's now bunched up, and I think if there is going to be another one, we're going to see it very quickly.
I'm with you on that one. I do anticipate that I'd be extremely impressed if they managed to get through at least the first lap without any incidents, let alone a caution. But I mean, they've been pretty lenient on the cautions so far. So it might be a case where we saw like before, where as long as the driver can get the car to a gap in the wall, they don't want to throw those yellows, and will at least keep racing. But that'll be horrible news for anybody who gets any sort of damage, because they won't be able to try and go and get that fixed under caution. They'll just have to suck it up and lose some green flag racing. I do believe we'll have a pretty close battle for third in the LMP1s once we restart. There's only one car between the Gluttony machine and the Element Sim Racing Fire car. So Hampus Baz and Tobias Gruber could have a little tussle on their hands.
Yeah, this has actually put 4 cars back on not the lead lap, but on the same lap, through from 2nd through to 5th as well. So that's reopened that fight. We saw obviously there was a couple of incidents regarding the 2nd and 3rd place cars in that class right before that yellow came out, but now with 4 cars back in that fight for 2nd, we could perhaps see something reignite there.
So it looks like we might have some stuff in the mid-pack down in the GT Pro class. I see that Matthias Magnussen, who sits 4th down there, it's got Gabriel Roos directly behind him. So those two will be fighting for 4th place on the restart. But again, they're likely to have a lot of faster cars trying to go by them once we get that green flag.
Yeah, those two actually teammates. So I wonder if there'll be any kind of niceties in play there. We've seen in the past where obviously you don't want to hold up your own teammates. A little bit of a stack up going on actually into the final corner right now. Everybody looks like they got through it okay, but again, that's kind of part of these yellow procedures, especially cars catching the tail end of the line. It's not unusual for us to see incidents because of that.
And 2 cars now also received an end of a lane penalty. Martin Talgard of the Team Vikings Fenris LMP2, the 102 that is, alongside with Stefan Overgaard. I do not know currently what car that is, but I think if I remember correctly, that is
one of the kinetic cars.
Sorry, GTE car. I think that is Gabriel Roos, the Kinetic Racing Speed. And sure enough, I am somehow right with that. So, yeah, the 5th place GTE has to drop to the end of the longest line, as well as the 102, the Team Vikings Fenris and Martin Talgard.
Yeah, I don't think either of those end of line penalties is going to play too much of a factor. Obviously, the one for the kinetic car is going to break up that battle that we talked about a little bit, but there won't be any positions lost because of that, as the next GTE car in line is a further lap down.
Just got the call from the stewards that they're going to go green this time, so Daniel Kraft up at the top of the LMP2 is going to lead the way.
That's going to be very interesting, this start at the very end of this train towards that P2 battle for the LMP1 spot. Daniel Kraft now coming close to the end of this lap. Just one more corner to go and he can restart this race with about 1 hour and 22 minutes to go on the clock. Daniel Kraft, now he goes, and that means this race is once again green. Nacho Llanos not losing any time behind those 2 Audis as he streaks past all of them.
Yeah, we've had an incident in the back. It was the 248, ran into the back of the 19 coming into the last corner there. So more incidents for both of those cars that we actually saw right before that yellow having a a pretty tough time out there.
We'll try and take a look at that later.
How is that LMP1 battle though looking, as Gianluca Matteo now going into turn 3 right behind Tobias Gruber? That's third place. LMP1 having a lot of traffic. There's also into turn 5 now a big kerfuffle of many different car classes. 3 wide. That's never a very good idea. Alex Sturm, that is, with Samuel Roth. Roth goes around in turn 6, causing a little bit of a check-up in behind. Few cars taking to the gravel. Everyone able to avoid each other though, and this race stays green.
Also worth pointing out that Matteo had a little bit of an off in his chase on Gruber, so that lost him some time through turn 5. In fact, there's multiple cars now splitting them, and this has been great for Gruber because essentially he's using these few cars to try and make ground while the sun shines, well, or doesn't shine, and just he's gobbling them up and leaving Matteo in the dust.
Yeah, we mentioned before the green came out that it was really going to be a bit of a fight as to who was best at clearing through the pack for the faster cars, and we're definitely seeing that. Obviously, seeing some incidents already in that class.
Second place GTM just switched hands. Max Bayer, the 397, now ahead of Matthias Bäumler for that second place in the GTM class. Real Pixels Motorsport dropped that second place just now, and those two got shuffled together because of the full course yellow.
By the way, fans of Samuel Roth in the SKS tribute car, they have come into the pits, and oh, they're retiring, I think. Nope, they're switching drivers. Looks like Ribolo is going to hop in the number 3, try to finish things out.
Not gonna lie, you just jump scared me there a little bit, because I couldn't believe that they were retiring that car this close to the end of this race.
Yeah, he wasn't hit by anybody because it looked like he just locked up the rears and went straight off into the gravel.
Ooh, Gruber and Matteo have found each other once again. We got 3 wide down in the final corner. It looks like Gruber is the one that holds on to that position, at least for the moment. No, Matteo gets by.
Look at that! Look at that boost from Gruber to get past Matteo again. That is, by the way, Audi versus Audi there. So no difference in energy recovery system as they both now go past Paul Van Loon.
Yeah, great heads up from them on that. I don't think I've ever seen cars swap positions multiple times on a straightaway that wasn't draft related. So some frantic stuff there, but everybody's keeping their heads cool, especially to be able to have the presence of mind there, Steph, as they're passing all these cars around them going 3 wide. That is impressive.
Nearly looked like me passing, I don't know, I forgot who that was and came up to the Suzuka last season. Just with a little bit of a different background to that pass. But yeah, no, very great heads up driving from Gruber to get back to Matteo. Could have gone very wrong as well if Matteo chose to close that gap, as he's a little bit slow coming out of turn 8. Oh, there's smoke ahead, but I think that was just Neil Middleton locking up his brakes. Luca Matteo though, look at this, and what is up with Gruber losing quite some distance to Matteo? Right away he lost there about a full second. Also Hellraiser's Gluttony got past there, so all of a sudden Gruber now only in 4th place instead of 2nd.
Well, that Hellraiser's car has been fast all day, so I'm not surprised that they're starting to get back into the mix. I wouldn't be surprised if they chase down the PCDC Argon car.
Yeah, I was actually just about to mention that car, and it was hit under the safety car, as you can see some damage on the back of it, but it doesn't seem to really be affecting its pace, which is a little bit surprising.
By the way, one thing we really haven't mentioned is that all of this is happening a full lap behind your LMP1 leader of Old Dog's team. This full course yellow most definitely did help them out tremendously, as they have put a full lap on the whole field in this race.
Incredibly, they haven't overtaken our driver that took the lead at the restart. They're just coming up to Daniel Kraft right now. Now, Kraft was already laps down from them, so he wasn't the overall leader, but that tells you how long it took them to overtake all that traffic just to get through to the point of the field.
And the LMP1s definitely buried themselves deep in the field on this yellow. And obviously Kraft stayed out, so he was in effect the leader at the start and was able to pull away. And he also has a lap lead in his class, so really a smart decision, I guess, by him to sort of put himself out front and avoid any of the carnage that we've seen a little bit in the mid-pack.
We talked about it from the start. Track position is not quite everything, but extremely important here around Laguna Seca. It's about 27 seconds between Kraft and Dilworth, at least for the moment. But really, just even if they do have more green flag stops, that's going to be very difficult for the Nomad team to try and make up that ground, especially with the pace that CQR has shown all race long.
And we can see there the lap comparison. The CQR car has really been the quickest in that class all day, and around about a 4/10 difference right there. So I think even if they were on the same lap, it would be extremely difficult for the Nomad Sim Racing car to mount a challenge against CQR today.
I'm currently looking through this field and to look and see if there's many battles left right now, and quite surprisingly there's not a single battle on this track right now that's closer than 3 seconds. There's technically the battle for 25th overall, but that's between the Real Pixel Motorsports 1, which is an LMP2, and the SpeedTech SimSport 239. So yeah, it's not really a battle, as that's a faster class car overtaking a slow class car.
Well, at least we'll show them a little bit here. Haven't talked about the SpeedTech SimSport 239 much, except for I think they got involved in an accident a little bit earlier in this race. Probably explains why they're currently down 8th in that GT Pro class.
Actually, though, sorry, Joe, the battle for P5, the 248 Team Heusenfeld just overtook Fischer Motorsports. That's Benjamin Fischer behind that wheel. Totally overlooked that battle. So Team Heusenfeld 248 now in 5th place, but as we have mentioned at the restart, they did drive into the rear of the 19 car. So this 248 not out of the woods yet in terms of penalties.
Yeah, and as we watch the replay, this was just straight up classic maneuver. Santowski got a good run, sent it in deep down into turn 5, which could be a little tough sometimes because there's a lot of banking in that corner. But Fischer didn't guard him off. I think he knew that Santowski's fast, so just let him go.
Yeah, and like was mentioned, if he has any teammates who's checking out the race control decisions seat right now, there is a investigation going on between the 19 and the 248 about what happened right at the beginning of, well, right before we went green under the safety car. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we see the 248 picking up another penalty soon. So there's not a huge amount to be gained by fighting that car. It's obviously very fast, but if it's going to be spending more time in the box, it's not really worth your while keeping it behind you.
And this is just, you know, a graphic illustration of the importance of keeping not only a clean car, but a clean record out there if you're going to do these endurance races. Because if we're honest, the 248, really, this is their race to lose from what they've been showing. And they've only had themselves to blame for the most part. Now, granted, I mean, obviously, we've been talking a little bit behind the scenes about the one penalty they received that they got to stop and go. But other than that, that's not their only penalty. That really didn't... That's not the only thing that put them where they are right now.
Yeah, and I do feel for these guys because obviously they have a lot of pace, and we've mentioned that a lot actually, that they're really fast, and I think they deserve credit for that because it's a very tough field in the GT Pro class, and the advantage that they had is significant and worth note. So I do think it's fair that we do them justice on that score, but I think it all sort of started to go bad for them when they had that first penalty that dropped them out of the lead, and then obviously they were fighting their way through, and the second penalty they picked up is maybe up for debate, but certainly whatever happened under the safety car to drop them even further back, and then the incident that they had right before they went green, I think it's just kind of snowballed for them, and hopefully they'll come back to the next round and show the same pace and maybe get a better result.
Yeah, both cars that could have made it 4 for 4. Both have run into quite some troubles. The first one, obviously, your current LMP1 championship leader, the PCDC Motorsports Argon. However, they are back in second place, so their race has not gone as bad as the 248. However, the 248, they're right now sitting in that bespoken 5th place. We're still having that dawning penalty from that restart over their heads.
And a good recovery actually by the PCDC Motorsports car. And obviously we've seen it's been involved in a couple of incidents, but to come back and be in second right now and with just over an hour to go is definitely a good job by that team.
We got some information as to why we had those EOLs. It's the drivers who have been deemed at fault for a caution are sent to the end of the line for that caution. That's why we saw it was Overgaard and Hafner. Or no, not Hafner. Tailguard.
Ross and Tailguard, two guys have been put at the end of the line. Yeah, very interesting to deem that. I don't think that Ross was actually part of that incident.
The Tailguard car, yeah, I think he was the one in the middle, but
no, not even he, because that was the real Pixels LMP2.
Oh, you're right. Huh.
Either way, those two got an EOL, maybe for other reasons than what we just came up with. But I think there's also the GTM lead is starting to kick off between Max Bayer, Sim Racing Academy Black, and Richard Bell of Graphite Racing M. Those two have been put together by the full course yellow, and it seems right now that Max Bayer in a 397 has the bigger speed in the darkness.
Yeah, if I had to pick between these two, I'd say that Bayer's probably got a little bit of the advantage, but he doesn't have the track position, so he's going to have to work for this currently. They do have a GT Pro car just behind them, which is going to be in front of them in just a moment, and that'll hold Bayer up. In fact, he's going to go the long way around there through the Andretti hairpin. That picks up a lot of gunk on your tires if you're not careful.
Yeah, looked like Bayer was kind of pushed a little bit wide there by that GT Pro car, and that's really dropped him back. But the Sim Racing Academy Black car has definitely ran down the Graphite Racing car. Not too long ago, there was about a 4.5 second gap between the two, and while the Graphite Racing car had a big... Oh, there's an incident.
And Bayer's
That's a big
involved.
one.
Oh, and Bayer avoided it. DeVoe got caught up in it. Bell got a little bit of it, it looks like.
That was your third place GT Pro car, Damien DeVoe, Hexa Racing Team Purple, alongside, who else was it? There was an LMP2 involved there as well.
Del Rio was the one.
Yeah, and then obviously Richard Bell, who got quite a few clunks there, especially on his rear wing. Max Bayer was able to avoid that, even though he nearly spun out coming back onto the track. Yeah, only leaves to hope that Richard Bell didn't pick up too much damage from all of that.
Yeah, because he doesn't have that great of a gap back to Baumler in the third position in GT AM. The 312's got about 8 seconds to make up, and with more than an hour left on the clock, that's plenty of time for him to run down Bell, even if he's only a few tenths slower.
I think definitely the race is slipping away from the Graphite Racing guys, and it's strange to say that because it wasn't too long ago they had a full lap advantage, so definitely the full course yellow has not gone in their favor, and obviously the Sim Racing Academy car was a little bit quicker, but now some damage as well for the Graphite Racing car, and that's just making their situation worse, and they might be under threat for the second place as well.
Getting some more information from the stewards, it seems. They started out not all that busy. It's interesting how it's almost ramped up as the race has gone on. At the start, it was relatively calm. We didn't see a whole lot of investigations and incidents, and now suddenly it seems like everybody's lost their head a little bit. I guess that tiredness is really starting to take its toll.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of everything, really. It's a combination of it being the end of a long race, and 6 hours around this place. We talk about, say, the 12 hours of Sebring, for example, being a really tough race, and perhaps actually a little bit tougher driving-wise compared to, say, the 24 hours of Le Mans. But 6 hours around here, there isn't really many places you can rest, and especially with this many cars, it's always action-packed, and obviously getting into the darkness as well, and getting towards the end of the race, it just increases the intensity just that little bit, and we're starting to see more penalties, more mistakes.
And, I kind of wonder, too, because you talked about there's not much time to rest. There's also a lot of back and forth with the racing line across the track here, and that tends to cause a lot of incidents, too. Something I don't think we've talked about yet this broadcast is when you've got multi-class racing, when the racing line crosses the track, that is what causes the most miscommunication between drivers. Yeah,
always, and we say it a lot with multi-class, but the big thing is predictability with the cars, and we actually see just a little bit there with the GT3. I mean, he's well within his rights to obviously choose the line for the corner. He's the car ahead, but if you see any kind of movement from the car that you're about to pass, it just makes you think twice about it, and it can either be advantageous in the sense of you back out of the move, or it can be disastrous, especially if the closing speed is really high.
Looks like we're getting a little bit of a battle forming for 5th in the LMP2s. Del Rio is being caught by Middleton. Remember, Del Rio's got a little bit of damage, most likely, from the contact he had. So I wonder if this is slowing him up, and he could lose a top 5 here.
HPD is not exactly a strong car. It does repair well, but it can get damaged pretty easily out on track. And yeah, he obviously did pick up some, and I think it's going to be hurting him here. He will have one more pit stop at least, I think, so maybe an opportunity to repair it there a little bit.
Well, you're saying he's going to have at least one pit stop. Yeah, he's having one right now.
Yeah, in which case, he's probably got 2 then, including this one.
Yeah, probably. You're right about that. David Del Rio, well, of Sim Racing team, into pit lane. He goes from 5th place. No Luck AM Sport now into 5th place. He goes... actually, no, 6th place, Adequate Racing, they're going into 5th place. About a minute and 7 seconds behind 4th place, German Sim Racing LMP2. Oliver Kempersat behind at the wheel of that LMP2 car.
I wonder if potentially the World of Sim Racing team could maybe turn the fuel down a little bit, because they do have fuel controls in these LMP2s. And we're just a little over an hour. That's kind of marginal. Maybe they could stretch it to the end.
Well, the way iRacing calculates the fuel usage, it actually makes less of a difference fuel saving wise to turn down that fuel map than to actually just lift and coast. It actually brings way more per lap of fuel saving than that turning down of engine power does to your.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. I've definitely found that it's more beneficial to lift, say, a brake marker earlier than it is to start turning the map down.
See, this is why you two are the fast drivers and I'm not, so.
Now, there was a battle that I have been looking at that I just lost once again. I think one of those guys also pitted, and that's why. No, actually, it is still on. That is the lead battle for the GT Pro class. Amber Racing, Nacho Llanos versus the Virtual Motorsport Dennis Garrison. That's the 258 versus the 278. And they have closed in within 1.3 seconds of each other.
Yeah, we've actually seen the Virtual Motorsport car was in a bit of trouble earlier with that incident it had where it picked up a little bit of damage and lost that spots, but now it's kind of flipped back the other way. It's back within a shot of winning the race.
I'd be curious to know what is the exact number that you need in terms of drive time, because I'm looking at the split between Dearden and Garrison right now, and I'm seeing a whole lot more Garrison than I am Dearden in their lap timings. So they might still have to do another driver swap. And if that happens, I hope that Dearden is as quick or quicker than Garrison, so he can bring the fight to Yarnos. If not, there's always a chance if you put the slower driver in at the end that you sort of throw away an opportunity.
Well, I think from what we saw earlier, I think Dearden's more than capable of mounting a challenge here.
Looks like we got another driver getting a black flag. Casper Harold is now. That's for the PCDC Xenon car. Have to admit, I'm impressed that the Argon car has managed to get back up to second place the way they have, because they certainly were having a miserable time despite starting on the pole. But I highly doubt that they'll get this lap back from the Old Dogs team at this point.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be mounting a challenge for the win, but at the same time, they are in a close battle with the 19 Hell Racers car for the championship lead, and they are ahead of them. So what was looking at one point to be, well, I say a bit of a poor day, but not the day that we're used to seeing from the 18 car, is actually now turning into a day where it's probably going to increase its championship advantage.
You always have to try and fight when it comes to the end of the season. Don't worry about the other cars. Battle the ones that you know matter at this point. And the Old Dogs team, if I recall correctly, are they the one that they're racing for the first time? Need to check my stats here.
I believe the Old Dogs team is a renaming of the previous 47 car, which is actually third in the championship and 21 points behind. So even by winning the race, they will gain some ground, but the closest fight is between the PCDC 18 car and the 19 Hell Racers car. There's 12 points between those two for the lead.
And I just had a quick look at maximum drive times. Now for the P1, P2 and GT Pro class, the maximum drive time in a 6-hour race is 4 hours and 30 minutes. In the GTM class, the maximum drive time for the 6-hour race is 3 hours and 45. So yeah, I had at least one of those numbers right, just it was only for the GTM class.
I do believe that then the 278 team should be okay there. I think that's enough laps that Dearden got in.
And the day just got worse for the 248 team Hersingveld, the Porsche 911. It's just been given a stop-and-go penalty for that incident under the safety car.
And if I recall correctly, the stop and go for an under safety car incident is 2 minutes, last I recall, unless they changed those rules recently. So that's going to hurt extra hard.
Yeah, I don't think we're too surprised that we saw that penalty for that contact, but obviously a bad day gets even worse for that car.
200 seconds I'm seeing that they're getting a stop and hold.
That is 2.5 minutes. That's a 140-second stop and go penalty.
Shoo. Yeah.
There we go. 120, so they got another penalty somewhere. Yes, I looked it up wrong. Yeah, they already had 80, so there we go. 200 seconds in total, that's 120 seconds. And because it is a contact under safety car procedure, also they are now on probation.
That'll be really bad for their championship hopes, not just for the points that they're losing here, but they have to race extra careful. If they find themselves banned from the last round, then obviously it's going to be a lot harder to hold on to the points lead. Meanwhile, the battle we're watching on screen, Garrison and Yarnos, has really come together. We're watching from on board Nacho here, Steph, and I'd say he's getting a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I think that is quite a right impression there, as we're looking now at those two fighting away. And Garrison putting on the pressure. It's just a question, how much does Nacho really feel that pressure, and does it get even worse for him the longer that pressure is on?
I think it's definitely going to be challenging for him to maintain this lead. We are into the last hour now, but we suspect both cars are going to have to pit at least one more time, and I think if the lead doesn't swap in the pit stop, then there's definitely a high chance of it happening out here on the track.
With them this close, too, we got to watch this traffic that's coming through. That's Dawson Brock and the Torque Freak 181. Didn't interrupt it too badly, but when you've got just 2-3 tenths between you, the littlest opening this late in the race, I think we're going to see Garrison go for it. He wants to get up into the front.
Yeah, you really have to at this point. Everything to this stage of the race is really just positioning yourself to give yourself a chance at the victory at the end. And when the class leader is that close to you, you don't really have any choice but to go for it. And obviously, I mentioned the setbacks for that car earlier in the race, and I feel like they'll definitely want a shot at this. And if they can pull it off, I think they'll be very happy with how the day's gone.
Gonna stick with him. Coming. Whoa, we got a car sideways. That was Dawson Brock, who we were just talking about. He thankfully pulls it off the racing line. Let me see if I can figure out what happened to him that put him there. Oh, it was contact. Christian Udenberg.
From commentating on the Camel GT series here on GSRC, he goes into the HPD to do a 360 impression entry into the penultimate corner. Dawson Brock most definitely not too happy about that lap car interaction, as that Audi most definitely didn't leave him enough room on the outside.
That's what it looked like from above. It's always a lot harder to try and make these decisions at night, to try and judge who's doing what, unless we get really close down there. But I'm kind of with you. It looks like he gave enough room, and for some reason the car just tried to squeeze him all the way off.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Audi was expecting him to go to the inside and perhaps in his mirror lost track of him and obviously then tracked out to the outside edge of the corner to turn in, and the HPD was there. That's the only thing I can assume happened there, because it seems such an odd one. He must have known the car was right behind him.
What that did do as well, when we get back to that corner, the inside of turn 10 has a ton of dirt now over there, right at the apex. So drivers have got to watch out, because the grip's going to have changed through turn 10.
Yeah, and he was very fortunate to actually not get collected by anyone else. And another incident like we saw earlier, where the car was at 90 to the track, so you could barely see that it was even there until you were extremely close to it. So a good job by him to get it back going, and a good job by everybody to not collect him whilst he was parked on that apex.
Looking through to see if anybody is also getting close to one another. Seems like really our best fight through the whole field is between first and second and GT Pro, and then the only other one that might come to something is for third and GT Am. Baumler and Norwig look like they might have something happening soon enough. Either one could go either way. It just depends on what traffic does and if anybody makes a mistake.
And it looks like Max Byers pulled away in that lead of the GT Am class. He's got about 7.2 seconds now, back to second.
And in that battle for the GT Pro lead, it really seems like Janus right now doing everything he can to stay ahead, trying to minimize even the smallest mistakes, and he's doing a fine job right now as we enter the last 15 minutes of this race, with still 52 minutes to go.
More traffic's coming up behind him, including Brock, who we saw with his issues. We don't know how much damage is on that 181 with that contact, although he's actually going to let his fellow HPD by Gunnar Meeson, who's currently on the podium in that class. There's no fight there for him.
Here now comes Gunnar Meeson of the Team Heusmilk number 101, as well as the SKS Tribute to make it 3 wide past Dennis Garrison. A little bit tight there on entry into turn 5. And oh, SKS Julian Riblo really not taking any prisoners. Very unhappy there. Nacho Janus, it seems like, flashing the headlights behind Julian Riblo.
Oh, did
we got
something?
a car off on
Yeah,
the
that's second place fifth place in the LMP1s.
Oh, and there was a weird line that I saw on the Graham Rahal straight, and that was actually Matthias Hoffmann, who seems to have lost track of everything ahead of him. He ran into the back of Guillaume Kempfer up that straight. We have to go back a little bit from where we are right now. There we go. It's gonna happen right around halfway up that straight, and that's a very interesting incident.
Yeah, looked like he was sort of undecided as he got there, and the BMW tried to make the decision for him, but then obviously he went down the wall and somehow came back across the track. I'm not even sure how he was able to do that, but collected both cars.
Seems to be beach there, and caution.
Oh! Caution is indeed out, and pretty much the last chance for a caution to come out, as Matthias Hoffmann most definitely can't continue with this car, thus has to tow, thus the yellow flag comes out, which is great news for Guillaume Kempfer because he just was in pit lane. Now, as it is tradition with DGFX and GSRC here, when a full course yellow comes out, we're gonna quickly step aside until the pits have opened. Obviously, this is going to take a while for the safety car to gather up all the field and the wave runs to happen. So go grab some popcorn, because those last 40 minutes most definitely will be a blast. a very late notice of the pit entry caught us out a little bit there, but pit entry is now open and a lot of cars decide to come in. Welcome back to the 6 hours of Laguna Seca here in the DGFX Endurance Series live on the Global Sim Racing channel via the iRacing Esports Network. And oh, Natrianos, that's not what you're allowed to do. You have driven out of the pit lane while it was still closed.
What was he actually? Did he exit when it was still closed though? Because I feel like he got to the cone right as the pit exit open notification came out.
Let's see, we can move back. 518. Yeah, it was open. Okay, lucky break for Janos. So pit lane was already open. That's a good thing. They also put in their timestamp with 518, and that means the pit lane was already open for 4 minutes. So yeah. Either way, right now your current leaders, I think, is still Old Dog's team. Might be wrong though. Let's see how that one lines up here everywhere once the pace car has once again crossed the start-finish line. Either way, we have around about 40 minutes remaining, so once this caution goes green once again, Christian, we're pretty much bound to not get another full course yellow.
Yeah, I believe they closed that window with 30 minutes to go, so I think this will be the last full course yellow unless we get one that's really quick after this restart, which is a possibility. I think that the most interesting thing that happened in the P1 class there was almost everybody came down for service with the exception of PCDC Motorsports Argon car, the 18, who elected to stay out. Now I think that means that they're going to have to make a stop under green if we go to the end, but it does also mean that they are, as it stands, back on the lead lap.
The 248. Where is their leader? The leader is still Samba Racing Team. They are ahead of them, so Jansenkowski won't get waved around. They are right now 2 laps down on their leader. So yeah, Jansenkowski didn't get a wave around this time around, as the pace car finally has found Frank Oosterhuis and of Graphite Racing M, who will be leading this line of cars to the green flag once they decide to let these guys loose again. Right behind him, that's Nacho Llanos of Samba Racing Team, who is your current GT Pro leader. In first place of the LMP1s, we still have Ricardo Schier, one of Old Dog's team. They are now, though, only at 41 seconds ahead of second place, who is PCDC Motorsports Argon, and Luca Matteo behind the wheel of that car. They have decided to pit this lap. They got waved around, so yeah, Luca deciding it's their time for the pit lane. And finally, to conclude with all the leaders of your classes, LMP2 is being led by Jason Dilworth of the Nomad Sim Racing HPD.
Yeah, no, it's interesting that there's been a change of lead there in that class, because obviously the CQR Club car was the long-time leader, and I can only suspect that what happened there was that before the yellow came out, the CQR car had actually made its final pit stop. So I suspect we'll see the CQR car will retake the lead. It has been the class of the field in the P2 class all day, so I don't expect that we'll see a change in victory, but obviously it's a little bit more work for those guys to do now.
As that was the PCDC Xenon car shooting by, now also the SKS Tribute car going past all of this line of traffic. Few cars still need to catch the back end of this field, but I think we're gonna go back to green once we have concluded this lap. Lights on the pace car most definitely are already out. We're 37 minutes away from checkered flag. So this might get a little bit hectic for these last 30 minutes of the race.
Yeah, race control was kind of hurrying people around there with the wave bys, so I hope that we'll be going green at the end of this lap, and this yellow's changed things up a little bit in terms of who's on the lead lap in their class, and we now have 3 cars, I believe, on the lead lap for the P1 field. The SKS Tribute car is also currently scored on the lead lap, although 1 minute 55 seconds behind, so I'm not sure if that will stay that way. And I believe we're seeing a number of cars getting an EOL penalty at the moment. We'll have to take a look at that. We see Janos dropping back, and we did mention
Frank Oosterhuis of DGFX Racing M is one of the guys that got penalized with that end-of-line penalty, which I don't really understand how they caused that caution, but yeah, either way, Frank Oosterhuis, DGFX Racing M, not gonna take this field to the green flag. It will actually be Dennis Garrison, the GTP leader, as the yellow flag has once again been thrown. So we're gonna drive around another lap under full course yellow. Okay, now this has thrown the GTP lead all out of whack, because Samba Racing Team is also one of the cars that received an end-of-line penalty, and they were the leader of the GT Pro class. So both your GTM class leader and your GT Pro class leader got penalized with an end-of-line penalty.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why that happened. I didn't see anything happen with the Samba Racing car that would cause it to have an EOL penalty, but I guess we'll have to find out what happened with that later. At the moment, it appears that we've got essentially a 2-car battle for the win in GT Pro, but that's now been split up some. Virtual Motorsport, the head of the line, and obviously the Samba Racing car has been sent to the other end of the line.
To make things even more confusing, Ricardo Schiavone of Old Dog's team also received an end-of-line penalty, so all our three of four class leaders received an end-of-line penalty.
Now, does that mean that the Old Dogs car is going to lose the lead? Because obviously the PCDC car and the SKS car were on the lead lap.
Well, PCDC Motorsports Argon is now behind them, and they have just overtaken them, which means, yes, Old Dogs have lost the lead.
Oh, I think we'll have to maybe have a little look at that a little bit later, when maybe we can get a few answers as to why exactly the class leader has been sent to the end of the line in actually almost every class that we've got out here. So I'm wondering if maybe we're going to get another delayed yellow here as they sort things out, whether they've got something they're trying to work on. Oh, apparently I'm wrong. We're going green this time.
Well, the good thing is, since Rem's equipment failed on us, he is now the guy with the rulebook in his hand, so he's trying to find out something about the end-of-line penalties that we might have overlooked. Either way, as you said, the race is going to go green with Dennis Garrison now the leading car in the GT Pro field. He's going to also take back the first car in this green flag, so Dennis Garrison right around now going to go live. There he goes, accelerates away. And that is a Nomad Sim Racing HPD, losing no time and actually able to overtake him over the start-finish line. So Nomad and Virtual Motorsport, the new leaders of their classes. That's LMP2 and GT Pro respectively. Daniel Draft trying to make quick notes of the pass on Dennis Garrison to get past him, to fight back for that lead for the LMP2 class.
Yeah, Kraft's wasting no time trying to get back to the Nomad car and retake that class lead. And obviously with clean track for both of them now, I think that should be an interesting battle to see if the Nomad car can hang on. I don't suspect it has a pace advantage, but maybe with clean air things might be different.
"33 minutes to go, so these guys still have 3 minutes to bring out another caution, which obviously helps. But yeah, 30 minutes, that's when the winner closes for a full course yellow, as we're looking at the battle for second place in the LMP1 league. That's between Ricardo Schiavone and Julian Ribeiro. of Old Dogs team and SKS Tribute respectively. Julian Riblo did start on this restart in second place, so Giovanni already overtook him for that place, and just ahead of them, that is the sister car of current leader Motorsports Argon and PCDC Motorsports Casino.
Yeah, both these guys wasting no time cutting through all this GT traffic to get themselves back forward. Old Dog's car is going to obviously be presumably extremely upset about having to lose that lead, but is still within a shout. It's 2.2 seconds off the PCDC car right now, so it's definitely not over for them.
Just a few more cars between the LMP1 leaders that jump up to the LMP2 lead. That's still between Daniel Croft and Jason Dilworth, but Dilworth looking quite a lot weaker in lap speed than Daniel Croft, so don't expect Dilworth to hold up that lead for too much longer than he has been. It's already been 2 laps that he has been in front in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, Kraft obviously cut his way through to the head of that line pretty quickly and is now closes right up to the back of him on the final corner. Doesn't look like he's going to have an opportunity down into turn 1 and 2, but I suspect it's only a matter of time here. Oh, he actually is going to have a run. He's looking to the inside, and he's going to take that position and retake the class lead in P2.
Yeah, that was quite a bit faster than I thought. He's going to win back that lead. Daniel Croft, though, most definitely showing who is boss in the LMP2 class. Now let's have a look how it is going in the LMP1 class. It's still between Riccardo Giovanni and Gianluca Matteo of the PCDC Motorsports Argon, and it seems like Giovanni most definitely quite a lot faster than Matteo through the traffic last lap. Actually 3 tenths in favor of the Old Dogs team driver. So Giovanni closing in with quite some steps on Gianluca Matteo.
Yeah, Giovanni's been extremely quick, and obviously before that yellow came out, they had almost a lap lead, so not too surprising to see the Old Dogs car running down the PCD car for the lead, but there's still about 30 minutes to go at this point, and we've seen the battles between the P1s can be quite interesting, especially with where they're choosing to use their hybrid deployment.
One more car is between them and the LMP1 leader, but they're also getting followed quite closely by the SKS Tribute car of Julian Riblo, so they're not allowed to have too many small mistakes or too many long encounters with traffic, otherwise that SKS Tribute car right on the back of them. The number 3 car looking quite racy for that second place.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised to see that SKS car is holding on as well as it is, because we haven't really seen too much of it for the rest of the race. We've talked a lot about the Old Dogs cars, and well, the Old Dogs car and the PCDC Motorsports car, but the SKS Tribute car has been running along fairly quietly. It had that one moment where it looped it at turn 6, but now it's finding itself in with a chance of winning this race.
Wasn't the SKS Tribute car also at 1.2 laps down on our leaders?
I believe it was. And
so,
actually, speaking similarly of cars that were multiple laps down at one point, we spoke obviously about the Virtual Motorsport car being the leader in GT Pro, but the Kinetic Racing Velocity car with Matthias Magnussen, we saw him have another off at turn 6 and lose a lot of spots, and he's not up to the lead right now, but he's running a solid second place and only 13 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, quite a recovery nonetheless for the SKS Tribute car, even if they just finish here in 3rd place, which I don't think will happen, as Riccardo Giovanni and Riblo go past Fabian Jungblut to put him another lap down. He is now in total 8 laps down on your lead lap cars, and it seems like Gianluca Matteo with a little bit more luck in the last 2 laps than Giovanni and Riblo in terms of traffic, as they're now stuck behind 3 LMP2 drivers.
Yeah, it looks like the PCDC car is kind of clearing them just a little bit faster at this moment, and actually SKS has taken 2nd place.
A little bit tentative from the Old Dogs team there to overtake the German Sim Racing LMP2 of Oliver Kemesat in 6th place. And thus, they got past there once again. 300 below, now in 2nd place, with Ricardo Giovon behind him in 3rd.
Yeah, I think what might have happened there is that the Old Dogs car might have picked up a slowdown penalty, or maybe it used all of its boost for the lap, because now that's cleared, the Old Dogs car is still hanging with the SKS car. So interesting. Obviously, it lost that 2nd position, but it doesn't seem like the problem is ongoing. It seems to have cleared itself.
And there has been once again a car spun out of turn 6. I only saw some tire marks there. No clue whatsoever who was the car that spun out there. But seems like it did not bring out a caution. It couldn't even have brought out caution because we have less than 27 minutes to go. And as you have seen there on the screen, Christian Giovon is starting to really struggle. I wonder if that's down to tire start.
Yeah, and I'm surprised to see this, because the Old Dogs car really has been the class of the LMP1 field all day, and it didn't struggle to get going on the restart, and now suddenly it's having some issues.
As the battle for P5 in LMP2 class is once again off. That's been adequate racing of Neil Middleton and the German Sim Racing LMP2 of Oliver Kemesat. Kemesat has lost this position after the restart, but he's most definitely trying to get back at that top 5 finish for his LMP2 outfit.
Yeah, it was 4/10 quicker the last lap as well, so definitely the faster car. It's just whether he can find a way past. We've seen, obviously, with the P1 cars, they're able to use a hybrid boost in a different way to facilitate a pass. The P2 cars can't do that, so it has to be more of an old school overtake. If we take a look at the GT-AM class right now, the real Pixel Motorsport car, the 312, is actually the leader, but only with about a 4.3 second lead over TSB Racing in 2nd place. It actually appears that the TSB car is actually significantly faster right now, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And interesting, both of these cars have come to the fore of this class. They've kind of been a feature all day in the top 5, but we talked a lot about the Sim Racing Academy Black and the Graphite Racing cars, and they were shuffled to the end of the line. Not really sure why that happened, but they've got significant ground to make up. Sim Racing Academy's 25 seconds off the lead in the class right now.
Well, the only thing that sounds plausible is what Ram found there, and that is for pit lane infringements, meaning that cars in the fast lane have priority when exiting pit lane. If there's one car side by side with 2 cars in the fast lane, the zipper effect will take place. If you drive through multiple pits, you will be penalized. So I think that is what happened there, that they either have driven through multiple pit stalls, or they just have not respected the zipper effect to take place at the end of the pit lane.
Yeah, and speaking of that, there was obviously a fairly late call as to when the pit entry was open, and a quite interesting protest that we've got in the race control decisions box right now, where it appears that somebody is protesting race control for losing the lead of their class because of when the pit entry was considered to be open.
Oh, I like that. I don't know why, but I like that protest. Most definitely interesting one.
Yeah, I'm not sure that protest has any legs, but it'll be interesting to see what they put as their decision on that.
I wonder what that penalty would be for race control. Do they have to run a full lap of Laguna Seca in the full heat of August, or what will be the penalty for race control there?
I'm not exactly sure, but I'm sure we'll be watching that one closely.
Well, Ricciardo Schiavone most definitely continues to struggle, as he is now also under threat of losing. Actually, he would lose a position, but Kasper Arlit in the PCDC Motorsports Casino looks to try to overtake that third place car of Ricciardo Schiavone. So whatever happened under that pit lane, under the pit stop, most definitely Old Dogs lost quite a lot of drive.
Yeah, I'm still confused as to why the car is struggling to get any pace out of it right now. But it's definitely falling back. It's now 12 seconds off the lead, and it looks like its last lap with him was invalid, so probably picked up a slowdown penalty there as well. And as we see, the PCDC car is actually pulling away a little bit from the SKS car. Maybe it had a better lap last time because it was almost a full second faster.
Oh, and big development for the LMP2 lead, as Nomad Sim Racing HPD, the number 122, just got black flagged for incident limit breach. So they have to stop for what I think is 20 seconds. And they are most definitely gonna lose that second place to the Team Heusenfeld, the number 101.
Well, you say that, but the Heusenfeld car is almost a full lap down as we see Schiavone come into the pit lane.
I just realized that, yeah, they're full lap down the number 101 to pit lane, so a lot of people going into pit lane for what I guess is incident limit breaches as Ricciardo Schiavone.
Ah, we might be seeing some of the reason as to why that car's lacking some pace. It looks like it's got some damage on the left rear, and those prototypes are very fragile, and I know in the past when the car gets damaged on those rear quarters, it does slow it down quite a lot.
Ricciardo Schiavone most definitely was in pit lane for serving a black flag for incident limit breach. So he's now once again out and away, which did drop him, I think, into 4th place. No, it hasn't dropped them yet, but Hellraiser's Gluttony Hampus Barnes is just a full second behind them. So if they continue to struggle with their pace, they might lose that 3rd place as well to Hampus Barnes.
Yeah, it's definitely a disappointing end of the race for that car. Obviously, it held the lead for a long time, and now it's just lacking the pace, and might even lose its podium spot and drop all the way to 4th here.
By the way, the 4th place battle between Adequate Racing, that's LMP2, 4th place between the 193 Adequate Racing and the 169 German Sim Racing LMP2, still is going strong. It's now 2nd between those two cars. Another battle we don't really have that close, apart from the battle for 3rd place in the LMP1 lead, leading us into the last 20 minutes of this race.
And it looks like the Old Dogs car has actually got a cone stuck on the front of it now as well, so I don't know whether that's just on our screen or whether that's actually there, but that could be a huge factor in explaining why that car's got no pace right now.
Yeah, that would do the trick for having no pace whatsoever, because those cones for some reason really do slow you down, even those large ones, and now it is gone, at least on my screen. Which is good news for Ricciardo Schiavone, as he has now quite a few GTM cars to lap.
Yeah, and he's going to be really looking at this point to just hold on to that 3rd. Obviously, the chance of the victory is gone. He's now a full minute behind the lead, but I'm sure he'll want to at least hold on to a podium spot and get something from this race. As actually we see, is that the Hellraiser's 19 coming into the pit lane?
It is, very much so. Let's see. Yeah, Andreas Olsen, which is his co-driver, they got black flagged for also an incident limit breach. So a lot of drivers now running out of their incident limits, which is throwing all of these battles all out of whack. So that means the Old Dogs team now is once again clear in that battle for 3rd place, but Adequate Racing all but dead, as German Sim Racing still quite tucked quite heavily under that rear wing of that Honda Performance Development.
Yeah, and actually speaking of the penalties, I'm just looking through the race control decision sheet again, and I noticed that our longtime class leader in GTM, the 392 Graphite racing car, well, if it wasn't out of the lead fight on track, it's definitely out of the lead fight in the post-race because it seems to have picked up an 80-second time penalty. I'm not sure what for. It seems to suggest it was an incident limit breach, but that's definitely the biggest time penalty that's going to be applied post-race that I see so far.
The German sim racing LMP2 now just 2/10 between themselves and a 4th place finish. All they have to do is overtake Neil Middleton in the Adequate Racing LMP2 car just ahead of them. Now they're coming up to turn 6 and they're maybe going to hold up a little bit by Benjamin Fischer ahead of them. Not really, but that still gives a good run to Oliver Kemmersat. Will try it into the corkscrew. Looking a little bit right, but it decides better if it stays behind Neil Middleton for another lap. A little bit sideways down the corkscrew for both of these cars.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we're seeing a lot of cars obviously in a position to make a move, but they would have to make quite an aggressive pass. And with the number of cars that we're seeing having to make pass-through penalties or stop-and-goes for incidents, I can only think that the reason we're seeing people starting to get a little bit timid with their overtakes is perhaps that they are very close to picking up an incident penalty themselves, and that's just making them think twice about making an aggressive send up the inside somewhere. Checking in on our overall leader, the PCDC Motorsports 18 car. I really didn't think that we'd be talking about them in the lead as we're coming to 15 minutes to go, but they're actually extending their lead very slightly over the SKS Tribute car, who's just about 8 to 8.5 seconds behind right now.
Yeah, I think they also came from 2 laps down earlier in the race. Yeah, I honestly didn't think that the Argon team is going to come back from this, but sure enough they have, and they're still leading with about 15 minutes to go in this race.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few times this race actually where we've had some unexpected class leaders, so to speak, and we've seen other cars dominate their respective classes for a large majority of the race and then fall out of contention themselves. So just goes to show that even with an hour to go after 5 hours of a 6-hour race, there's still a lot that can happen.
Oliver Kemmersat, he is still the story of these last few minutes, as he's still hounding the back of the Adequate Racing car ahead of him, yet still not able to find a way past that green and black machine ahead of him.
Yeah, he's been there for quite a while now, and I think the longer he leaves it to make a move, the harder it's actually going to be for him. So I'm thinking that his best opportunity to pull that pass is to maybe when he gets to a long line of GT cars to maybe wind up the aggression just a little bit, to maybe use a GT car as a pick to get that position. But oh, actually, we just had an incident.
Those were those two. Oh, that's a heavy hit.
It was a huge incident after the corkscrew there.
The Old Dogs team, that was the Old Dogs team running into that incident, as well as Motorsports Argon. Blindsided, both of those cars extremely blindsided, and the Old Dogs team actually manages to hit both LMP2 cars. What even happened there?
It looked like there was a huge moment for one of the P2 cars, and then the other one hit the back of him, and then the Old Dogs car came around the corner and found them both sideways in the middle of the track.
Yeah, that was Neil Middleton having to brake for Jan Sinkowski ahead of him, which did bring him loose. Although Kemmersat not able to avoid him, and then Ricardo Schiavon enters the stage with quite some force, throws the GSR LMP2 quite heavily around. How lucky, though, is that PCDC Motorsports Argon driving through that incident without hitting anyone.
Yeah, and disastrous end of the race for the Old Dogs car, and well, both of those HPDs. I'm not sure if the Adequate Racing car is going to be able to continue. Certainly the 169 German sim racing car has massive damage. If it wasn't enough having that incident with the other P2 car, certainly the incident he had with the Old Dogs car is going to have done a lot of damage. It looked like he was missing the front clip and really out of the fight now, and that's such a shame to see, especially this close to the end of the race. Just over 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, Adequate Racing is still driving, but he nearly had once again a similar incident to the one he just had in pretty much the same corner as well. So yeah, I'm not sure if that Adequate Racing is still racing adequately safe. Either way, Neil Middleton decides to stay out for the last 12 minutes of this race. He's still in 4th place with the World of Sim Racing team 30 seconds behind him.
Yeah, and this is the thing really, that with 12 minutes to go, he might as well see if he can make it last to the end. He's obviously got some significant rear clip damage. The wing is really bent, but he does have a decent lead. At the same time, the World of Sim Racing car might be able to actually have a shot at this as we come down to the end.
That obviously also breaks out the last remaining close battle that we had. The next close battle is a 4-second gap between... Actually, that's not even a battle because that's 2 different classes racing there. Yeah, our next close battle is the one between the 2 Kinetic Racing teams in 2nd and 3rd place for the GT Pro, and that's actually a 5-second difference between those 2.
Yeah, it looks like Matthias is just a little bit faster than Gabriel Roos right now, and these pair, they know each other well and they race together quite often, so I don't suspect we'll see any fireworks between these 2. I actually think that they'll be pretty happy with this 2nd and 3rd place that they've got right now, because certainly an hour ago they weren't looking like they were going to pick that up.
Obviously this is taking out quite a little bit of excitement right now. The LMP1 lead at this time point of time, there we go. SKS Tribute is trailing about 9.7 seconds to PCDC Motorsports Argon. They are closing in a little bit, but obviously that's too little too late as we come to I would say 9 or 8 laps to go for your leaders.
Yeah, I think at this point almost all the classes are really nailed on, unless anybody's short on fuel and has to make a splash and dash. But with the timing of that yellow, I feel everybody's either close and able to make it last, or no, my mistake. That was a strange angle we had of the PCDC car right there. I thought he was having an off in the corkscrew, but he's okay. So yeah, I think unless there's any kind of strategy considerations, we're pretty nailed on for the majority of classes. The GTM class is still fairly close. It's 5.5 seconds separating the Real Pixel Motorsport and TSB Racing car.
TSB continues to be faster, which is the 2nd place driver of Florian Höhn, but in reality it's just not enough time for them to catch 1st place and to challenge them for that win. So TSB Racing will stay with 2 wins in 4 races.
Yeah, I think at this point they need to close the gap down a lot faster than they are, and it seems like any other challenges in that class have faded away. The Sim Racing Academy black car that we spoke of so much when it was the class leader has slipped back to 47 seconds off the lead now.
SKS Tribute, they're now only 8.6 seconds back on the PCDC Motorsports Argon car. So most definitely the Argon car is having heavy problems trying to decisively move through the current traffic that they experience. But Yeah, I would still say this is just not enough for them to do anything. Last lap was about 8/10 faster. They are now at 7.3 seconds back on the first place driver. Now they're getting stuck behind some thick GT traffic, which puts the gap right back up to 9 seconds.
Yeah, and that's the thing with this style of racing. Obviously, whoever catches the traffic first, it suddenly looks like they lose a lot of time, but the next car in line, you still have to clear that traffic too. So we see the gaps, they shorten up and then they elongate out, and it's actually quite difficult to get a true gauge on who really is the fastest without looking over a reasonably long period of time.
Well, that reasonably long period of time we don't have anymore because it's only 7 minutes remaining in this race.
We see in the P2 classes, normal service has been resumed. The CQR Club car now with a 48-second lead. Obviously, we saw the Nomad Sim Racing car have to serve that penalty, but not at all surprising that we see the CQR Club car way out in front in that class, as it's really been all day.
By the way, we have 35 cars remaining of 53 cars to have signed up. 2 of them, though, with wrong cars. So, yeah, 51 drivers have taken to the green flag, and we have 35 remaining, which, quite honestly, in the close confines of Laguna Seca is quite surprising.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point to touch on there, and we've mentioned earlier in the race about how kind of chaotic this track is. It's not the same as, say, a Le Mans or somewhere like a Monza, where I mean, there are long straightaways here, but not on the same scale as those tracks, and the lap time for all cars is very short. The P1 cars are almost approaching the 1 minute mark around here. We saw the P1s were lapping the GTM cars within 5 laps of the start of the race, so it's a very tight track. The corners kind of exaggerate the speed differential between the cars as well, and I think overall everybody's done a good job, especially as we got into the night where it really did get difficult for people to initially sort of adjust to it, and we did see a couple of yellows, but overall we've had really good racing and a lot of cars making it to the end.
Yeah, for roughly the first 4 hours of this race we haven't seen a full course yellow. But then, with about 2 hours to go, we have the first one, and with about 45 minutes to go, the second full course yellow. Obviously, in the last 30 minutes, there are no full course yellows being thrown for no matter what incident. As we're now with less than 5 minutes to go, that means we have about 4 laps left to go in today's motor race here at the WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca in beautiful California.
And we see actually that fight for the GTM lead is narrowing up just a little bit. Could be some traffic considerations in there, but the gap's now down to 3.2 seconds. Do you think it's too big to really see any change at this late point with just under 5 minutes to go? But certainly the real Pixel car isn't in a position where it can make any kind of mistakes.
Well, you have to hold it to the TSB Racing hashtag right move. Car. They are trying their best to chase down that real Pixel Motorsports #3 car, but yeah, with roughly, I would say, 3 laps to go for these guys, I don't see Florian Hearn be able to chase down Matthias Bäumler for that first place. Still, a second place is no small feat, especially in a race like this.
Yeah, exactly, and I think, especially as we've seen what's happened to previous class leaders, I actually think everybody in all classes will be very happy with the results that they're going to get, with the guys on the podium at the least. We obviously saw a lot of changes happen in P1, well, to a lesser extent GT Pro. In GTM we saw big changes. The only class that's really been kind of nailed on for the past hour or so really has been P2.
Yeah, P2 there was never a lot of questions, except for when Noma took over the lead from CQR after that last full course yellow. By the way, that lead now has run out to 51.7 seconds in favor of CQR Club's Daniel Kraft ahead of Jason Dilworth. And then already third place, Paul Van Loon, the No Luck EM Sport. They are already a full lap down on second place truck.
Now, what's interesting is obviously we saw those, that major incident with the Adequate Racing and the German Sim Racing P2 cars. And we talked a little bit about how the Adequate Racing car had a decent gap over the 5th place World of Sim Racing car. But the last lap for the Adequate Racing car was nearly 4 seconds slower than the World of Sim Racing car. It ran a 1:17.0 compared with a 1:13.3, and the gap between those cars is now just over 7 seconds. Now, there is probably only 2 to 3 laps of this race to go, but it's going to be close.
2 laps to go as 2 minutes and 5 seconds remain as Gianluca Matteo of PCDC Motorsports Argon crosses the start-finish line, and with a lap time of 1 minute and 10.6, that most definitely means that it's 2 laps to go from this point out.
And the gap between Adequate Racing and World of Sim Racing is now down to 4.3 seconds. Adequate Racing ran a 1:19.3 last time. They're massively off the pace in that car right now.
Most definitely in danger of losing that 4th place to World of Sim Racing team. Daniel Del Rio in behind that car. And who is that on the outside of turn 5 with a wrecked car? That's Borgelero of World of Sim Racing Team Junior, already staying there for quite some while. Seems to have come together with another car. They're actually stuck in the wall there. That's Brian Barney they got together. That's the Apex Racing Group Blue. A little bit of a miscommunication there during our lapping. Sadly, we can't get to that. Adequate Racing is backwards! Atop the hill, Matthias Bäumler ran into the back of that car. So even the GTM lead now under question with Matthias Bäumler making that crucial mistake.
And we've got another GT car around on just after the corkscrew. He's pointing the wrong way in the middle of the track after the left-hander. I'm not sure who it is.
That's TSB Racing Rappenmove that is spun around there. All hell breaks loose all of a sudden in the GTM class.
Yeah, a massive chance right there for them to take the lead after that incident with the Real Pixel car, and obviously just got on it too hard trying to run that gap down and made a mistake and looped it around.
Well, no matter what, Real Pixel now once again in the lead ahead of TSB Racing Rappenmove. There we see the incident for Florian Höhn. He got spun around by an LMP2, so also that would be looked at probably after the race. But still, I wouldn't put it out of question of Real Pixel Motorsport 3 to lose that lead because of that crucial mistake from Matthias Bäumler. Meanwhile, we are already, I think, on the last lap. Also, actually, Gianluca Matteo, because of all this carnage, he has already crossed the start-finish line to win the 6 hours of the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Sorry to everyone that we missed that. In P1 of the LMP2 class, Daniel Croft will be coming over the line ahead of Nomad Sim Racing HPD in 2nd place. Real Pixel Motorsports 3, they have crossed the line in 1st place of the GTM class, but because of the incident we saw with them and Adequate Racing, this might be a little bit in question here. Virtual Motorsport, they have also already crossed the start-finish line. Dennis Garrison winning the race for them, for the GTE GT Pro outfit, the 278. So all of these cars trickle in quite quick succession here over the start-finish line in Laguna Seca. Now, the racing might be done here in Laguna Seca already, but the broadcast is far from done. Don't step away too far, as GSRC will be back with the post-race show, interviewing some of the drivers and closing off an eventful race after just a few messages coming up right now. we welcome you all back to the DGFX post-race show, streaming to your home on the Global Sim channel via the iRacing eSports Network. And wow, what a finale that was to a 6-hour race. All hell breaking all of a sudden loose in the GTM lead, and because of that we kind of missed there a little bit the crossing of the PCDC Motorsports Argon, who won this race about 10 seconds ahead of SKS Tribute in second place. Both of them started in the place they have finished in. Hellraiser's Gluttony, one lap down in third place. PCDC Motorsports Xena, the sister car of the winning car, 4 laps down in fourth. GT Temple Racing, 5th place for them. They gained 5 positions to get up to that top 5. Old Dogs team, most definitely very unhappy and very unpleased with what happened there to them in the very end. They have finished 13 laps down in 6th place. 7th place overall, and with that, first place in the LMP2 class. That CQR Club ahead of Nomad Sim Racing, HPD, No Luck, EM Sport rounds out the top 3 in that LMP2 class, separated by full 2 seconds. 4th place to World of Sim Racing Team Adequate Racing, taking home a 5th place, but they didn't just come home in 5th place. No, they survived to come home in 5th place after a very awkward situation with the German Sim Racing LMP2, and then also with Pixel Motorsports on number 3 car. World of Sim Racing team in 6th. Team Hoisenberg number 101 in 6th place. Top Freak Racing Corkscrew in 13th. Overall, the Apex Group will in 14th. German Sim Racing LMP2 not being able to finish this race in 15th overall. Team Vikings Fenris 16th went to them. In 17th overall, we have the winner of the GT Pro class. That's Virtual Motorsports, 33 laps down of your overall leader. Kinetic Racing, Velocity and Speed bring up the rest of the podium in the GT Pro class. Then we have Real Pixel Motorsport 1, that's an LMP2 class car there in 20th overall. Samba Racing Team 21st, Fisher Motorsport 22nd, Team Hoisenwald number 248 in 23rd. Hexa Racing Team Purple looking like strong contenders for the win for a long time. They only finish in 24th overall. BTech Simsport number 239 finishes in 25th overall. Then we have the Element Sim Racing Fire Crew in 26th. They also didn't finish at this race here today. Real Pixel Motorsport number 3, the question mark winner of this race, the GTM winner for now, but for how long will that stand? Because they have a protest against them, which will be reviewed after the race. GSB Racing, hashtag right move there in 2nd place of the class. And we have once again a GT Pro car in between. That's the Hellraiser's Heresy. And bringing up the rear of the podium will be the Sim Racing Academy Black car in 30th overall. Graphite Racing M 31st, S-Rock Racing 32nd, Fisher Motorsport 33rd. 34th went to Team of Vikings Midgard. Speedtech Simsport, the number 339 in 35th. Turbium Racing looking very strong for very long for that GTM win. Well, they only finished in 36th, a few laps down on your actual winners. Fach Autotech Sim Racing number 111, that's an LMP2 there in 37th. 38th to the World of Sim Racing Team Junior, and these, by the way, are all cars that didn't finish anymore this race. Element Sim Racing Water 39th, Absolute Unit of Energy 40th, Energy Racing HPD in 41st, Satellite Racing 42nd, Carbon Racing 43rd, Team Eisenberg 78th, the 44th overall, Top Freak Racing Nuggets 45th, Graphite Racing Pro 46th, Energy Racing Audi there, the 369 and 47th, the Dirt 161 LMP2 and 48th. Pineapple Racing, they finish in 49th overall, 264 laps down. German Sim Racing, LMP1 DGFX, after getting wrecked up quite early in this race, they only finish in 5th place, 268 laps down. Usagi Racing, the last car to actually take the green flag here today, the 333, after being put on the lid quite early in this race, 277 laps down, they get scored in 51st. And with that last car to take the green flag, also Kinetic Racing Search and Huge Ass Audi were in this server at one point, but signing up with the wrong car, that's not going to get you very far. Now we have Joel Hafner, the 269 driver racer in here. Actually have to look, where did the 269 even finish? I'm sorry, right? An absolute unit. They did finish in 12th in class, but yeah, Joel, most definitely not the outcome of the race you wanted, because you didn't even sadly finish today's race.
No, unfortunately, the car was completely destroyed after that incident. You probably all guys saw the incident that caused the caution. Yeah, pretty sad end for us, because we were pretty sure we were going to win that thing in class.
Yeah, you looked like the sure winner for quite a lot of time there in that GT Pro. And then, as you said, atop the hill, just very unlucky incident with, I think there was an LMP2 car that rear-ended you, sending you right into that left side wall and ending your race there. And then, now, taking from Laguna Seca, you still have to say that it was, up to that point, I would say, one of the best shows of you guys in this series thus far.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, we only got in last round. We weren't racing from the beginning of the season. Last round we were strong as well, but unfortunately a mistake cost us there as well. And this round, yeah, we were going very well. Strategy was working perfectly, and I have to give a shout out to my teammate Marco. He's doing such a good job. He actually managed to do a 48 lap stint, which is about 5 laps longer than it should have been possible. And we would have probably gotten away with one pit stop less than everybody else, which means we might have even lapped the field. Incredibly. Yeah, but it wasn't meant to be, apparently. So next time lucky, hopefully.
Well, one thing I really want to ask you is, how was the traffic here? From our perspective, it sometimes looked rather hectic out there, especially with all the communications between yourself, the GTMs, and then also an LMP1 or even an LMP2 on top of that, trying to pass you all at once. How did it feel behind the wheel and maybe even a spotter?
Honestly, it's probably more stressful as a spotter, because there's so much going on and you don't know what's going to happen and how your driver's going to react. But yeah, it's a very stressful track for multi-class, because essentially you could be passed every corner. You don't have any safe spots.
Well, Joel, once again, congrats on a very strong showing here today at Laguna Seca, and hopefully we're going to see you again with another, with the first finish, top finish at Silverstone for the 4 hours there.
Thanks, guys.
That was Joel Hafner, 12th place in the very end in the GT Pro field. Next up, though, it's the 312 Real Pixel Motorsport number 3, our winner in question. Jan-Philipp Wiet, how are you thinking about your win and that penalty that you have a little bit, or the protest rather, dawning above your head?
Yeah, we will see what the stewards will say about that protest. Hopefully not so a big penalty. Mess up for us.
Yeah, Jan, the question is, how stressful behind the wheel was it for you in the Audi GT3 once you came up to the LMP1 and LMP2 class cars to lap you?
In the beginning of the race, it was more like a ball of a ping pong game. Not really easy and very stressful.
Well, Jan, fingers crossed for you to not get too much of a penalty there in the end, so you can still retain your win of this 6-hour race here at Laguna Seca. And yeah, hopefully it will be a little bit less hectic for you over in Silverstone next month.
Thank you very much, and have a nice holidays to you.
Well, nice holidays to you as well, Jan, the current winner of this 6 hours of Laguna Seca. Next up, it's the number 83 of Gabriel Ruz. Actually, wasn't that the 280? Either way, Gabriel Ruz now with us here today. Gabriel, strong showing from you guys as well. I think you finished in the end in 3rd place in the GT Pros, if I'm not mistaken. How was the traffic out there for you today?
It was interesting, to say the least. We had a lot of close calls. We were really close to getting our second penalty for excess, and I had to drive like the last hour, not getting 3x.
Ooh, yeah,
And still
that's quite a
trying
task there.
Still trying to catch P2 there.
Well, Gabriel, you're saying it was quite hectic for you, but Stefan, how you was it also as hectic as Gabriel felt with all the traffic, especially the slower and much faster traffic out there?
Yeah, I was in the early part of the race. I was getting stuck a lap down, and really had to struggle with the GTM class when they weren't a lap down. So lost a lot of time there.
Well, next up, we're gonna go to the white track of the new layout of Silverstone. How are you looking forward to that 4-hour race?
Oh, I like Silverstone. It's especially the new layout. That's very good.
Well, finishing just behind your sister car, the 280, the Kinetic Racing Velocity. I wonder, does that nick a little bit on your ego that you lost that battle to the sister car?
No, I'm just amazed that we actually got on the podium after I think we were 2 laps down.
Yeah.
Well, guys,
most luck.
Congrats on finishing there in 3rd place in the GT Pros at the very end, and hopefully to see another strong showing from you guys in Silverstone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was your 3rd place finishers of Kinetic Racing Speed there, the 260 car. Now we're talking to the driver of the 280. That's Mark Torres. Mark, not only 2nd place, but you also won the battle against your sister car. That must most definitely feel double good.
Yeah, it's bittersweet was the way Matthias and I put it. They got a penalty that not even sure if they were supposed to have gotten one, which put them obviously behind us. We needed a safety car. Unfortunately, it was because Joel and Marco got wrecked. That's definitely not what we wanted. So it was a crazy race. Obviously, not everybody survived, but yeah, we were so excited. I mean, we were, I forget, we were a lap down, I think all the way down in P12 at one point. So to battle all the way back to P2 was just, I mean, super exciting. And we've had a rough season in DGFX this year, a really rough season. So we're really proud to be up on the podium.
Yeah, most definitely. I think your best finish up to this point was an 8th place, if I'm not mistaken. So most definitely very great turnaround for you guys in not only the 280 car, but also the Kinetic Racing in general, with having 2 cars finished there on the podium.
Yeah, I want to give a shout to Joel. Thank you so much for a great set that he put together. It just performed beautifully the whole race.
Well, next up, we're going to Silverstone. How is your team looking forward to that one?
I definitely am looking forward to it. I did a ton of official races there a few weeks ago, so I'm looking forward to it. The new layout is great. I think everybody enjoys that track, obviously, so hopefully we can finish this season strong.
Well, best of luck to you there then, Mark, and yeah, hopefully also a very enjoyable winter break for you and also your team.
Thank you. Same to you guys.
Mark Torres, your 2nd place finisher of the GT Pro class here today during the 6 hours of Laguna Seca. But with that, we sadly have to close off once again a very eventful day. As always, GSRC would like to thank the IES and the iRacing Esports Network for having us on their staple of broadcasters. As always, make sure to like and subscribe to them if you haven't done so yet. That's quite easy to find out because that button right down there will still be bright red. On top of that, GSRC would also thank Kyle Burney for organizing this league and contracting with GSRC to broadcast it. Right now on your screen you can see all of the companies that provide us with their great hard and software GSRC uses to deliver you the best possible show. Additional thanks goes to Tuna Launch, who provides us with her great masterpieces. See the screen for how to get a hold of more of her great work. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, please visit us at globalsimracingchannel.com. You can also find us on the social media platforms at Twitter with @GSR Channel, Facebook at facebook.com/globalsimracingchannel, or on Instagram at GSRC_RAM. All of the upcoming races for our other series are now sliding across your screen, so check them out and mark them down on your calendar to not miss another second of exciting racing action. Finally, on behalf of the entire crew today, Sean, Joe, Ryan, Christian, Ram, and Dougie, I'd like to thank you all for tuning in as PCDC Motorsports are going to take away the overall victory today here at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. With that said, until next time, Servus and sayonara! And as always, race hard, race clean, and we'll see you on the track.